And we're live with the famous Willem Wigman. Day number 4, Reacticon number 4, take number 4. And not only 4 hours, but I think a lot more to actually
7.
go for. Yeah, 7. So Willem and I were just talking about the number of secrets or the number of surprises that were going to be unveiled during this day. And then we said like 4. Or maybe 6 or 7 or maybe 8. I don't know.
It
but
depends
7 is
how you count.
Yeah. So there's going to be 4 surprises on the 4th day of the Reacticon number 4. No, but all the fun aside, it's awesome to kickstart this day actually with you, Willem. A little bit of history is also something that I think you're going to share anyway in a few moments. But yeah, it's Reacticon number 4, so that means that there's 3 earlier versions. And version number 1 and 2 were held in the Netherlands in the city of Eindhoven. If you know about the brand Philips, then actually you kind of know where they're from. They're from that city, and right in the middle of all of the old factories, we were holding those 2 earlier Reacticons. And I think you were there as well, right, Willem? Or at least at the second one.
I may have missed the first one, but I was there for the second one because I heard after the fact that the first one was so amazing. And they just keep getting better and bigger and longer.
Yeah. So the funny thing was actually that the number 1 also started with me sitting down with James Sedlin, who was at that time still also the lead developer of PWA Studio. And there was kind of like right after the news of that PWA Studio was going to be a thing. And then the idea was just sit with him on stage with a cup of coffee and just talk through things. But yeah, then the whole thing blew up. We were in there in a room which had 60 seats. And in total, we removed all of the seats and we let in 120 people. And people were standing alongside the fire escape. So it was not really allowed and stuff like that. So that was the first Reacticon. The second one was a little bit cranked up already. And then the third one last year was first of all different simply because it was online, just like the version we have right here, right now. And the difference, of course, was also that the final day, the final talk was with you. And we had a lot of fun already with talks about Vue Storefront and Magento PWA Studio and alternatives. And I think also there was a story about Snowdog and all kinds of optimizations. But the whole community felt a little bit grumpy, as in that nobody stood up to improve Luma anymore. Nobody did. And then actually the only improvements that were shouted out to the community was the buzzword PWA. And bundling and image optimization and stuff like that. But not a complete refactoring of Luma. And then your talk came at the final day. I think we calculated about 30 minutes or so.
No. We left it open at the end because you knew the story that I was dragged off stage at Mage Titans in the Netherlands because I had too many slides and too much to talk. So you gave me the privilege of closing with an open end.
Yeah, plus you were sick at that time. So it was good to give you the stage. But also we talked about it beforehand. So I knew that Hyvä was going to be different. Well, and it was, right?
It still is.
Yeah. So the opening of the day number 4. We have a lot of different things ahead of us. So that's going to be exciting news. But before actually diving into that, let me actually just open up the day in a more official way. So I'm just going to share my screen for a second, and then afterwards,
shall we do one more unofficial thing? I want to congratulate you and thank you for another great edition. And I think it's really nice what you're doing for the community as a whole and the diversity of this conference and the 4 days and all different front ends getting their part there. I think you're doing really great in that way. I hope we're not doing 8 days next year, because I didn't get to work much this week. But
exactly,
yeah. Thank you. You're doing big things for the community, and
well, you're welcome, and it's good. It's good to hear that feedback. On my side, personally, I have to say that it's a little bit confusing to just dive into Vue Storefront and be really enthusiastic about it, and then dive into Shopware the next day. And
you must be so tired. Yeah, it must be a really long conference for you.
Yeah, plus the to-do list just grew rapidly as well. So I'm really not looking forward to today. Because there's going to be so much more content added on top of things as well. But first, let's do a little bit of an official opening because, well, there's actually reason to do that as well. As in, Reacticon, first of all, is spreading across 4 different days. We have 31 speakers, if my last count was correctly done. The whole conference is streamed to YouTube, so that's how everyone is tuning in at this moment. But we've disabled the YouTube chat so that everyone who has questions is able to interact with all of the speakers more directly using Slack. And the Slack link could be found on the Reacticon homepage. So just head over to reacticon.org, and then you should be fine. So I also wanted to give a big shout out to all of the different sponsors. One of them being Hyvä. I'm not sure what that specifically is, but apparently it's a thing. And Willem is pointing at his shirt, but let's comment upon that in a few moments. The second day was also really focused upon Shopware, but Shopware has helped us also throughout the whole conference with promoting it, not only amongst Magento developers, but interestingly enough, also amongst Shopware developers. So that Shopware devs are inspiring Magento devs, and likewise, Magento devs are inspiring Shopware devs. Another sponsor is Okuva, making sure that there's a good alternative to the Magento cloud hosting. And I think actually if you're looking for a solid AWS hosted partner, then Okuva is definitely part of that story. And Shipper HQ is also on board as a main sponsor. We always remember the excellent parties that we had throughout the globe. And Shipper HQ was always really there. They're supplying a shipping solution that actually is now available for multiple e-commerce platforms like Shopware and Magento and others. So they've gone also the headless way, the decoupled way, and that's kind of interesting. And finally, I would like to thank all of the support sponsors and community sponsors, GoMage, MagServe, Splendid, the Magento Association, whatever that is. No, just joking, but I think we will talk sideways maybe a little bit about the Magento Association. Then there's this Photoshop company, Adobe, and XDN, Extension Developer Network. So many thanks also for making Reacticon possible. We're just grateful to have that many sponsors on board as well. And for the program, let's briefly go through things. So there's a little bit of an opening together with Willem. We've been doing that already a little bit, but let's review the year and let's focus upon what that shirt actually is indicating and how to pronounce Hyvä or Hyvä in the right way. After that, we have a talk with Vinai about the new JIT compiler. Fabian and Rajeev are going to talk about their new React checkout that they are finalizing at this very moment. I'm not sure. John is there to talk about PageBuilder integration. Sean is there to add another IKEA brand on top of the growing stack, but that's Fylgja. So there's going to be a lesson also on pronouncing that part. Willem, number 2. Now, I promise not to introduce him like that, but maybe we should call him the better Willem or something. I don't know. But he's going to announce something that he's been working upon, and we're not going to say anything more about that. But one of the 7, 4, or 6 announcements is going to be about that part. And then because it's kind of like ground shaking. So in anticipation, we're slowly moving and building up towards a couple of moments, but that's going to be definitely one of those moments. And I think actually it's worth to discuss those opportunities as well in a panel discussion. So that's where Vinai and Willem and I are joining as well. And basically, Willem and Willem are going to put up the Willem show towards the end to talk about actually a couple of things on the roadmap. Things on, and finally, we have a closing note. But yeah, I really feel that the more we are working towards the end of this day, the more chaotic it becomes. And I think it would be also worth it to pop up a beer somewhere towards the end of the day because we're all tired. But actually, we're going to be even more tired or overwhelmed with that much news and that much exciting stuff. So yeah, that's it for the program. You can find back the program also online on the Reacticon site. And that's kind of it for the brief introduction of the entire day. But as mentioned, the day has started, but instead of just jumping ahead with all of those 77 announcements, but instead of just going ahead with everything in practice, it was a nice idea just to go through the entire year by reviewing it. So first of all, maybe the pronunciation of Hyvä.
Well, those that have followed Hyvä for the past year might already be tired of hearing this. Not tired of trying to pronounce it, or the opposite. Maybe they grew entirely tired of it. Some Americans decided it should be Hyvä, and honestly, I don't care. The Finnish will disagree because it's a Finnish word meaning good, meaningful, desirable, and they pronounce it as Hyvä. The English would say Hyvä because they have a vacuum machine that has the same brand name. But yeah, it's a running joke, and let's emphasize that. And I consider this the first swag that we have.
So is there going to be a swag store available soon?
I don't know. We made this graphic, and I thought that's a T-shirt. It has to be a T-shirt.
Yeah. Well, if you need if you need a web shop, then theoretically you can ask Lars Ruttig. He's going, or ask Shopware or something. But anyway, yeah.
Yeah, I just want to say, I promised the first swag that we would have would go to our friend from Blue Proxy, because he was the only one. Lucas van Stade, he was the only one not the only one. He attended the first Hyvä meetup that we had in the middle of the night. And I told him, man, the dedication, you deserve the very first swag that we have, and I'm going to send it to you. And I remember, and I'm going to keep my word. So yeah, Hyvä.
Do you have a presentation as well? Or
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
And you just told me like there's a whole hour, and then you showed me the program, and it says that I have from now still about 30 minutes. So let's jump into my presentation, because I have a lot. I have a very large
presentation.
Review of the past year, because it's very fitting. Of course, we announced Hyvä a year ago. It wasn't we yet. It was just me with Internet as co-creator and main partner. But yeah, a lot of things happened in the past year, and we come full circle at a new Reacticon. So I wanted to look back on everything that happened last year, show where we're at right now, and at the end of the day, we're going to look forward. So this presentation is about current state of Hyvä.
Wonderful.
And of course, I have slides, and there we go. So welcome to Hyvä Day. I think we've covered that part. I'm Willem, and you can find me on Twitter and LinkedIn and Hyvä.io. Yeah, we've grown over the past year also in partners, and there's a lot of things we really depend on the contributions from our partners with, for example, Adobe Commerce features and B2B. That's something that some of these partners listed here are bringing to the table. What Bimir is bringing to the table is something we're going to announce at the end of the day. We've partnered with One Step Checkout, who provide one of, well, I consider the best Luma-based checkout, and it really makes sense to use One Step Checkout with your Hyvä store. And Sunsec, if you have a store and you want it to be secure, absolutely work with Sunsec. This is what the starting point last year, like the main tagline that for me was how this all began. I wanted to reduce the complexity and ship less code. With all the other front-end solutions you see currently, there's more and more and more megabytes being pushed to the browser and more JavaScript, and I don't consider that a better web, and it's not a platform that I would like to work with. So we came up with our own platform, and Hyvä is a brand new front end for Magento. And after a year, we can say with confidence that we have great dev experience. We get so much enthusiastic response from customers that are going fully on Hyvä from here on to the future. Some use it next to other front-end solutions because there's always a different fit for a different merchant, a different product that you're selling, or a different agency. We have extreme performance. It's one of the main selling points of PWA or headless SPA solutions, but in most cases, we're beating those scores out of the box. And it often proves to have a shorter time to market. So you're saving money and time, and you can do more fun stuff. We kept what we love about Magento, that is the layout XML system. And we heard 2 days back that not everyone loves the layout system. I think it's used overly complex in Luma. So we've simplified that part. But that's something that we love. We love view models and blocks and layout XML, but we made everything less complex. And the result is something that you learn quicker if you're a PHP developer, if you're an experienced Magento developer. This is something you get started with much quicker than with any JavaScript-based front end, because it's a whole different technology and tech stack. Hyvä also turned into an ecosystem. It's no longer just a team. We have tools and extensions, and we make developers' lives easier and more fun. And we've grown a community already, and we have a certain ideology. We want to serve the SMB market, and we want to make it easier to have your custom shop built on Magento. We're here to make Magento 2 a proper fit for a market that's not always best served by SaaS or headless solutions. I think that speaks for itself. It celebrates the glorious monolith. You can Google that. There's things written about why a monolith is fun or sometimes the best solution to work with. We consider it a win-win-win. Everyone is happy using it. So 9 months in review. We announced Hyvä a year ago, but we only launched in February with the 1.0 version. So that's where we started actually selling licenses. Now we're well over 200 agencies working with it. The Slack members are growing exponentially with every agency that joins, of course. It's a multitude of developers and project managers joining. We have quite some active developers on GitLab that are working with the software and not necessarily contributing. That's coming later. There's over 300 shops being built with Hyvä. You can check built with. There's 124 live. Some of those, of course, are demo staging stores, but most of those are actually live stores. And that's also something we see accelerate. More and more shops go live. Of course, we launched in February. Project takes 3 to 6 months on average to complete. So yeah, we see upwards trend there. We have over 50 compatible modules, extensions. Some are made compatible out of the box. Others are being made compatible. We have this public module tracker, compatibility module tracker, You can check that URL, GitLab Hyvä.io, and you can see a board there where you can see what plugins are requested by members, which are being worked on, which are already published. So you can keep track of what features are already covered. And in a lot of cases, we made a blog module compatible, for example. And if you take that as an example, it's quite simple to copy that logic to other extensions. And small Elasticsearch and different, well, go check it. You'll see what's contributed there already. And with a license, you buy a license for €1,000. It's a one-time price, and you get all the updates and access to all these compatibility modules just for this one-time fee. And we have very active contributors. Here are the main agencies, companies that contributed to Hyvä over the past year. That can be core contributions or contributions to compatibility modules. I'm really sorry if I missed you on this list. It's hard to keep track of everything that's happening. If you are a contributor and you want to be listed next time or on our website, please reach out so we can keep this list. We also have the supplier list on the Hyvä.io site. Any agency that's actively working with Hyvä can reach out to us and get listed. Special shout out to Yayuma extension developer. They're the first developing extension developer that's listed on the Magento store. And RedChamps already made 7 compatible modules. And some other extension vendors are looking into it, are trying out what it implies for them. Of course, it's a big step for a larger extension vendor to buy into this ecosystem. Some of them can hit the ground running because we have a lot of compatibility modules for some of these extension vendors. So perhaps they might adopt those and help us continuously develop those further. As it says, some are tipping their toes in the water, trying it out. I think overall they're all interested and would like to work with it, but it's an investment you have to make. So the more we grow, the more interesting that becomes, because as we know, Luma is kind of a dead horse. So making extensions for that is not really that interesting anymore. And building extensions for PWA, it's kind of hard if the extension mechanism isn't really released yet, but I think now it is. But that has been really hard over the past couple of years. Adoption, a list of shops that are currently live on Hyvä. Go watch this back and Google them if you want to check out the stores. I'll demo a few later in the presentation. Feature completeness. We're at version 1.1.8. You can check this public feature matrix that we have that starts with the commerce and B2B features, which are mostly not covered yet. There's a lot of agencies, or some partner agencies actively working on that. I'll speak about that later today as well. But almost all open source features are covered. We're finishing up the last one, so then we'll go to probably 1.1.9, which will be feature complete, unless we get something else. Well, anyway, it will be a minor release, then we'll feature complete, and then we can look at how we can iterate over newer versions and do other great stuff. And we'll move our focus to commerce and B2B as soon as this last version is out. Yeah, so partners are already working on partial compatibility for Adobe Commerce. I think I know about so many agencies already working with Adobe Commerce. Pretty sure there's even some commerce stores already live on Hyvä. But for one project, you make acquisition list compatible, but it's really project specific. So only a part of that can be contributed. I'm personally going to make an effort of communicating with all these agencies that did projects and taking bits of their code and contributing that and then building on top of that so that it accelerates and everyone wins because we're collaborating on making those compatible. So expect by the end of the year, we'll have much more covered on Adobe Commerce. I'm doing time-wise, 20 more minutes. Okay. What are your checkout options? Later today, there's a presentation on the Hyvä React checkout. Some nice announcements there. So that's going to be Rajeev and Fabian from IntegerNet. Rajeev made a major effort of rebuilding the React checkout that I initially built, it's you'll see in the presentation. It's become really solid. It's almost, we have a 1.0 release candidate, so we're really near to launching that as a 1.0 version. One-step checkout, partner of us, as I said before, I consider them the best Luma-based checkout option. We made Bolt.com compatible together with Bolt.com, so that's it's a paid payment page that integrates into your Magento store, and it loads in an overlay on your store, so it's super convenient. It's really quick to check out. You pay a little conversion fee to them for every sale, I think, but they also protect against fraud. Anyway, we made that compatible. Path Catalog was the first one to use that live. That worked really nicely. So the other checkouts listed here are also based on Luma, the Amnesty one, the Rubik, Mage Plaza, and there's plenty others there based on Luma. And we have this fallback plugin, which you can basically use to turn any page of your Magento store into the Luma-based version. So you can just point it to the checkout and it will not load Hyvä on that page, but load a Luma theme with a checkout, which you can also use it for other pages. Yeah, some activity on GitLab. You can see the amount of users is growing really steadily. You can also see that there's quite active issues being created. Everything that we do gets a ticket. So if we create a new feature, we create an issue for that so we can track what was done. And you can see that the closing rate moves along with the opening rate. So that means we don't have a very large backlog of issues. Most of those are actually feature requests of things we're planning to work on. Our packages install rate, just yesterday, 6,000 installs. Of course, there's some CI integrations there. One project might run 10 installs in a day, but well, you can see the trend is moving upwards. You can also see that the summer period was a bit slow because who's building stores then? Something bigger happened over the last year. If we're not just looking at Hyvä and our product and the stores that are being built, I've seen Hyvä be kind of a spark plug. People got inspired, enthusiastic. People see a future for the monolith, for template-based websites. We've proven that the monolith is still a valid approach. You can see others taking example of that, also taking matters into their own hands, so to say. We don't need to go into that one direction that is being offered to us. We can go an alternative path and build a different front end. One good example is Bartek from Snowdog, who presented earlier this conference, a front end that he really likes to work with, because he does want to have JavaScript build tools, and he doesn't like layout XML. He wants to work with Twig, and we should all do that. If that's how you feel, you should build that, and you should be able to build that. I think we were the first one to do it, and we're certainly not the last one to do it. And you might have seen the open letter that we wrote to the Magento community. We're trying to make an effort with Mosca, this open source alliance. We're making an effort of keeping this monolith alive and making sure that merchants, oh, that's certainly a loud helicopter. We're trying to make sure that the monolith is a valid approach in the future. And even if Luma is not being deprecated or removed just yet, but there's no development there for the past 6 years, there's nothing going to happen there anymore. But that doesn't mean that we need to give up on the current front-end system. What we did, others can do as well. And yeah, we need a healthy soil for that. We need the framework itself to evolve as well. And I think today some of you will be inspired by some of the other talks that we'll have. The presentation from Willem Poortman will be a great example of the innovation that you can still accomplish on the Magento framework. Do check his presentation later today, because I am super enthusiastic about what he built, and that's going to take, I'm certain it's going to take a place in Magento development in the future. Yeah, there's a need in the market for headful front ends, so that's the opposite of headless front ends. And the ecosystem takes inspire and inspiration, and either that's a headless Laravel front end like Rapides, or that's Snowdog's Alpaca next, or anything that comes next. I think it's healthy to have more front ends, and it's healthy to, as a market, keep working with this PHP monolith and keep investing in that, because I'll be working with it in 5 years' time, and hopefully even in 10 years' time. It's not going away. Hyvä as a company is maturing. We've seen some growth over the past year. I presented last year as an employee of IntegerNet, having a side project that quickly turned into something so big that I left Integer last March. We've written about that. That's a super friendly break. I don't think a breakup gets more friendly than that. We still have very close contact, and we're collaborating very closely. But we both realized that Hyvä was too important not to purchase, not to chase as an effort or as a dream. So we're a proper company. That's me as executive director. I take care of core development and partnerships, and too many other things, to be honest. Vinai is our technical director. He's growing more and more into that part of taking bits and pieces out of my hands and taking care of infrastructure and assistance that we have, and managing contributions and support. And I couldn't be happier about the partner in my company. This is a dream come true. Who wouldn't want to have Vinai in his company? So I'm super grateful, and we have a lot of fun building the best developer experience for Magento developers. So he manages contributions, and he's written pretty much 80% of the documentation that we currently have, which is why it's so good. We hired Frank this summer. Frank used to work for me in earlier life when I owned my own agency, and he's always had my back. He focuses on front-end development. He's doing some product development, but also focusing on the UI library, which we'll talk about later today. And then another Willem, because why wouldn't you have two Willems in a company? It's not confusing at all. He's a senior solution engineer. He has a very solid background in the Magento world, being previously being a CTO at a Dutch agency, and he's working on some product development. And insert evil laugh. We don't tell you yet what it is. You have to check his talk. So time-wise, 10 more minutes. It's pretty good timing. I would like to have a look at some of the builds. It was hard to pick some because a lot of them are great. These are some that for me stood out that we love for different reasons. I've listed them with between brackets the performance score that you get in Google Lighthouse. So that's the Google PageBuilder. So that's the online tool, not in the browser extension. So this is the lesser score that you get. Usually on desktop, you get a higher score. we'll work this into our showcase page as well, and give credit where I do, because I know perhaps not from every project by heart who developed it, but I can give it a try. Let's take a look at some of these projects and dive into what I like about them and what those scores mean. And I want to point out, described below here as well. You can see from the top, I listed the ones with the best page speed score on top. And that's something you can truly achieve with Hyvä. You can get 100 scores. But as with anything, it depends how good your score will be. Just because we offer it out of the box as a high performance doesn't mean you can build your store and still keep that 100 points. The page speed score is just one measurement of how good a store is. It means you're making sacrifices. You're not inserting 30 pixel trackers, or you're inserting them in a more clever way that's not always as accurate as measuring, but it gives a better user experience. You can choose if you want to have a chat box on your page, or you want to lazy load that. So just show a button, and if you click on it, it loads the chat box. There's all kinds of, do you want to have video on your homepage? Well, you can count on it that you won't get a 100-point page speed score. So let's take this with a grain of salt. We put so much emphasis on the performance that we got that I've been hesitant to share some of the stores that went live because the page speed scores were a bit disappointing. And I can point out many things in some occasions that can be improved. And we need to improve on educating our users how you can keep the highest possible score. I mean, inserting a video is gonna put your score lower, but that doesn't mean you can still do some things to not make it as bad as it would normally be. Just insert a YouTube embed and you'll go down maybe as much as 20 points. But if you use the no cookie version, you save some points. Even better, if you show an image with a play button, and if you click it, you load the video, you don't lose any points. So these are things that I think we as Team Hyvä, there's only so much time in a day, so it has been a really busy year, but this is something that has been on my list for almost a year. I want to make videos on how to do this better. I want to educate people on how to keep performance high. But main thing, with Hyvä, you can accomplish these scores. From there, it's all decisions that you make and also experience in how to do it. So when I show one of these stores, one that I am excited about and it has a lower score, I'm going to reach out to those people and try and see if I can help them make that score a bit higher and what they can do to improve. So this is one that's built by Cream. I think most people know Cream, or at least one of their owners, Danny Verkade. He's on the Magento Association. They're happy users of Hyvä. And you can just see from clicking through the shop, it's super fast. I have this toolbar here. It's the official Google Lighthouse score. I hope you can see this model in my screen share. Some programs hide that. There's a 0 layout shift. That means your page doesn't jump around when you visit it. It's the best you can get. And this is a really remarkable score because you can see that hardly anyone is getting a worse score than this. So that's the focus that Google put on. Google themselves said page speed scores are a bad measurement because some people want to have a lot of images and they want to have a lot of videos, but you have to implement it in the right way so it's not too annoying for your visitors. So the largest contentful paint means that you see something on your page early. So the biggest element on top of the screen, in this case, that would be the gallery, that part is rendered fast so that your visitor immediately has something to look at and not an empty page or things that jump around a lot. And the first input delay, you only see that as soon as you click something or type something. So now we'll see that. That's also a very high score. Now, why do they get this score? One, they did a lot of things right. They used CSS right. They're not shipping too much code to the browser. But probably they're not using, you can see they're not using a chat box. And most probably, well, see, these are all the resources that are used on this page. There's 115 kilobytes compressed that's being transferred to the user. Try to build a shop that has less data to ship. There's just one tracking script, so there's no Facebook tracking pixel, and that helps. Well, it's not a super feature-rich store, but that fits this merchant. This is exactly what they need. Another great example with a really high Lighthouse score on desktop, they even score 100 points. If I go back to my presentation, on desktop, they score 100 points and they pass the core vitals, and they score 91 currently on the homepage. Now, this is a nice looking store. It's nicely designed. It's quick. This page didn't, well, the first try it didn't immediately render green. The other pages do. This one was built by Argentos, and they celebrated. They got Lighthouse shows you this confetti when you do a pitch speed test, and it scores 100 points. And they were the first one to actually pull that off on a production site, which is really remarkable. This is a really big and featureful Finnish store. They're active in other countries as well. It's, I mean, you couldn't guess that this is Hyvä, or you couldn't guess which platform this is. It's super custom and it's well built. You can see the core vitals are really high. So that means the user experience of these pages is really high. And they built really nice UI elements. How did they score? 65 on mobile. So that's above average. I mean, it's really high if you want to do that with a PWA solution or with Luma, but it's not 100, but it's a great user experience nonetheless, because they passed the core vital score. Another really engaging and nice looking store, I think. This one was built by Hatimeria, who you might know from some PWA work they did before. They were big believers in PWA. They still are, probably, but it shows that within a company, not everyone needs to work on the same set of technologies. They do PWA stuff, but they also really love working with Hyvä. But it depends on the project that you have. Sometimes it makes sense to do the one thing, and sometimes you choose for Hyvä, sometimes you choose for Vue Storefront or PWA Studio. It all depends, but this is not a great user experience. You can see these measurements are really good. Part catalog. I think it's Magento who built it. It has Mage in the name, I'm sure. I'm sorry, guys. This one is the one that built in the Bolt checkout. They're also doing it quite custom. They have this auto parts, and you can select the car that you have. So there's a lot of custom work there. Also scores really well on core vitals. And I think part catalog 93. I didn't put in the desktop score. This is the mobile score, 93. So that's also really well. And they have everything built in, search, autocomplete, and everything. Another one, Flower Crush. And here I'm not certain who built this. I'm sorry, because I only noticed this one quite late, but this one is so appealing to me. Like, it looks really nice. You also wouldn't say that this is Hyvä, except for maybe the message that you see here. It's super quick. It doesn't have a lot of features because they don't need that, but it's really tasteful. The product is presented really well, and it's blazingly fast. So this, for me, this is a great user experience. Seeing projects like this go live and first seeing that this was built with my product, with Hyvä, I couldn't be happier. Rajeev built this one. It's a Dutch agency. It's, I think, probably the biggest kitchen manufacturer in the Netherlands. And what I really like with them, they made this custom option selector that slides in from the side, which is very app-like. So you can have app-like experiences without using headless PWA. What I want to show. So I really like this one as well. It's I think this is only to order parts. So OEM parts. So I don't think you buy a full kitchen here, but it's to buy spare parts, for example. And you can search on the kitchen type that you have, I think. Oh yeah, I wanted to show mobile. That's why I opened the inspector. So here you can see when you click on select an option, it slides in from the side, and this is super convenient on a mobile phone. It's the same as how the menu works. It's also filling the screen. So yeah, great mobile mobile user interface built with Hyvä. Radbach, they have a lot of different store views, a lot of different locales over different countries. I think they're quite a big merchant, and there's some elements that are shifting, so they could improve. It's probably, you can see if I reload it again, yeah, the images are resized after loading the page. And it kind of depends. Sometimes it shows a higher score than the other time. But I don't think that's the most important thing about this store. You can see this is a really big merchant, big catalog. The site is very responsive. And it looks really nice. You can build such a great design with Tailwind yeah, have a great user experience. And I tweeted about this last week, and I had to ask permission if I could share this site in public, because I looked at the PageSpeed score, and it could be better, but they just went live and are just working. They're still working on performance optimizations. That sometimes it's not the first need of the merchant, or maybe it's not even the need of a merchant to focus on performance that much. But I ordered because they have, or there you have it, they have orange boxer shorts. Now, which Magento developer wouldn't want to have an orange, ecological and fair produced orange boxer shorts? I certainly do. So I ordered some last week, and during when I went through the process, I noticed that it's a Hyvä store. So I encountered a Hyvä store in the wild, and I was super excited. And then I saw that the mobile score is 25, which is still higher than some out of the box solutions that, and some headless solutions for Magento. But for a Hyvä store, it could be much better. And I looked at some of the implementation details, and it's very quick wins, very easy quick wins that we can do here to improve the score here. And that will help me write better documentation about how to do that. So that's something I'm going to work on together. This was built by Simone Zuurveld and her team. Her agency is called Nova Commerce. And then one from Internet my good friends and former employers and co-creators of Hyvä. This is the German store of Butterfly. They're what's it called? Ping pong. Manufacturer of tabletop tennis equipment and everything. Some pages score really high. Here there's a little layout shift, which is one time it does it, other time it doesn't. It's something that could still be debugged, but this one also scores 100 on desktop. Confetti, doesn't get better than that. And again, I don't think this one uses a lot of tracking pixels or chat features or whatever. But for this merchant and for this size of store, it has everything that you need for a pleasant user experience. And it loads fast and nice and mobile. So one of the great implementations that Intergenet did. So now I'm going a bit over time. So I went over time. So let's wrap it up. I hope you share my enthusiasm. Jisse, feel free to come and join back in the call. I hope you're also enthusiastic about the project that I just showed. It was hard to pick some because there are some really, really nice implementations out there. And the more that come out, the harder it gets to pick some to show, because it's already well over 100. And that pace is only picking up. So we're super excited. I'd say this train doesn't stop. This is what happened over the last year. This is what makes me super happy. It's going really well on all fronts. And if you got excited, join us, because we're having a lot of fun on this side of the pond. I got myself stuck there. Yeah, I got stuck there in my.
Yeah, you turned it totally the wrong way, as if there's a huge difference between America and Europe. Well, of course there is, but let's not go there. Anyway, yeah. So I think it was really good to talk about things and about all of the progress. Good to also know that Hyvä is now consisting out of 4 different guys. I was expecting actually a 5th guy called Willem also coming in, or yeah. So that the number of Willems are outruling all of the others. Anyway.
I honestly don't know how to stop sharing my screen. There it went. Okay.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. I saw you struggling.
I lost the screen. Yeah, another Willem. That would be good. The 3 Willems.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So actually, I'm not sure about non-Dutch people, but in the Netherlands, we actually had a lot of kings called Willem. And we also always called them Willem first, Willem second, as you do with kings.
And soccer clubs, even football clubs.
Yeah, they're named after the kings as well. And basically, Hyvä is definitely consisting of kings. But yeah, we also have King Vinai lined up soon as well. But before we let him join the call, we had a couple of questions. But basically, Hyvä also has an overactive team of Vinai and Peter Jaap. They start to answer your questions already. However, there's still a pending question, and that's does Andy Meister also offer Hyvä boxer shorts?
Maybe they should.
They should.
But we have to get the merchandise out. Maybe we'll do some boxer shorts as well.
Awesome.
We'll see what people are interested in. But
exactly.
I already saw some messages that people would be interested in a shirt like this. So let's make it happen.
Yeah, for sure. I do know that shirts with a funny gimmick are really a good marketing tool. So
I thought about this when you opened up earlier. You talked about the t-shirts, and this morning I had earlier a t-shirt from Reacticon in my hands, and it said, "Your future is hatless," and I was like, "Can't wear that one anymore, can I?"
It's so outdated.
I almost wore it as a joke, but
exactly, yeah. No, definitely, headless is old. Hey, but thank you for clearing up like what happened in the last year, and we're simply also really excited to hear what has happened on the technical side with multiple different speakers still coming up. And one of the speakers is going to be Vinai, who's going to join us.
Okay, so I'm jumping out. Make sure to watch the last talk of the day because that will be packed with surprises.
Exactly. Yeah. I'm going to announce that. I'm not going to announce the announcements, but I'm going to announce the announcements later on. But I'm not giving away any secrets. But definitely towards the end of the day, it's getting more and more excited. Cool. However, thank you, Willem, and catch you later.
Thank you.
And actually, in the meantime, Vinai joined us as well. Hey, good to see you. So you're not wearing any kind of headless T-shirt, but you're still wearing a hoodie of Magento Mastership. So
yeah, I do. Well, what I do have is I've got a flamingo shirt. So I can't wear a straight up
exactly
T-shirt. But we need a T-shirt. I want one of those Hyvä T-shirts too.
Definitely, yeah.
Just like anybody else. Only Willem's got them so far.
Exactly, yeah. Well, and it would be nice also to kind of like have shirts also with Hyvä being mixed up with Magento, because it's kind of like a new vibe with Magento as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
it would be nice. I'm sure you can come up with many great ideas.
I do have a couple of ideas, and after
I'm a little bit afraid and looking forward to them at the same time. Right?
Exactly. Yeah, I'm not going to say anything, but yeah, one of them is really a laughter. Anyway, so we're not going to go into the direction of the Magento ecosystem and what kind of impact Hyvä is going to have on there yet. So let's talk about the combination of Magento and Hyvä later on. But let's focus first of all on Hyvä itself and stuff that happened within. So you're actually going to talk about a little side project, a little experiment that you had, and suddenly it became pretty powerful and pretty important as well. The JIT compiler.
Yeah, right. Well, so the JIT compiler was added to Tailwind with a 2.0 release. So just-in-time compiler. It's just a different mode it can run in. And the side project was using it to compile the styles for CMS content, right? So, but I've got slides about that. So shut up now.
Let's go into the presentation then. I would say just take it away, and we're really eager to hear like the ins and outs of the JIT compiler in Hyvä.
Thank you. So I'll try sharing my screen in full, because then it's easier to switch between stuff. So hopefully this looks okay. Okay. So the side project actually is, the purpose behind it was to make the experience of using Hyvä together with Magento, of course, even better for merchants in particular, and for content managers in that work with a merchant, maybe the merchants themselves, maybe some employees, right? Because there's a lot of potential there. And so basically, that's what this here is about, and we'll jump right in. This is going to be a super technical talk. I'm a little anxious in a way, because this is the most technical talk I've given in a long time, but it reminds me of how I started doing Magento talks, which were just basically pure code all the time. So who knows? I hope you like it. Here goes. So first of all, the JIT, if we talk about the JIT, that's an acronym standing for just-in-time compilation versus AOT compilers, which do ahead-of-time compilation. There are a number of differences. Each of them have a number of advantages and disadvantages. So far, I guess, in regards to Tailwind, the important part is that previously, prior to the 2.0 release, it only used the ahead-of-time compilation. So it looked at all the source files and then kind of could use all that information to figure out what needed to be done. And now in version 2.0, you can run Tailwind in a kind of like a file watch mode, the JIT mode. And as soon as somebody changes one of the template files in the project, add some CSS, it automatically recompiles immediately just that little bit of the compiled style sheet. That's what JIT means in terms of a Tailwind CSS, right? So that already works. So I didn't really have to do anything with this. So what this side project is how to use this feature of Tailwind so it can be used with content that's added to the store through the Magento admin. So content that's stored in the database. The big reason is, why would you want to do such a thing, right? And I want to just briefly demonstrate the problem rather than just talking about it. So here's a little Magento 2.41 instance right now. So I've got a page prepared here, the About Us page. Oops, I think I clicked the wrong one. Yeah, that's the wrong one. Of course, it would work there too, but I want to use the one that I prepared just to be safe, right? Presentation mode. So currently, there's just a bit of demo content there, some placeholder text. So the problem occurs if we now want to use, this is a Hyvä site. So I should be able to use any Tailwind styled content and it should just work. So I'm going to use this page here. It is tailwindcomponents.com. It's a collection of free Tailwind components. There are other providers as well, free ones, commercial ones. Tailwind itself also has Tailwind UI as a commercial product, which works similarly. And well, this is just a free one. And since we are designing About Us page here, maybe this is a good example. We have got some theme cards. So what I'll do is I'll just copy this code now. And I want to use that as a basis to build my own page here, right? So in the admin, and this is not PageBuilder, this is a WYSIWYG TinyMCE editor, right? So I'll just switch off the editor and paste in the content here. And without the JIT, right? This, well, in the backend, it looks kind of unstyled. Okay, that's not the same as it looked before in the demo side here. But let's save this and have a look at how it looks in the front end, because the front end is indeed a Hyvä site, right? So now we're going to reload here. It doesn't look too bad, actually, but it doesn't look the same either. Right? The images aren't round. It's just two columns that are too big. So it's not bad, but it's not the same. And the reason why it's not the same is that the style sheet that's used on the front end here doesn't contain all the styles that were used here in the content, right? So here in the content, we can see all these little Tailwind classes, and only those classes that were actually used somewhere else in the Magento style sheets for this Hyvä project, so in the default Hyvä theme, were compiled and all the others weren't. So they might be missing. So now if we start generating the styles, right? So I'll just switch on the little JIT compiler and then, oh, look at this. Suddenly things look much different. So because this is a WYSIWYG editor, we can even like change the names here, right? So let's say, how about, okay, well, how about the three handsome members there? So now if I save it and reload the front end, we can see that the missing styles now also are available on the front end, right? So now we can take any kind of Tailwind styled content and just use it regardless whether the theme styles are part of our production build or not. And just to show that the whole thing also works with PageBuilder in a way. So here we have the HTML content element, and I'll edit this and paste in the same content from earlier. And we don't have a WYSIWYG editor here, but if I now also switch on Hyvä style generation, we can see, oh, look at this. It works just as well in the preview, at least. So and if I save this, then it also works on the front end here, right? So that's the purpose behind this idea of embedding the JIT in the browser somehow. So I want to talk about a bit of how this was built. So that's when it gets technical, okay? So the problem that we're trying to solve is that some of the Tailwind classes that I add in the backend fail on the storefront. Now, Tailwind CSS uses all these little classes. First, let's have a look at exactly what is happening, why the problem is happening, before we can have a look at some parts of the solution there. So typical classes might be flex, pt4 for padding, top, forem, text center, etc. So if you're familiar with Tailwind CSS, you get familiar with these classes very quickly. But the problem occurs now if these classes are used in the HTML, but they're not compiled into the style sheet, because there are thousands of these classes and all of them can use responsive variants too. So if we create a dev bundle with all the classes, actually it's not really all, but all the default classes Tailwind offers, it's 4.7 megabytes of CSS. So that's far too large to, to put into a production site. Some people do that and serve pages, but of course, we don't want that. We want fast sites and good user experiences. On the other hand, now, if we only generate a bundle with those classes that are actually used in the templates, for example, for the Hyvä default theme, we end up with a style sheet that's only 10.3 kilobytes in size. So all the unused classes get thrown out. And the way this works is that we create a bit of configuration that contains the wildcard blob patterns to all the paths, to all the template files that allow us to, that make up Magento, all the PHTML files. And potentially, if we want to, we can also include XML files and others. So then Tailwind will scan all these files for the classes that are actually used. And it turns out that in a concrete project, the same styles classes, these Tailwind classes, are used again and again, just in different combinations. And that's why the resulting CSS file is so small. And that's one of the superpowers of Tailwind here, right? That's why the production bundle is so much smaller. Now, the problem is that CMS content in the database is invisible to this purge process. So any style classes that are used in there might be missing from the style CSS file production build if they aren't also used in a PHTML file, or especially configured to be persistent, right, in the Tailwind config. Another problem is that these content in the database might change after the style CSS is generated. So even if we dump all the CMS content into a file before running the purge process, then we would have to regenerate the style CSS every time we create a new backend content, maybe, right? Another problem there is that if we do this, use Tailwind content in the way that I just showed, right, then maybe we start including more and more classes in the style CSS that aren't used anywhere else on the page. And that's actually bad, because it kind of bloats the style CSS with classes that are only used for one little bit of content somewhere on potentially only on one page. So that's where this idea of the JIT comes into play. So from a very high perspective, the idea how this would work is that, well, we create or edit the content in the WYSIWYG editor or the PageBuilder in the admin. And then as soon as that content changes, we pass it to the JIT compiler running in the browser, ideally. And the JIT compiler then takes that content and generates the CSS based on the Tailwind classes for that one little bit of content. And then that gets somehow set on the form. So when the entity is saved, it gets sent back to Magento and stored in an extra database table. And then when that is rendered on the front end, we load the entity to be displayed, but we also then load the associated compiled CSS, and we just embed that little bit of CSS in front of that CMS content in a style tag. So that's the idea. But as always, right, we have these nice ideas, but in reality, things don't just work out quite often, right? What we do is kind of complex, and this complexity leads to issues we have to work around. And that's actually part of the fun of our job. So there are a number of problems to solve, and here are 5 examples. There were a few more, but I just picked these out because I thought they were kind of interesting. So the first problem to solve was how to actually, before I go there, sorry. for the purpose of this talk, when I'm talking about CMS entities or CMS content, I'm not only talking about CMS blocks and pages, but I'm also talking about products and categories. So any kind of HTML content that's stored in the database, right? Okay, so with that out of the way, the first problem was embedding the JIT compiler in the browser. Normally, Tailwind CSS is implemented as a post-CSS plugin, and that runs in Node.js. And it scans all the file in the file system to figure out which class it needs to generate the CSS for. That's not really possible in the browser, or it would be too slow, or it's not an option. So thankfully, Marcel from Beyond Code built a library called Tailwind CSS JIT CDN. So he did all the heavy lifting of getting the Tailwind JIT compiler running in the browser. So he open sourced it for free, put it on GitHub. So we were able to take that project and tweak it so it does what we need. Because this Tailwind CSS JIT CDN library he offers, when it's embedded in a page, what it does is it just inspects the full page and then generates the Tailwind classes for that one page and embeds them in the style tag in the page. So it's not quite what we want, but it's pretty close. And the most tricky part, getting Tailwind running in the browser, is already taken care of. Before this, to be honest, we were thinking of maybe building some kind of tool like a node process, and we would build an API, and the API admin would send the content to the API to generate it. Or anything like that. I didn't even think of the possibility of getting it running in the browser. So super cool. Thanks, Marcel. And how this looks is I just cloned that project into the module, the JIT Tailwind CMS module, into View Admin HTML. And then there I could tweak all the code. It's nicely written. It's cool to read and work with. And when I built the project, I made it compile straight into View Admin HTML Web JS, right? So it could be directly included in any page in the admin area. The next problem when doing so, however, is it turned out the JIT is completely incompatible with the Magento stack. So starting with require.js, but even if that's solved, others too. And it doesn't matter if I first include require.js and then this JIT or the other way around, it just always blew up and couldn't get it to run. So the solution there was that I chose was to use an iframe. So the JIT compiler is actually running in an iframe, and the iframe content is a plain HTML file that only loads this one library. And then we can send HTML content to this iframe and receive back the compiled CSS. So this is the API, how that works. So I tried to design the whole thing so it can be reused for other types of content, because like blogs or whatever. And so that's the main API to use, right? We call process on a global Tailwind CSS variable, and then we can chain a method call from a promise to get the CSS with a callback that then receives the CSS. So how this works is there's an internal method called send-to-JIT, which uses a content window post message to send data to a different iframe. And it constructs an object containing the HTML and some configuration and sends it to the iframe. The problem is that post message is a one-way street, so we can't get any return value back. So to solve that, each message that is sent to the JIT compiler in this way has a request number. That's just a sequential number that gets incremented, and that gets passed along. And then the actual process method that we call then takes that request number and stores it in an array. And the value so that happens in a promise, right? So the resolve method is then basically mapped to that request number. So then when we add an event listener to receive the results back, so when the JIT compiler uses post method on the parent window object to send the CSS back, it can return the CSS together with the request number. And then we can basically look up the promise we need to resolve for that bit of CSS and can pass it back, just resolve it and basically get it back into the flow where it needs to be. So that's how this whole asynchronous flow is built. And I have to say it works really well. I'm really happy how that turned out. The next problem that needed to be solved is that the CSS the Tailwind compiler produces depends on the Tailwind configuration. So maybe the colors are different, maybe different plugins are used. It can influence the outcome, how the look and feel of a page looks like, different fonts. You get the idea, right? So this means if we have multiple Hyvä themes in a single Magento instance, simply just compiling it once and content in the admin isn't enough, because the same content might have to look different or use slightly different styles in different stores, depending on the configuration for Tailwind. So the solution there was then to compile the CMS content once for every theme using the configuration for each theme. Right? So every time some content is changed, it actually gets compiled once for every Hyvä theme. So the way that looks is, well, we get the config for a given theme, and then we pass that config for that theme along to the process method, which then is evaluated by the JIT compiler before compiling the bit of HTML. So the returned CSS then actually, well, depends on what config is passed along. To get the configuration, that was pretty straightforward. Well, we need to embed the config on the page. So there's a view model, Tailwind themes, and it basically returns an array, a map from store IDs to themes, and that only contains Hyvä themes. So that's how we can get the Tailwind config for each theme and use it when compiling the HTML for each of the themes. The next problem, however, once that kind of was where the idea was settled, was that the Tailwind config is in a JavaScript file. So it's not JSON, but it's JavaScript that needs to be evaluated to produce a valid config structure for Tailwind. But evaluating the default Tailwind config.js file in the browser JIT, that's impossible, because it can contain method calls like requires, it can pull in plugins, it can do anything you can do in JavaScript in Node. So that is not really possible in the browser. And at first I tried to use regex to pull out different parts, or try to be smart about it. It was a very brittle solution. I kind of got it working with the default Tailwind config for Hyvä, but I was really dissatisfied with it. In the end, what I settled in that we just support a subset of the complete Tailwind config in a special file called Tailwind browser JIT config. And that's still JavaScript, but we document what subsection or what subset is allowed, right? So we can only import colors and spacing, for example, in exactly those variables, and then use them inside of exports, but we can't call arbitrary node objects or functions or methods or whatever. And that works actually quite well. Now, the problem here, of course, is we don't want to maintain the same config in two files. So the solution there would be to import and merge the browser Tailwind config into the regular Tailwind config. And that's actually quite easy because it's JavaScript, and we can just deep merge it in JavaScript and everything is beautiful. Now we just have to define our fonts and colors and whatever in a single file. So the final problem that I want to talk about was actually the most tricky one. It's kind of the end boss here. And that's that embedding the front end, the generated styles on the front end actually broke the media queries of the default style CSS. And the reason for that is that Tailwind CSS is mobile first. So what that means is larger media queries in the CSS have to be declared after the smaller ones. Tailwind CSS uses a number of responsive prefixes in front of the class names, and it generates the CSS and CSS with the media queries in the right order. So it starts with all the default non-responsive variants, and then it would use all the small variants and the medium variants and the large, etc. Now, when embedding the generated styles from the JIT compiler on the front end, the problem was that maybe the generated styles again contained default or smaller styles, and they basically were embedded on the page and evaluated by the browser after the larger ones. So to make it a bit clearer, maybe. So in the style CSS, everything is in the right order, right? We have a declaration for margin left and right, for example. And then if the media query matches, we have a declaration for margin left and right that overrides the previous one. Now, if the order of these two were different, then this would always match and override this version. So what happened now when embedding it, that we had everything in the correct order in the style CSS, but the inline JavaScript, now might take a higher precedence. And after the inline styles, the media query responsive variants wouldn't be applied properly anymore. And I mean, we did different approaches trying to solve this. The one approach that seems to be working quite well now, actually, is to use prefixes for each of the generated classes. So they're actually different classes. So in the admin, I would use something like margin x1, but on the front end, when it's rendered, we generate a unique ID for each content element. For example, CMS block ID 5. Well, we'll just use CMSB5. It just has to be unique. And then we prefix the class both in the generated CSS as well as in the div, in or div or whatever element in the class attribute. And now this here is a completely different class. It can't conflict anymore with any class that's part of the style CSS. And that works quite well. So now we have a completely working JIT. We can generate the classes depending on each store view and the store view configuration. Any Tailwind CSS can be used. We benefit from all the features that JIT compiler uses, so we can declare custom classes. There are a lot of features that can be used in the JIT that can't actually be used with the default compilation mode. And it looks kind of like that problem is pretty solved. So one last question that Jisse asked a couple of days ago, which is, does Hyvä support the Tailwind JIT for regular compilation, right? For building the style CSS based on the PHTML templates? And the answer is yes, it does. There are quite a few people who use it already. We've got a branch in our GitLab that is compatible with the JIT. And by default, the current release isn't yet compatible, but you can check out that branch if you're interested. And there are no backward compatibility breaks in there, so that's all. The reason why we haven't switched to the JIT mode by default yet is because both Willem and I enjoy working in the Chrome dev tools. So it's very handy if Chrome knows all available classes, so it can suggest them. So when we use a little dialog there to see what's available, it's just very convenient to have all of them. And that's only the case with a normal development bundle. So using the JIT, you really only have the classes that you need, and that just makes that step a little bit inconvenient. People are working on solutions for that, but at the moment it's not there yet. So it's kind of just like, we don't want to rush putting in JIT by default, but it works. If you want to use it that way, you can. Yeah, so thank you very much. That's it. I have no idea how I did for time or anything.
I think actually perfectly fine, because theoretically you were supposed to end right now.
Yes, yes. All right.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's good.
Let me actually see whether there's any questions. So there actually just popped up one question from Conrad. Do you consider, or did you consider diffing the generated CSS from the JIT with the one already used by Hyvä, and then only include the classes not present in the base Hyvä styles? Wouldn't that solve the specificity issues?
Yes, that's definitely something that I am considering as an improvement there. I haven't done that yet, but that's definitely something to keep in mind. The way it works right now, the prefixing actually is kind of halfway there already. I built it in a way that it already only prefixes the list of styles that are found in the CSS. So if we filter out the styles from the CSS, then and only include the remaining ones in the in the database table that we use there when rendering the element, it'll automatically already keep all the existing styles as is. The regex for the search and replace for the prefixing takes care of that already. So that's something I've got in mind. I haven't tried it yet, but actually I think I've got most of the regexes in place already to be able to do that. So
yeah,
it shouldn't be too hard. The same approach also means you can use custom styles still, even if it's not part of the config. So yeah.
And there's already a question or an answer being given by Willem himself, who's also commenting that it's still not solving the ordering issue of the CSS. So that's basically what you mentioned in the slides, that if there's two CSS definitions that actually conflict, then actually this approach still needs to be in there to simply duplicate that CSS, because well, in the CMS content, it's the same, or it needs to be overwritten by for specifically the content of the JIT compiler instead of using the default.
I think we still need to prefix all the generated CSS, but I don't know.
Yeah,
Willem definitely has everything in its mind much better than me. I would have to think about it some more to know where exactly the problem there is. But it would be nice to be able to throw out some of the classes that we don't need necessarily because they're part of the style CSS.
Exactly, yeah. So, and I think you mentioned actually me asking that question also for the storefront. That basically was also a question that popped up on my end as soon as actually the JIT compiler was released, or actually the Tailwind version with that first version of the JIT compiler was out there, and then actually various people, including me, started to hack the current default theme just to get it in there and see how it ended up to be like. And I if I still remember correctly, a couple of apply instances needed to be changed. Simply because of the syntax in the CSS of in the CSS of the default theme of Hyvä conflicting with the other CSS. So I assume that this separate branch that you were talking about is including those changes.
Correct. So we had to wrap them in the layer where it should be generated, like at component and so on. So then that made it work. So the actual applies are still there, but yeah, it's in the diff. I think I sent you the diff or something, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Branch link or whatever. So yeah. So that's in there. That's solved. You can basically check out that branch or apply that diff and then just switch to JIT mode and use it. And we need to switch to JIT sooner or later anyway, because Tailwind is using that as a default from version 3 anyway. So, it's coming. Yeah.
Definitely. So actually, another question, but a comment from Jeroen. More of a side note. Because of Hyvä, we're looking for ways to use no HTML at all in the CMS content to our clients, so that the clients cannot mess up that HTML anymore. Like using custom widgets, which have to be which have the HTML in their PHTML template, and that could then also work for the homepage. So I think in general, the JIT compiler is just really nice. Well, that's my own words, but it's basically commenting upon what he said. The JIT gives us a way to use the CMS HTML if we want to, but basically he's saying that he's rather just looking for alternatives where the HTML is kept within the PHTML, so you never bump into this issue.
Yes, I agree. So with great power, you don't want to give every merchant all the power to do whatever they want, or they'll destroy their site. I've been there.
Yeah.
But it's nice to have the option for people who know what they're doing, right? And there are also options for doing what you described, right? There are different management systems. So yeah, totally. I guess it's all about choice.
Yeah, and I personally, one question that I have, but that's not for you to answer, but for John Hughes, he's going to talk about the PageBuilder integration. And I do know that the PageBuilder integration itself is also making use of the same JIT compiler that you've been integrating. So it's the same. Your extension is basically extending upon his work with the page builder. But how that comes to being, that's something I'm really intrigued by, because I'm not that familiar with page builder at all. Is that something that you would like to comment upon already, specifically with the JIT compiler in mind?
So what he did was a lot of work, and he'll talk a lot more about it. Regarding the JIT compiler, that was actually super interesting. That were some of the slides that I threw out this morning because I thought it was getting too long. So when I built this, first it was before PageBuilder was released for open source. So this JIT and admin was only working with the WYSIWYG editor. And then, well, PageBuilder came out. So I'm like, okay, let's try this. And I was, to be honest, I was a little weary. I was like, oh, this won't work. Oh, I'll just give it a go and probably let it lie for half a year. But you know what? It just worked. It was so amazing. And the reason is because the JIT, the CSS that pulls the content in, it plugs into the knockout component that holds the value of the knockout component as the content.
So the text area.
Tailwind does. PageBuilder does. So surprisingly enough, the admin part, I only had to build the previews for PageBuilder. The compilation, it just worked. So I'll take it, you know?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
A lot of the other work that John did was front-end related, and I really can't comment on that at all because...
No, but that's coming up in his presentation without a doubt. But yeah, so I've been using and explaining also about the JIT compiler for some time now, and I really think it's not only slick and really cool, but it's also opening up for totally new opportunities regarding content management and etc. Do you know, by the way, if there's a Tailwind what you see is what you get editor out there?
I've seen several announcements. I don't know, but I've seen several announcements of people building that.
Yeah. Okay.
So I haven't looked into followed up on any of those though. So yeah.
No, because theoretically,
like I said, the API is super simple. So if you have anything in Magento that takes HTML, I invite you to try. If you're building Hyvä sites, I invite you to try to integrate the JIT there. It should be rather straightforward, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, definitely. Would be awesome. But yeah, so we were not running late, but now we are, and that's not a problem at all. But I think actually it's good to just take this for a moment. You're going to be back anyway later on at a panel discussion once actually a couple of Willems have done a couple of announcements, and that's going to be interesting to have a brainstorm somewhere in between all of those different announcements as well. Next up is actually Fabian and Rajeev, both from IntegerNet, and they're going to explain what they've done with the new React checkout. A lot of work has been done there, and actually it's finally ready to be opened up to the public. No longer just a developer branch, but actually the real stable branch. I'm not sure if that's actually already happened or that's going to happen in the upcoming weeks. But we will hear from them in a few moments. But let's first go into a break, a couple of minutes before we dive into the next talk. So stay tuned, and I see you guys back in a couple of minutes.
presentation in.
And welcome back, everyone. Together with Fabian and Rajeev from Internet, like the slide is already showing you, I'm really excited to have these guys over. The React checkout that they've been finalizing for the last couple of months is definitely worth it. It's a robust solution, I would say, and it's React, and I personally love React. I think that's counting the same for Fabian and Rajeev as well. So hi guys, glad to have you here. And I think hi. So hi. It's a little bit chaotic, as in Fabian is standing in front of a huge audience, and Rajeev is with us from India. But I actually don't know Rajeev from where in India.
I'm from Kerala, which is the southernmost state in India.
As in the capital city of Thiruvananthapuram or something?
Yes, Trivandrum, yeah.
I have always problem with pronouncing that, but Kerala is definitely easier. Yeah, so awesome to have you here. And Fabian, you're actually wearing a shirt that I kind of like recognize.
It's all about t-shirts today.
Exactly.
And this one is especially for Willem, orange underpants.
Oh my God, we're not going to show that many underpants anymore because otherwise we get banned from YouTube or something. But
okay, no, I'm not going to show more.
Exactly. Yeah. Anyway, I think you have a well prepared presentation lined up. So I would say just take it away. It's the stage is all yours.
Okay, thank you. So we are going to introduce the new React checkout for Hyvä, as it was on the homepage, but it's more like by Hyvä. So you can use it with any other Magento frontend. And since my company had a good part in its development, Jisse asked if we would present it here today. Actually, he threatened me to do it by himself otherwise. So I said, okay, probably I have to see if I can make the time. And half an hour later, I was on the website. So now I have to do it. So here we go. But thank you for the opportunity. That's going to be fun, I guess. And yeah, actually, I'm speaking more for Rajeev, who built the most part of the checkout, and the Q&A in the end will be done together by us. But first, let's start with a little German lesson. This is Luma. Luma is short for Luftmatratze, which means inflatable mattress. So it's full of air. And now maybe we know why Magento called their default theme Luma, because it's full of JavaScript. And if we look at these numbers, if you can read them, this is the checkout page of Magento by default with over 300 requests, about 3 megabytes of resources, mostly JavaScript. We don't even want to talk about the load time. Why is that relevant when we're talking about Hyvä? Because the Hyvä theme by default doesn't come with its own checkout. And why is this? Hyvä uses Alpine.js, and this is super for having little moving pieces, but seemed not to be the right tool for a complex solution like a checkout with many states to handle. So Hyvä was designed as a bring your own checkout theme. And so far, there are 3 main options if you're going to build your website with Hyvä, and that's using the default Luma checkout via our theme fallback module, which allows certain pages to use another theme, and that would be a theme based on the default theme, which has all the disadvantages, but also the advantages that you have a short time to market. You can use all the payment and shipping extensions of Magento without any additional customizations. And as a second option, you could use any third-party Magento checkout, like the one-page checkout solution that's actually partnering with Hyvä now, which then also uses the theme fallback. So you use it like as part of the default Luma-based Magento theme. And the third solution is bring your own checkout, a custom headless checkout, for example. We're going to get back to that. This, of course, now. Let's have a look again at these number of requests and 3 megabytes of resources, and think, what if it could look like this? Do we need more than about 10 requests and a few hundred kilobytes of resources? You guessed it. This is the Hyvä checkout. And Hyvä checkout is, as I said, a React checkout for Magento, not specifically for Hyvä. It is open source. You can use it without a Hyvä license and independent of the theme. It's aiming to be highly customizable because, let's be honest, customizing the default Magento checkout is a pain and nobody wants to do that. Here it's fun. So at least that's the goal, to be fun to develop. And as far as I hear, it is. And it should be fast, at least faster than Luma checkout. And before I present you more of the checkout itself, I want to tell you a bit of the history behind it. So 2 years ago at Internet, we built our first React checkout for a non-headless Magento frontend. That was a project that had the vision to move to a PWA frontend in the future. Not at launch time, we weren't ready for that, the client wasn't ready for that. But they needed a highly customized checkout. So we thought, do we really want to do that with a default Luma checkout? And then later we have to do it again for, I don't know, PWA Studio or whatever. No, let's do it properly from the beginning. And let's build the checkout already in React, but put it into the default theme. And actually, Willem Wigman from Hyvä was then working with us and had the most part in developing it. And it was a really cool thing, and proof that you can integrate a React app inside a regular headful Magento theme. A year later, Hyvä was beginning to evolve. And what I would call the Hyvä pilot project, the first project built on Hyvä before it was called Hyvä, we also wanted to have a React checkout. And this one was for a client that sells software. So they don't need anything for shipping. And it was B2B. So there were no online payment methods. So it could be quite simplified. We didn't need all the bells and whistles. Bells and whistles, sorry. And the cool thing is there we combined the cart with a checkout. So we sort of had a 0-page checkout. You went to the cart and you had everything at once. You could click on buy directly from the cart. And all this together was built on React based on our previous experience with React checkout. And a variation of this one was then later published as Hyvä checkout at last year's Reacticon, together with the announcement of Hyvä themes. Because of where it's coming from, it would only work with virtual products. And so it was considered experimental, explicitly not bundled in the Hyvä theme. But it could be used as a base for some custom checkouts with Hyvä. And actually, some agencies did that. Shout out to Hentos and Cream Internet, who built some cool checkouts based on this rather proof of concept that we had at the time. Rest of the year, to be honest, there was no big focus on the Hyvä checkout until Christmas, because, as you might have noticed, a pandemic was going on and people were sitting at home at Christmas and didn't want to know what to do with their holidays. And one of these people was my now colleague Rajeev, who had catched interest in the Hyvä checkout and found things to improve it, and actually started a major rewrite in consultation with Willem. So he had some cool suggestions, like divide the big form into several composable sections, separate states between the card, the app, and whatnot. He can explain that better than me. Also started working on documentation from the beginning, which is really great. So there, the develop branch really diverged from the master branch that still contained the old version. And we were looking forward to using that. And we had some projects in mind where this would be really useful to have a customizable checkout. But after the Christmas holidays, it went a bit slower. And in spring 2021, we heard that Rajeev was looking for a new job. And we took the opportunity and hired him to work full-time on Hyvä checkout, and actually on the first client project, which would use the Hyvä checkout. And just last month, this first project went live. I would really love to show it to you, but I'm not allowed to. But instead, our friends at Handles put up a demo with the Hyvä 1.0 checkout that you can look at hyvademo.handles.io. This is now the 1.0 release candidate. So it's finally merged into master. Some people are already testing it. We gather a lot of feedback, and I'm sure quite soon we can take a 1.0 final. Now, let's talk a bit more about what is Hyvä checkout. And maybe start with what it is, not to move some misconceptions out of the way. It's not your typical checkout extension that you just install in Magento, configure something with the admin panel, and then you're good to go. So it's not meant as a drop-in replacement for Luma checkout. It's rather a working baseline if you need a custom checkout. It's meant to be customized by a developer and not by clicking something in the admin panel. So if you hand this checkout to an experienced JavaScript developer or React.js developer, they should not have trouble understanding and extending it and working with it, even without Magento knowledge. And also, we thought a lot about how to include payment methods, because that's central for an online shop. And for this, we found a way to make it extensible with plugins for those extension providers, which can live in a separate repository. More to that later. Now, first, time for a little demo how the checkout looks like. I can start the video. This one is, if you're going through the Hyvä checkout as a guest, come on. Yeah, of course, you have to add something to the cart first. Let's wait for that. And the checkout loads. So we have everything on one page. You can change that as you wish, but it's certainly one single app. You enter your email address. Oh, I think we're already at the login. Okay, this is when you log in the checkout. I have another demo when you're a guest. If you're logged in, you can choose from your saved addresses and edit them, add new addresses as you're used to from it, and it just looks a bit different. And all these are separate forms that you can move around as you wish, put it into different steps if you wish. But as you see, it's possible to have everything on one side and the other sections update accordingly. So now we have selected an address, or change it again. We can select a shipping method. So the possible shipping methods update when you change the selected address. We also see the payment methods already provided by Pay1, and this is of the method here. Checkout agreements are there coming from Magento with the required checkbox or without. And in the end, when you place your order, you leave the Hyvä checkout and go to the default success page. Now this is coming from the Hyvä theme. And for the sake of completeness, let's look at the guest scenario. Now you see at the right, you have the product details, where you can still change quantities or remove products while or without leaving the checkout page, and all the totals and so on update. As a guest, you just enter an email address without password. You don't have these cards from the address book, but as soon as you save the address, it looks quite similar. Now you have only a single address that you can edit. And the rest is quite the same. By default, all payment methods that Magento offers are displayed just as radio boxes. But if there's more logic to be required, it has to be implemented. And now you see also that how you can click on the information icons next to the terms and conditions to open them and close them. And there we are. Let's get to the technology behind it. The Hyvä checkout comes as a Magento module. This contains the needed API additions so that everything works from the front end side, because the React app communicates via GraphQL mostly, and REST if necessary with Magento. The module also contains the integration of the React app in the Magento template. So this is the compiled React app that's then bundled within the module. But if you develop the checkout, you're going to use the non-compiled React app, which can live completely independent from the Magento instance. It can connect to any Magento backend, so you can develop on it and connect to a remote test server. So your checkout developer doesn't need to install Magento locally. And when it's compiled, it's going to be compiled into the Magento module and can be committed there. Also, one thing that the module does is initializing the React app with some configuration, like which currencies are available, the translations that come from Magento. We could have made that available through GraphQL to make it completely independent, but we made a trade-off there, so to have a bit less network traffic, since we don't really need that for the app to work. And we can initialize this with some hard-coded values for development and with the real values then if it's bundled in the Magento module. As I already said, this is all built on React.js, but with minimal additional dependencies. So this is in the spirit of Hyvä, to have something that's small and only uses dependencies to really need it. So actually the only important dependency for production is Formic for form handling, because that's something we didn't want to implement ourselves, and it's very sensible to use an existing solution there. But that's basically it. And Tailwind CSS for styling, like the Hyvä theme does. So it fits nicely into Hyvä-based theme, but as I said, you can also include it in any other template, and then you just get an additional style sheet with the Tailwind classes. The bundle size of all this is less than 90 kilobytes by default. So I think that's cool. It uses GraphQL as much as possible, As I said, sometimes it has to be falled back to the REST API because Magento doesn't implement everything for the checkout in GraphQL, or it's too complicated. And there's one exception where we use the regular Magento controller when logging in from the checkout. You might have seen in the screencast then that the page reloaded after logging in because we to use the session of the default front end. The best or easiest solution was to actually do a non-API request for that. I would say that you can still use the checkout in, for example, a PWA Studio implementation with not that much changes. You would fetch the configuration via GraphQL. So that's something you have to implement additionally and handle the login differently. But then you can probably reuse what PWA Studio already is. So it's mostly headless. And so far, we only used it for Hyvä sites, so it doesn't need to be headless, but it's quite cool that it is mostly independent from the Magento installation. Now, I talked a lot about customization. So this is highly customizable, easy to customize, and so on. So the question that always comes up is how to customize. And since we expected it to be used for a highly customized checkout, but still the architecture should remain simple, until now we recommended to just fork it and adjust. Take it as a base, do whatever you want with it. Move around pieces, delete something, add something, and there are no restrictions. The downside is you won't get updates. It's yours now. That's cool, but there's maybe a better solution, or at least a different solution around the corner, and that's using local overrides, the concept you may know from Magento. And kudos to Jisse, who worked on a proof of concept to be found under Yerio example Hyvä checkout. And we liked it so much that we made it official with the Hyvä checkout 1.0. It's still experimental. It didn't work for everyone, but I'm confident that we solve remaining issues and make it more stable. What it does is it uses a Webpack plugin to resolve path for JavaScript files. And how does that look like? Let's imagine we build a jewelry shop for our wife, as some people do. Then we'll have our custom module in app code wife's jewelry shop checkout. This is a copy of this example Hyvä checkout, and it's quite minimal. It contains the React app with a Webpack configuration, package JSON, and so on, but without the code. And it will contain the compiled React app as it is in the Hyvä checkout. But the Hyvä checkout, without modifications, is going to be installed via Composer. So you'll find it in vendor Hyvä Themes, Magento 2 Hyvä checkout. And there we have the actual React source code and all the backend stuff of the Magento module. So we have decoupled this as well. You don't have to own this. It's there, it will work. We will maintain this. And if you start this, you'll have all the source code in vendor, and it works. But if you want to change something, you can copy individual files from the React source into the same directory structure in your custom module, and they will be used. So you only need to copy what needs to be changed. And since we try to distinguish between functional components and UI components, you'll most likely not need to copy everything and keep the business logic in the original module if you don't need to change it. So here's the link. I'll publish the slides later, so you don't need to write it down. You can click it then for the example module. And if you have prepared this, you can start developing. The module contains a React app directory. That's where our custom React app lives. And it's just there for development. And you can, you need to use npm install like in any other JavaScript app. And before starting it, there's the .env file where you specify the Magento URL for the backend which is going to be used. Because as I said, this is quite independent. You can use any remote Magento installation. There's also some other configurations like store codes. No big deal. Change that file and then start the app. And it will run at localhost by default port 3000 or whatever you configured. And you'll see the checkout without the Magento boilerplate, because it's just the single app that will be integrated in Magento when it's built and compiled. And you can change files directly, see the results. So hot module replacement is working. Pleasant developer experience. One more thing, you'll need to have some products in the cart to start developing or to start testing the checkout. And so it will greet you with this page. Enter a cart ID, quote ID. How to get this? You go to the Magento installation, add something to the cart as a guest or as a logged in user, whatever, what you want to test. And then you'll find the cart ID and the session storage. And you can copy and paste it here. And then test the checkout in your custom app. I wanted to talk about the payment methods a bit more. So payment extensions for Hyvä Checkout can be installed via package.json. And there are already two that are ready to be used and available for free on GitHub. The first one is Pay1, developed by us and our friends at WebVisum. And just now, today it was announced multi-safe pay by multi-safe pay itself. So that's great news. So payment providers already start developing extensions for the Hyvä Checkout before it was released at 1.0. So I'm really happy to see that. Also coming soon is PayPal Express and Amazon Pay. WebVisum is working on that and should be finished within the next weeks. These extensions complement the respective Magento extensions. So for the backend, you still install a Magento extension, and here you get everything for the front end for Hyvä Checkout. And how do we include them? Mouse cursor. In the package.json, there's a configuration for payment methods repositories, and you add whatever you want to add with their Git URLs, and then they are going to be cloned into your installation and included in the checkout. How does that work? How do you implement a custom payment method? The extension point are payment renderers. So as you have seen in the demo, the payment methods from Magento are all listed as radio buttons. So you can already choose them, but there's no logic behind it. And for methods like check, money order, or most offline payment methods, that already works, and you don't need any additional code. But for others, you need something like a credit card form or additional logic. And if you look at this example renderers.js from the Pay1 payment extension, this is the main file there. It exports a mapping from Magento payment methods, the payment method code, to a React component. And Pay1 is a great example because it contains many methods from credit card to PayPal, ideal. So you really can take this as a good example if you need to develop your own payment extension. Some will redirect to another page at the end, some will add a form, add some iframes or a request in between to a third-party API. So you'll find almost everything that you can imagine there. And these components then are rendered instead of the plain radio button. Another topic are translations. As I said, the checkout is using translations from Magento by default. But we wouldn't want to load all translations and pass them to the React app. So what we did is specify a list of translatable strings in layout XML, which are then rendered in the template that contains the React app and passed to the checkout. And this way, it's also easily extendable, customizable. So in a custom module, you can add some new strings that needs to be translated in the checkout. For example, for payment methods, they can come with this little additional Magento module that adds translations to the checkout. And if you need to test this in the standalone app during development, you can emulate it via a global variable window checkout translations, which is then hard-coded in the index HTML for development. At some point, you'll want to test how this all works in Magento, or not only as a standalone app. Then you will run the build in production mode, which compiles the React app in the Magento module. That means some JavaScript file in view web something. And this is loaded from the Magento template that uses the real store configuration, translations, and so on. And at this point, you also don't need npm anymore to run. So it's ready compiled JavaScript for the front end. And well, actually, that's it. What I wanted to show. What are the next steps? There are some often requested features that we also find important to implement. That's registering customers during checkout, entering coupon codes on the checkout page. Well, this is definitely on the roadmap, and easier theming options, especially now that we have the possibility with the fallbacks. It would be cool to have an even better separation between what we consider themes, which just styles things and moves things around, and actual functionality. And we might even do this in a way that you can have a theme in a separate repository and provide one or two base themes as an example, how to customize the look and feel of the checkout without changing functionality. And also, we don't want to do this on our own. I mean, it's cool, but it's open source, and in the spirit of open source, any contributions and discussions are welcome. It's already a lot going on with some Hyvä partners and people who already started using it. But let's make this more public. So today we created a channel in the Magento Community Engineering Slack, which is open to anyone, called Hyvä React Checkout. So feel free to join this, ask questions, start discussions, what you want. We also opened GitHub discussions on the repository for things that are not really an issue, but ideas or bigger things to discuss in a more persistent way than the Slack channel. So bring it on. Anything is welcome, ideas, feature requests, feature implementations, test coverage. And now I hope we have enough time for questions and actual questions. Rajeev, will you join me?
Perfect. So first of all, many thanks, Fabian, for this introduction of everything. And I say introduction because a lot of the hard work was done as well by Rajeev. So I think it's awesome to also have Rajeev in the same presentation as well. We had a couple of questions coming in, and actually, let me actually just zoom into a couple of those questions. So first of all, Vyacheslav was actually pretty active with a couple of questions that were answered in the slideshow halfway in between anyway. So he asked about localization, but I think you already mentioned it. And there was another question that I kind of like tried to answer. What about payment methods that have a redirect?
Before
yeah.
I can add something for localization, because that's not only translations, that's also something like, where does the currency symbol go? And we had some trouble with it, and I think we came up with a good solution where we get the, correct me if I'm wrong, Rajeev, we get the local from Magento and then use APIs available in the browser to format the prices.
No, we are actually using the Magento default translations. We are translating from the PageHTML file and put all those translations in a global variable so that the JavaScript part can use it. So that's a method that we are currently using. But initially we were using a different kind of approach where we were using independent CSV files to translate it. But when the community used this module, we got a feedback like it's not a good solution. We need much more support. Like we need to use some kind of solutions like IAT and Next to translate everything. But then we finalized like let's go for the default translation feature of Magento. So that's why for the first stable release, we will be using the Magento default translation itself.
And then Fabian, you also mentioned something regarding the currency formatting. Is Rajeev, is that included in the same mechanism, or that's something else?
Yes, currency formatting is we are adopting the Hyvä way of changing the currency. So in Hyvä we have a format price method. The same method we are using in the checkout.
Yeah,
okay.
This one is using a browser API, so we don't need formatted prices from the backend.
Yes, right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I haven't looked into the Hyvä way to do that, but that's an Alpine JavaScript call then, or?
No, it's I think it's a method in JavaScript itself to format the price. It's not
nice.
Alpine JS, yeah.
Yep.
Exactly.
So there's a, I don't know if it's called I18N or different, but there's something in JavaScript.
It's in JavaScript side, not from React or not from Alpine JS.
Yeah.
No, exactly.
Don't rely on Alpine JS in the checkout at all.
No, and that makes sense because you mentioned also that it's supposed to be used also without Hyvä, and theoretically even in a headless environment. So actually, one question that I came up with as soon as you were demoing also that in the localhost 3000 setting, you could enter the cart ID to just quickly duplicate things in that standalone development environment. But if you want to do the same thing for the customer token, it's a little bit more difficult. Is this something that you've already looked into?
It's actually we need to provide another prompt box for providing the customer token. But right now, what I'm doing is just provide the cart. So when it loads, it will give you an error like you have the authorization issue. It will throw, but we can just log in from the login section. Then we will get the token. Then so it actually, will work fine. Yeah.
That sounds a little bit more easier than the thing that I've been doing. Yes. I've been hacking the local storage just to get it in there. But anyway, so good to hear. Another question that was actually already picked up upon by Willem, but I think it's actually worth it to discuss anyway, from Genevieve. Will the shipping section of the Hyvä checkout be just like the payment methods also really be extensible? So theoretically, instead of just having payment renderers, there could also be a shipment renderer approach.
Yeah, for the current stable release, we are aiming upon this feature won't be there, but like the payment integration we have done, we will provide a solution for shipping also. Like we can keep the custom shipping renderers in a separate repo, and then we can integrate to the Hyvä checkout.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Yeah. Now we have the solution. It's probably easy to duplicate it for shipping. We didn't have the need yet because most shipping methods just show a method and a price, and this already works. But I know methods that add additional forms for selecting packing stations or whatnot. Yeah. So that's something worth implementing. Yeah.
Well, even better because Genevieve is also part of Shipper HQ, if I'm not mistaken. So
HQ has their own checkout.
Well, yeah, but theoretically, it could be integrated, of course, some way or another. I'm not sure about their mechanism and how it could fit in, but yeah, it would be awesome to have them on board using that shipment renderer method as well. And then basically a final question, if I'm correct. Oh, there's another question. How do you handle form validations? So you just mentioned Formic as a library.
With Formic, there is a package called YEP. It will work well with Formic. So we are using the YUP package for the validation. It's pretty easy to configure, and it works well with the Formic library. It's very cool to work with it. It's very easy. We can change all these validations.
Okay, cool. Well, I personally used Formic in the past, but I never used or I heard about YUP in the first place. But good to know.
YUP is a fantastic library. Even the validation is too complex. It will be very easy to tweak it and get the right validation for us. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Hey, and the final question is, of course, to be expected, and the most anticipating question: when is the stable release?
So we need to ask this question to Willem.
Oh wait, oh really? So
I am ready. Fabian ready.
Oh, seriously? So maybe I shouldn't ask you that question then, but ask it later to Willem. But Willem also promoted actually the 7 announcements of Reacticon. So theoretically, I'm not saying anything,
this
but
is one of them.
I don't know.
Is this now stable enough to put a take on it? And well, from our point of view,
but obviously we are getting a couple of issues from the community, because we released the release candidate and people are checking out this module, and we are getting a lot of issues, and we are categorizing those issues, whether we need to include this in the 1.00 release we are aiming upon, and that work is also currently going on. So based on that, we will maybe 1 week or 2 weeks.
Cool.
Depending upon William.
So, well, first of all, Magento is actually notorious for making a stable release full of bugs. So I think you're doing fine. Second, actually, Willem is saying like it's not up to me. So it seems that you're all waiting for each other.
Yeah,
but,
yes, it's up to the community.
Exactly.
I was busy with preparing for Reacticon, so let's give him that. We wanted to talk to him. We will do it afterwards.
Yeah, but anyway, I think the main point is that the release candidate is already out there, and anyone willing to play around with the React checkout or actually already put it into use, because well, it's almost there, and maybe there's only a couple of bugs, but if you're experienced with React, that shouldn't be a problem. In other words, the React checkout is just there for the community to pick up upon. But yeah, so thank you so much. I think it was really a good presentation, and also really worthwhile to dive into the Q&A, and also to basically see the guys behind the React checkout that slowly is now becoming a stable release somewhere in the near future. So thank you so much. I really enjoyed it, and I think the community will definitely benefit from it. So thank you. Next up is actually another great addition towards to the whole Hyvä ecosystem, but also the Hyvä stack that is slowly growing. John Hughes with his integration of PageBuilder. But before we go into that, even though we're a little bit behind schedule, that's only 5 minutes behind schedule. I would say that we first go into a little break of 5 minutes again. And then after 5 minutes, John Hughes is going to join us with his work upon the PageBuilder and Hyvä integration. See you back in 5 minutes.
Cool.
Go for it, as in we're live. Hey, John.
Hey.
Good to see you.
Yeah, you too.
So I've been giving you shout outs since the start of the day, as in working with PageBuilder and a lot of other things. And I do remember that actually you and your agency were one of the first to do something with PageBuilder and Bluefoot in the past as well, right?
Yeah, the first talk I ever gave was on how to extend Bluefoot. So I feel like a bit like an actor who's pigeonholed themselves and typecast into a role now. So I just keep doing CMS talks. But,
exactly. While you're also known for other things like stop flushing the cache and stuff like that. No, so I think you're well known in the whole Magento community. But it's also kind of funny that I don't know about the Bluefoot architecture back then, but PageBuilder currently is based upon Knockout, Require, and jQuery, and a lot of things that we love about Magento in the administration. However, as soon as you turn it back into the front end, you've done something really good by integrating PageBuilder and Hyvä. So I'm also wondering whether sooner or later we can also build Alpine-based components and widgets for the PageBuilder in the backend.
Yeah, I think that'd be the kind of the real long-term dream or goal.
Exactly.
It's only something that I've not been able to do as of yet, but you never know.
No, exactly. Yeah. But anyway, so you're here. You're also part of the Hyvä community, simply because I guess you love working with the new storefront of Hyvä, working much more in an efficient way with tools that you can actually embrace and love instead of just going backwards in time.
Yes, definitely. It's been refreshing and definitely more enjoyable development experience from what's been told from everyone else in our team. So yeah.
Perfect. Well, so let's get into details because you're all lined up with a presentation about that integration between PageBuilder and Hyvä. So if you're ready.
Yeah, let's go.
Perfect. Enjoy.
Okay. And I was going to say I've nicked all your zoo animals, so you'll find them dotted about just for a bit of fun. So. Okay, so yeah, this is Hyvä and PageBuilder. Take you through a little journey of how I managed to get PageBuilder support working with Hyvä. So a little bit about me. I'm the technical director of Fylgja. I've worked with Magento for nearly 10 years now. Most of the time, my day job is a solution architect specialist. I'm at this point a semi-retired developer, apart from doing this Hyvä stuff with PageBuilder. And my general passion is trying to help merchants and developers get more from Magento too. I'm also a bit orange obsessed, as you can see, with all my gadgets and bits and pieces. And I've been working with the Mage open source community alliance, or MOSCA, or MageOS, as you want to call it, over the past few weeks to help try and protect and improve the monolith as we go forward into the future. So first off, a little bit of an overview. So I'm going to give a rough overview of what PageBuilder is, why it was a challenge, and what the different options we had for getting it compatible with Hyvä. I'll run through the final solution, talk about how you can use it in your own project, and a little bit of a roadmap of future things. I won't dwell on this slide, but obviously people have talked about Hyvä enough today. Willem's obviously been through plenty of things. I did write an article earlier in the year about more of a merchant-facing guide for why you should consider Hyvä. So there's a link there. Okay, so PageBuilder. It is a drag and drop CMS editor. It is directly integrated into the admin panel in Magento. Once it's enabled, it does replace the tiny MCE WYSIWYG we've all grown accustomed to over the years, and it was built in-house by Magento, or Adobe now. And obviously it's the successor to Bluefoot CMS, as Jisse noted a minute ago. It allows us to create anyone to create flexible layouts. You don't really need a developer input at all once it's up and running. It's got many content types, and it's highly customized and extensible. And it was Adobe Commerce only, so I've now crossed that out because as of 2.4.3, which came out early August, it's now part of open source, which is great. So this is a wider audience that can be involved with PageBuilder now. So it's a good thing for everybody. Okay, so the different content types that PageBuilder offers out of the box include structural things like rows, columns, and tabs. Got like general elements, things like text and headings, HTML areas if you want to add some custom code, images and videos, banners and sliders. You can add products as well, either just as like a grid or an actual carousel. You can integrate Google Maps. You can also add CMS blocks, so you can kind of create up multiple levels of content and reuse and share them across different pages and other blocks and elsewhere. There are still a few commerce-only features that are worth making note of that aren't in open source. So the content staging and preview functionality, where you can actually make changes upfront and preview them without putting them live straight away and schedule them as well. It's still commerce-only. There's something called dynamic blocks in Commerce too, which is makes use of customer segmentation, where you can show different content to different people based on different conditions. So whether they've got something in their basket or added something to their wish list or bought something in the last so many days, that's all commerce only features. And there's also Adobe's product recommendations functionality has a page builder element that again is only available if you're on Commerce. So where can you use PageBuilder? Actually, in exactly the same places that Vinai mentioned in his CMS JIT talk earlier. CMS pages, CMS blocks. Use them in widgets too via blocks, and you can also use them in WYSIWYG type attributes, so product and category descriptions as an example. So why would you want to use PageBuilder? So it is now the de facto CMS for Magento, not just for commerce, but for all versions. It is pretty powerful from a merchant's point of view. It's got a lot of good features out of the box. It's got a good user experience too. Dragging and dropping things and moving things around is pretty easy and quite fun to work with. It's obviously integrated directly into the admin panel, so you haven't got to manage a third-party CMS system or pay for one. And that last line was more when it was you're paying for a commerce license, but still it comes out of the box from Magento now. Merchants expect it to work, so that was kind of why PageBuilder, especially with Hyvä in mind. Equally, why might you not want to use PageBuilder? I'll be honest, it doesn't have the best developer experience. It is a great system, but it can be a little bit painful to affect change on the front end. You can't modify the HTML output without a great deal of rework. Obviously, there's no preview or versioning or scheduling without commerce. And then on the flip side, whilst it's good that it's integrated into Magento for some users, for others, having it tied into Magento might not be a good thing if you want to share content across multiple places, not just your website. And I'm sure Adobe would agree, because they obviously push things like Adobe Experience Manager, which is a similar kind of thing. So if PageBuilder isn't right for you, there's a few other alternatives you might want to consider. So Storyblock's got a great integration that works with Luma and Hyvä. There's a Prismic integration that's been built that also supports Luma and Hyvä, and the Mage on PageBuilder has also been made Hyvä compatible. And they all support Hyvä, those solutions. So what is PageBuilder for Hyvä? As it stands, it's just a compatibility module. It's nothing fancy. So as it comes out of the box, PageBuilder only supports Luma or Luma-based themes, so the blank theme as well. So essentially, the front-end output is built up using Less and Require.js and jQuery. So without those installed, things don't work as you'd expect, like carousels or sliders or whatever else. Yeah, so the compatibility module also adds support for all the existing content types, and it aims to retain all the performance benefits of Hyvä. There's a quick kind of example of what it might look like. Just a brief example of a slider and a product list there. We'll cover some more examples in a bit. And then finally, why did I build this? So at Fisheye, we build CMS heavy sites. We mostly work on commerce, and at the time, PageBuilder wasn't on open source. I was really excited about Hyvä Themes when Willem announced it at Reacticon last year. And I guess the curious kind of nature of myself and the fact that if we were going to work with Hyvä Themes, we would need support. I just wanted to see if it would work and just kept going down the rabbit hole, essentially. So let's have before we go on to the Hyvä solution, let's have a quick look at how PageBuilder itself works. And as Jisse noted again earlier, it's knockout and UI components, which not everyone's favorite, but we'll dive in and have a little look. So I'm not going to go through the entirety of how PageBuilder works, but I'm focused on the templates for the actual output, the HTML output that you're going to get on the front end, because that's essentially what we need to work with when it comes to supporting Hyvä. So essentially, PageBuilder works by rendering what are called master templates. These are HTML templates. They're built using Knockout and are actually rendered in the admin scope in the admin panel when you save your CMS page or block or your attributes. And then they're flattened down and stored as raw HTML in the database. So we take a simple example like a heading. So we've got a H2 here with the title of just some heading. If we were to save that, sorry, this is the master template for that. So you can see there's a knockout file here with lots of if statements for the different heading types. You'll see we've got a few different things in there like attributes, CSS, and the knockout styles and the actual HTML that's going to live within it. So a lot of the kind of data attributes that end up getting put out on the front end are pulled from the kind of the knockout data that's managed in the admin panel when you're building these things. So once we save our page or block with that H2 in it, with the content that we have, you can see we've got a data content type equals heading. So every PageBuilder content type has this field, and it will have whatever the element is, so heading or text or video or image, that kind of thing. Appearances are just different looks. They're used for styling purposes more than anything. And there's also the data PB style, which is kind of like an inline styling thing, and I'll come on to that again in a minute. And then once things are saved and you want to reload them in the admin panel, there's also preview templates. So the raw HTML pulled back out of the database, reconverted back into the preview that you then see in the admin panel, so you can go back and edit it further should you wish. It's an example of a preview template, obviously a little bit more involved, a little bit more code going on, but I'm not going to go into detail on those right now. Finally, the storefront output, because it's raw HTML in the database, it's just like using the old WYSIWYG editor. It's what you put in there is what you get out, essentially. Any CSS then on top is achieved via a series of left files that PageBuilder ships with, as well as those inline styles I mentioned before, the data PB style. So you can't necessarily see it on this example, but if I just go back a couple of slides, you might be able to see just at the top here, we've got HTML body tags, so an ID that gets added to the body tag by PageBuilder. And then you get these different data PB styles. So this one here, we're beginning with LXT. You can also see down here, it's actually for the row that the heading's in. So those styles get applied to that element. It's just all the different things you can add in PageBuilder. Some of them need to be set in line like that, so they get set just above the content. It's not too dissimilar from how the CMS JIT module works in terms of just putting styles just above the area they're related to. Okay, and then finally on the storefront, we've got JavaScript widgets. So these have the dynamic stuff. So sliders, carousels, Google Maps, parallax effects, tabs, all that kind of stuff. They're used both in the front end and admin. So they're used in the preview side and the admin, so actually in the base area. As an example of a banner. So that mostly they are built using Require.js, as is all the JavaScript in default kind of Luma-based themes. And they do make use of jQuery here and there, but there aren't any knockout in these. There's no knockout in the front end output by default. Okay, so that's how PageBuilder roughly works. Next, going to look at the solution options that I had when it came to trying to make this thing compatible. We're probably going to rattle through these quite quickly because there's a few other bits I want to get to and make sure I don't run out of time. So 3 options. One is modify those master templates we saw. Second would be to kind of build up a big data object of all the information against elements that you've created in the admin panel and try and re-implement all the markup, passing all that data through and pulling it all back together. And third is just recreating the JavaScript widgets that are currently in Luma and porting any CSS, so the list that's already there. No suspense, straight into the spoilers. I went with the third option, and I'll run through why in a minute. Let's have a look at the other options. So first off, modifying the master templates would give us full control over the markup. It's a bit painful to work with because they're knockout templates, but in theory, you could add Alpine bindings to the markup. You could also add Tailwind CSS in line. One of the main issues with that is because this is done in the admin scope, you wouldn't be able to change it per theme. on your store. So it's global, so it's not particularly extensible. It's also the master storage used for the database, so it's quite tightly coupled in that whatever the template is, that's also the storage format. So if we start editing that, we can break things. So overriding the master templates in PageBuilder is a bad idea for maintainability and upgradability. So that's one idea off the table. Second is using the data object. Again, give us full control over the markup. We can make full use of whatever we want, so Alpine and Tailwind, and we'll be able to alter it per store, per theme. And actually, this is how it works for PWA Studio. It's just obviously using React instead of Alpine and Tailwind. So this is an image taken from Magento's dev docs, actually. It shows the process of how it works. Excuse me. Essentially, the raw HTML is read out of the database. It's passed through to this integration framework that will pull it all apart and basically pass it to the relevant React components that have been built. So again, there'll be equivalent React components for headings, text, banners, whatever. So that's the way that Magento and Adobe have achieved PWA Studio, which is great. But there's a lot of things to recreate, and I didn't have time to do that essentially. So it's not a solution that's been created yet, but maybe in future that's the long-term one that should be looked at. And again, here's just my kind of showing how many different fields that you can have. This appears on every content type. This is an example of all the fields on a banner. There's quite a lot of stuff to recreate. So finally, the way I went recreating the JS widgets and the CSS, we don't have control over the markup, which isn't great, but it's no different to Luma. You don't have control over the markup if you use PageBuilder on Luma right now. So you can't really add that up on a Tailwind. Have to use just vanilla JavaScript to re-implement anything that we want to add, such as the sliders and that kind of thing. Because I can't use Tailwind, I've had to use post CSS. So these are the files that live within the Tailwind theme, and use things like apply to recreate the styles. But it does mean we can have different JavaScript and CSS per storefront, per theme. And after getting to this point of digging in and working out which way to go, it didn't take that long to recreate these things, which, even though I didn't have the joy or the ability to work with the market, was still quite refreshing. So it's just a few reasons. Like I said, option 2 would be better, but would be more to maintain. It's just going to take a lot longer. And yeah, I'm just focused on something much quicker. I just wanted to get things done so we could get building Hoover sites for our merchants and continue to do the job that I'm supposed to be doing day to day. So yeah, that's how it works. Nice and easy, plug and play, right? So let's have a little look at the solution in a little bit more detail. So it's built in a dedicated module at the moment. It's a Hoover PageBuilder module. It recreates all the widgets that are currently built in Require.js and jQuery. It replaces any external libraries where needed. Obviously, with one of the key things of Hoover is to try and not use any external dependencies where possible. All the CSS, all the less was ported to post CSS. They also integrated it with the Hoover product list template, so we've got consistency over certain things. So it's not a different product list template to the one that you'd use on category pages or elsewhere on the site. Okay, so first thing is that a lot of the content types don't need widgets at all. So many of them don't rely on JavaScript to work, and just by replacing a bit of CSS, many worked kind of out of the box essentially. So columns, headings, text, even images and videos, they just work because they're fairly simple. Obviously, some of the CSS is pretty critical. So without the CSS, the columns don't really work properly. Columns wouldn't respond on mobile, for example. And these are the list of the 6 widgets that I ended up creating. So it's not a one-for-one match to what's in the default page builder. It's just, it made sense to me. So there's one for buttons, there's one for carousels, which is for the sliders and the product list. There's one for the Google Map. There's one for the parallax effects, which are used in multiple places. There's one for the ability to show things on hover, which is used in banners and sliders. And finally, there's one for the tabs. All the widgets kind of follow a similar pattern. Essentially, they find elements in the DOM using that the data attribute I mentioned earlier, where it tells you what the content type is, and then apply some logic or animation based on what we're trying to do. A few things do rely on external libraries still, which have either been ported or they've been replaced with a more lightweight solution. So there's nothing that depends on jQuery. Everything is very lightweight and it's only loaded when needed. So if you don't have anything that requires a carousel on screen, the carousel library that's been selected isn't loaded on the page, for example. Okay, so let's run through kind of the process then. So first off, a bit of layout XML. So this is in the default.xml in the module. So we had all these widgets before. By the end, they run at the end. They're put at the bottom of the page on purpose, because we don't need them necessarily to. We've got all the other content on the page. So yeah, it's just a standard layout output. Then with each one of the templates, we have dedicated functions to replicate the original logic. So this one here is for the buttons and the functionality for buttons in PageBuilder. There's an option for merchants to be able to select whether they'd like all their buttons the same width for consistency. So this literally just finds all the button link elements on the page, loops through each of the buttons, checks which one has the largest width basically, and sets all the buttons at that width. Again, this is just copying what Magento is doing in its default files. Those functions aren't triggered straight away. They're only triggered on an event, normally DOM content loaded. And then there's the document.query selector all to find all of the different content, all of the instances of that content type on the page. So again, if that content type isn't found, the function is not called, JavaScript doesn't run for those particular elements. Next, if we've got an external library, like I said, we only load it when we need to. So this is the carousels example. We add the script manually, and we only append it if elements are found on the page. Lastly, we wrap everything in a self-invoking function, so none of this JavaScript pollutes the global namespace to avoid conflicts. And these are the different types. So like I said, there's the buttons I mentioned where the widths are all the same size. We've got tabs. This is actually the only area where Alpine is sort of used. We're actually applying the Alpine binding via JS, which is a little bit hacky, but it works well, and it saves writing an entire tab solution out of vanilla JavaScript. There's the show on hover, which allows banners and sliders to have overlays and buttons that appear on hover. And we've got the parallax. This can be applied to background images and videos on rows and banners. This does use an external library. It uses something called Jaralax. This is the one that is actually used in the default PageBuilder solution. It is fairly lightweight and doesn't have any dependencies. And then we've got the Google Maps, which allows adding as many markers as you like with some text content to a user-defined map area. Okay, and then lastly, the carousel, which is for sliders and products. So this allows you to swipe through things, and we've got arrows and dot navigation and autoplay. So in default PageBuilder, this was built by Slick, which depends on jQuery and was quite bloated. I didn't fancy building my own vanilla JavaScript slider carousel tool. So I just opted for something called glider.js, which is incredibly lightweight. The only thing I had to build myself was the autoplay, because it didn't have that built in. And for the navigation, the dots and arrows have been taken from the other areas where Willem's built them previously for other carousels that are built with Alpine. So there's some consistency in the look and feel. Some things had to be dropped. So there's no fade transition animation. There's no continuous scrolling where you start populating items at the end of the carousel, just with time and performance in mind more than anything else. For the CSS, like I said, everything's less in the default files, and are split into many files. There's probably 20 or 30 different less files, many of them with no more than 5 or 10 lines of code in by the licenses. I just felt it was easier to just put them all in one post CSS file. And also the inline style support was ready, so that's that adding the HTML body ID back to the body tag needed to be done by layout XML. So yeah, as I mentioned, the post CSS files, they are split quite logically. And there's not, like, as you can see there, there's not a great deal of styles for some of the areas. The text and headings literally have got 3 lines of code each, literally one CSS selector each. So they're all split based on how you see them in the admin panel. So I'd say they're quite logical and easy to find and work with. Using Tailwind's apply functionality, so where possible, we are using utility classes where the relevant selectors and values could be found and mapped. Where not, then I've had to output them manually. So things like that background attachment with scroll important, which is again just ported from the less files. It's just been put there. Finally, we're using things like screen as well. So we are hooking into the theme to find breakpoints that come with the Tailwind theme. Product lists, fortunately, I had to use a plugin to override these templates in the module because they're set via a JavaScript file in the admin panel when saving content. So not the nicest, but there was no real other way of doing it. But both templates have been rebuilt, as I mentioned earlier, and they both support the Hyvä per item template. So it's all consistent with the way product lists are dealt with in Hyvä. So this is the part where I show you quickly a little demo. It's not a particularly fancy one, but here is a PageBuilder page. I'm just going to refresh it quickly, make sure everything's up to date. So here's a carousel with autoplay. We can drag things and let go. We can use the navigation. If I can actually click in the right place. We've got these horrible UX things like overlay and hover that I hate, but we've recreated them because they're there in the default one. We've got product lists we can scroll through. We've got parallax effects. We've got a Google Maps. You have to forgive them using a developer license. So it tells me it's development area. So yeah, we've got all these bits. So there's the fisheye office over in Shrewsbury. Just stuck a Netherlands in there for the home of Hyvä and Reacticon. So there's a map. Finally, I'm sure most people in the Magento space love a bit of e-commerce aholic, so I've just embedded a video so we can tank our page speed score. Although to be fair, this is a parallax background video and it doesn't load until you scroll down to it. So actually, this one's pretty decent. So that's just a very basic little demo of it working in Hyvä. Okay. So let's have a quick look at performance. I'm not gonna spend long here. I think we've probably talked enough about the differences between Luma and Hyvä at this point. So let's have a little look. So it was all done using the same storefront with same Magento instance with two storefronts. And I ran using the mobile profile. So it's the same content added to the admin area basically, and just shown on the two storefronts. So no surprises. Luma didn't do too well, scoring 28. Whereas Hyvä, we managed to still be at 98. So it was obviously quite a large difference. Things to consider, as Willem mentioned earlier on today, your page speeds can easily drop if you put the wrong things in the wrong places. Google Maps is probably the worst offender out of PageBuilder, as is the videos. If you use an actual video, not a video background, they just load on page load. So yeah, avoid using those on key pages. So you can see there, it's already absolutely tanked the performance just by adding those in. So yeah, key takeaway is you do not need to put a map or a video on your key landing pages. Just try and avoid it, or try and lazy load them if possible. Okay, adding things to your own theme. At the moment, it's a module, so it's installed via Composer. You do need to copy the CSS over to your theme and add it to your Tailwind, your source file outside of the purging section, because we can't really purge the content because we can't see the files to purge. So we need to include all of it. Unfortunately, it doesn't add a great deal of additional weight to the default production output, but it obviously does add a little bit, and then you need to recompile. If you want to override things yourself, obviously you can just override the template files that are in the module in your own theme, as you would with any template file. For the CSS, you can just modify the file that you've copied over, or if you want to add your own file with your own styles in it, that's up to you. Just make sure it's included in the CSS source file. One of the downsides of the way that PageBuilder works with not having control over the markup does mean that all the CSS has to be on this post CSS file. So it does mean you have to recompile styles every time you change them and want to view your output. So yeah, that's probably the biggest downside, but it's still better than doing the same with less on a Luma theme. It can coexist with Luma as well. If you've got a store where you've got Hyvä and Luma installed, we're using the falling back to the Hyvä theme module and using these Hyvä check. We use Hyvä prefix layouts as well. So yeah, you can use both at the same time without any issues. If you need to migrate from Luma, it's kind of the same case in terms of if there's anything custom that you've added or anything you've ever written, you'd obviously need to recreate that. But otherwise, it should just work, I say, hopefully. Thought I'd just add a little bit about how we use it at Fisheye. So this is a design on the right-hand side for a site that we're building at the moment. So what we normally do, our creative director will design lots of different content rows made up of all the different page builder content types that we then use across different places on the site. So on the home page, category landing pages, or other just smaller little pieces here and there. So again, yeah, and I'm reusing GIFs. It is PageBuilder is plug and play, but we kind of just add a little bit more in terms of all these content rows. And then what we do is, because PageBuilder's got a field for CSS classes in the admin panel on the element on every element, we just assign classes to these different content types. So we might have 3 rows that all use banners in columns, but they all look very different. So we'll just add 3 different CSS classes to those that the merchant can then use later to affect change in how they want things to look on the front end. Obviously, all those styles based on the classes that you can add in the admin panel, we have to add in post CSS files in the theme. We'll then create examples in the admin panel for the merchants, save relevant blocks of content as templates for reuse, and obviously provide training to the merchant on how to use it and give them a bit of a reference guide. That's the way we found it works best. Obviously, you can give them full power control and give them things like the CMS JIT module, like Vinai demoed earlier, but that comes with its own kind of, as he mentioned, sometimes it's too much power to give a merchant. It's a great tool. They've just got to be careful and find the right balance. So yeah, normally we find this approach of giving them a set of predefined classes to work to is the best approach. Okay, so if you built your own custom page builder content types in the past, are they supported? Short answer, yes. Longer answer is you'll obviously need to recreate the custom things you built. So if you add any custom styles and if you've got any custom JavaScript, then you'll need to port them in the same way that I've done in this compatibility module. If you are thinking of building a page builder content type, the documentation on the Magento Dev Docs is actually really solid. There's a really good overview of how to build a new content type, how to extend them, and all sorts of other things. And yeah, if you've already got your custom content, you can easily have one module that supports both Luma and Hyvä, again using Hyvä prefix layout handles. But equally, if you want to have a completely separate compatibility module, that would work as well. So a little look at the roadmap, and yeah, at this point I've run out of zoo animals, so I've started recycling them. Never mind. So yeah, a little look at what might be to come. Hopefully, PageBuilder is no longer going to be a separate module for Hyvä. It's going to be part of the core. Given it's now part of open source, it's on every Magento install that ships. So it would potentially make sense, like all the other core Magento modules, to move it to the core Hyvä theme and the Hyvä theme module, which is always a mouthful to say in one sentence. Merge requests are open on GitLab for those at the moment, and Vinai has very kindly had a look at those for me, so we'll see where that goes. If it is the case, the module will obviously be deprecated, and one of the other bonuses, there'll be no more custom install steps, and all the hacky things like having to override templates with plugins is gone. I can just put them in the right place in the theme, which is great. Other things potentially on a roadmap of sorts from myself. This is not Hyvä specifically. So something we've done internally at Fisheye that I've not had a chance to pull out and share in terms of the image content types in PageBuilder. They don't at the moment have like loading equals lazy tags on them or set widths and heights. So that's something that obviously an obvious improvement that can be made to PageBuilder content. And as I mentioned earlier, that the inline videos, not the background ones, they don't they aren't lazy loaded. They yeah, so ideally they'd be better off not loading until somebody clicks on them, that kind of thing. And then again, my personal little roadmap, I'm considering making some some new content types or content types to replace some of the default ones, just with a focus on simplified and minimal components, because I do find some of them a little bit, there's just too many options, and I don't really like all the kind of, show buttons on hover and that kind of thing. It doesn't really work when most people use mobiles to shop these days. And again, just with a focus on performance, would be released as separate modules and may also support Lima. So no promises on that. It's just something that's floating around my head at the moment. Finally, I think as Jisse mentioned at the start, maybe in future there'll be a full replacement where we've got this ideal final version where we can actually support Tailwind and Alpine all in one. It's not in my plans right now, purely because I just don't have the time. But if Hyvä does it or somebody else does it, I'd be the first to switch over and happy to kind of deprecate or remove anything I've done to this point. Okay, so in summary then, the module's available now. It's on Hyvä's GitLab. So if you've got a Hyvä license, you have access to it. The README's got all the instructions in it. There is also a feature matrix Google Sheet that shows what's been made compatible, which is pretty much everything at this point, bar the few tiny little things that I mentioned. Contributions and improvements are definitely welcomed. I'm certainly wouldn't put myself as a front-end developer, so there's probably some improvements to the default CSS that ships that could be made. If anyone wants to jump in and help, you're more than welcome to. And as Vinai mentioned earlier, it does work with the CMS JIT module. And yeah, finally, hopefully it'll be integrated into the Hyvä core scene. Just a few kind of notes of thanks to Willem and Vinai and Hyvä in general for kind of support and encouragement whilst I did this earlier in the year and recently while I've been looking at merging it into the core. And team at Fisheye for helping review code review and feedback earlier in the year, especially Dan, our head of development. And a shout out to Dave McCauley, who's obviously now doing good things on the PWA side of things. It was one of the PageBuilder lead developers who helped point me in the right direction with replacing the widgets again earlier in the year. And that is it. So thanks very much. Yeah, if there's any questions, I will try and do my best to answer them.
Yeah, so perfect, John. Thank you so much for this insight into the whole integration, and sorry for not supplying more animal pictures.
I wanted. There is no giraffe. I wanted the giraffe.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, next time I'll do better. We got a series of questions. So yeah, let's dive into a couple of them. For instance, Vinai was wondering, wouldn't creating a JSON object be more work to support the custom component types compared to the current approach of only converting CSS and JavaScript?
Would it be more work? Yes, I would assume yes.
So it's basically kind of like a confirmation that the current path is maybe not wrong at all, and maybe it's good enough even for the future. That's basically, I think, his point.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I think it's just for the future. I feel the one thing I miss from Bluefoot personally is control over the templates on the front end. We had complete control over the HTML, and back then it was obviously less or SAS, and you had control over the CSS classes you put in your markup, and at the moment you don't have that at all. It just feels a little bit counterintuitive to have to work with what's there, and obviously it doesn't work with Tailwind very well at all because Tailwind needs you to have control of the markup.
Yeah, but so theoretically, PageBuilder would need to be rewritten to be totally Tailwind compatible, and I think that's also totally undoable. So it's kind of like trying to combine two different worlds, and I think you've done simply a great job. Another question from Klaas. Does this implementation that you mentioned using JavaScript as well, doesn't it cause an acceptable amount of layout shift because of the initialization of the widgets on demand being loaded? So maybe if you could comment specifically on the layout shift as it is part of the core web vitals.
There's very little from our experience working with it. Most of the styles are there. So when you're adding a lot of things in PageBuilder, many of the elements have things like minimum height values in the admin panel you can set. So I think they get around it that way. Imagery, like I say, there's no lazy loading and widths and heights at the moment. So that sometimes can cause an issue, but generally we've not had any what I'm looking for. We've not had any issues with layout shifts from our work with it so far.
No, exactly. Yeah,
been pretty good.
And another question: how much work would it be to upgrade all of the Hyvä templates and basically the Hyvä side of things whenever PageBuilder itself is being upgraded? Have you had any experiences with like a lot of work caused by PageBuilder upgrades?
Not noticed too much so far. I mean, I'll be honest, I haven't had time to check in any of them, if there's been any major CSS changes in the recent versions as it's been on open source. Things still seem to work fairly well, but because it's only the front end output, it's literally only those widgets and the less files that impact us if other things get changed in PageBuilder, it doesn't really impact the front end output, and the components, the content types they have right now are fairly set in stone. They don't seem to be adding too many different changes to them. If they add new ones in future, obviously they'd need supporting, but yeah.
Yeah. Another question from Vinai. Can we build custom content types for Hyvä specifically with full control over the HTML?
So when you build your own content type, you've got full control over the HTML because you're the one creating the master.html knockout file. So you decide what goes in there. The problem again is that's in the admin scope and you can't change it per storefront apart from the CSS and the JavaScript side. So in order to have full control over the HTML, realistically, you'd need the JSON object and you'd need to do all that stuff.
Yeah, and that's a totally different approach, of course, compared to the current approach of the Hyvä integration, but also the current approach of PageBuilder, if I'm correct.
Like I said, it's what PWA Studio have done. They work with the HTML that's saved to the database, and they pull it all out and re-pull it apart again, which isn't the most efficient, but they've made that decision probably before PWA Studio was thought about, and they've got to live with how it works. So I think it would have to be the same approach.
Exactly, yeah. And how modern is this whole integration? So, for instance, if you would be replacing Glider.js with something else, so that's basically part of the Hyvä integration. Is that doable instead of just creating a custom content type?
Yes, it's all in one template file. I mean, that the carousel is probably the most involved. So there's probably a good 100, maybe 200 lines of JavaScript in that template file that finds all the relevant things, works with all the settings, and does the autoplay. Like I said, I had to build manually. But if you want to swap it out for some other popular carousel library, then by all means you can. It's just you're going to have to hook things up yourself, unfortunately. But it's literally replacing one template file.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And one more question from myself. You were talking and actually looking forward to your whole solution being part of the Hyvä core as well. And I think you've mentioned that simply because of the manual steps currently involved, right? So that the purging needs to be modified, the CSS needs to be added, and to ease that pain, basically it could be integrated then into the default theme, I guess.
Correct. Yes, that's what the merge request that's open on GitLab at the moment does. It puts it into the default theme. There are no install steps needed. There are no hacky overrides for product template files needed. So it's all just in there. Would work as soon as you installed Hyvä.
Yeah. So personally, I was just wondering also whether we couldn't come up with an even smarter solution, because theoretically, every time that there's a third-party extension delivering its own CSS as a workaround, because you can't do it the Tailwind way, then every time that copying needs to be in place. So theoretically, because the Tailwind configuration is JavaScript, so we maybe could just be really smart with something, trying to discover all of these CSS files manually or something. I don't know, but
potentially, you'd be back at Magento Luma's underscore module.left
stuff like that
solution, wouldn't you?
For sure. But then done with a different technology stack that is at least a little bit more modern. So. Anyway, I think it was really insightful. If there's any other additional questions, don't feel just make sure that you can still ask John about it in the Reacticon Slack, but also likewise logically in the Hyvä Slack as well. So thank you so much, John. It was a pleasure.
Yeah, my pleasure as well. It was great. Thank you.
Good luck with the cold. We're running a little bit behind schedule, but I think sticking around anyway is worth it because we still have really exciting talks coming up. Let's go into a break of 5 minutes, but then afterwards, there's actually going to be Sean van Zuidam, another Dutch guy with, not a weird name, but maybe something in his presentation that sounds a little bit weirdish, as in, hey, but now we have Hyvä and let's remove Tailwind. That's kind of like a shocker, maybe somewhere, but it maybe makes sense also for the modular approach of Hyvä itself. So we're going to be back in 5 minutes with Sean van Zuidam, also focusing upon his own CSS framework, Fylgja, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. I'm not sure. So make sure to be back in 5 minutes and see each other soon. And welcome back. I'm not sure actually on the listing to which number of speaker we're ending up, like the 30th or the 25th speaker, but it's a huge lineup. However, I'm really excited to have Sean in this call. And actually, the funny thing is your little picture in Zoom says Ruud, but Ruud is sitting across of you. This is Sean. Hi, Sean.
Hi, Jisse.
And you're going to talk about something that I already announced earlier before going into the break. Something that I think is really important in the whole Hyvä ecosystem. Kind of like removing Tailwind, and that's kind of like trying to prove a point instead of just being silly or experimental. You've actually written your own CSS framework, Fylgja.
Fylgja.
Yeah.
it's Norse or Nordic, if you pronounce it correctly. So yeah, it's another of those special words from the north.
The IKEA brands.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It actually stands for your spirit animal.
Cool.
So
special meaning, and hopefully it also has a special meaning to the whole Hyvä community, because to my feeling, it seems as if everyone is just adopting Hyvä not only for the reset theme and its flexibility and its simplicity, but also for Tailwind and Alpine. But there's also people that are, well, kind of like against it. We had from the Snowdog team, we had Bartek Igielski on Monday, who basically pointed out that he disliked the whole Alpine approach. And that's basically good and awesome to hear different opinions about different frameworks, instead of just blindly going into one direction, like, well, knockouts. So instead of just redoing history, it's good to have a fresh mind upon new things. And that's where I think also your solution fits in nicely. But yeah, it's kind of fake for me to talk about something without you having introduced it. So let's just get to it, I would say. The floor is yours. So as soon as you start sharing your screen, you can just kickstart the whole presentation.
Oh, I need to first share my screen actually in Zoom. So, and I have a bad feeling I need to reboot my Zoom call. Yes, I'll be back in a very short second. This Mac hasn't rebooted for Zoom to allow screen sharing.
Big oops. I'll just go offline and I'll make sure that everybody's entertained for a few seconds. So the thing is actually that Sean and Ruud are right here in this room together with me, meaning that we're running the whole Reacticon show. And it's sometimes a little bit chaotic with OBS and Zoom and all of these different settings. And now they swapped places because Ruud was doing the presentation earlier. But yeah, that should be just fixed in a few moments. So there's Sean already.
Yes.
Perfect.
I'm back with my screen and we're going to share the desktop. So let's first head to the slides and close that thing up. Present, and here we go. So yes, I started a little project with my father, Ruud, to actually build the Hyvä frontend using a different CSS approach, which is not Tailwind. To do specific things and try to optimize it in a different way. And pretty much that started a little experiment that actually came to a nice result. So let's start with the first part, who am I? For those that know me, I live in Zwolle. I work in Kampen at More Digital. A little shout out to the guys there and girls. I'm well, let's say a person that is really nuts with when it comes to CSS, newest techniques and stuff that happens in that land. I always try it. So that is also one of probably the reasons I look a little bit more skeptical to the old Tailwind approach, and thought, well, let's try it a different way. And yeah, so that's one of the things that started. I also built a CSS framework before Hyvä even existed, but Fylgja released probably a little bit later than that, long development cycle, as I can call it, where I was trying to improve actually Bootstrap 2 in the initial phases. So Fylgja was introduced as an add-on package to Bootstrap 2. And as the years expanded, we changed it and modified it, and then it became much more like a Bootstrap or Bulma. And then we thought, well, this is not how we want to do stuff. And we moved to a much more componentized system where every block of CSS that you use and the defaults for a card style and all that stuff is moved to its own package. And you can only use that part of the package without needing all the other parts. So let's go and, to that part I just explained. So Fylgja is a combination of all the nice powers that we have in the CSS world in frameworks we see here and there, combined into one framework. So yes, Fylgja also ships with CSS utilities. We also ship with native styles, meaning you don't even write a CSS class at all. It's just styled on the HTML component as it is, and CSS components. So this simplifies the HTML structure and gives you a lot of flexibility to have a nice foundation where you can build your own custom styles upon into one framework. So most definitely try it out. Check it out at fylgja.dev. I will probably put the URL in the Slack channel later on. But first, let's go back to Hyvä. Why is Hyvä great? Well, I actually stole the image from Willem's last year's slide and modified it a little bit more modern. So Laravel is not on top on it anymore. And it's just the Hyvä logo this time. But Hyvä is really great, and it just offers a lot of flexibility and simplicity in the current Magento frontend. It's way easier if you compare it to the Luma-based frontend, where it's all hooked in with a lot of JavaScript. You need to first, as a developer, move that all away and start fresh, and it takes a lot of time and effort. So thanks to Hyvä, we don't have to, and it's fast. So yeah, that makes it a perfect place to actually start fresh on. So why change Tailwind CSS for something else? Let's get into that hot topic. As you might have noticed during the Reacticon, a lot of people have been talking actually adding Tailwind CSS to their projects because of simplicity. It's easier to work with, especially if you're not a front-end developer, but a developer from another tech stack, like a backender or someone that just does JavaScript. It's really easy to get into because the only thing you need to understand is the logic of the CSS classes and not really the CSS logic behind it. So let's talk for the first bullet point. Well, why change it? Well, first off, adding CSS components. Well, Tailwind does offer a lot of boilerplate HTML with their CSS melted in there. Adding CSS components just as CSS, where it was meant to live, adds a lot of flexibility and also reduces your DOM size, makes the code more readable. There are several advantages for it. Of course, there are also disadvantages, and that's one of the reasons why Tailwind got so popular in the first place. It is more CSS. Yes, we're going to be using display flex on multiple points. It doesn't mean the CSS has to be bigger. It just means you have to be smarter about how you handle your CSS. Split it. Think it similar to JavaScript. We originally added Webpack bundling, putting all the JavaScript together, and then we noticed, well, we need to split that stuff, and then we started splitting that stuff. So you need to see CSS in the same light. Respect it for what it is, load only what you need, and load the other things only on the pages where you need it as well. And Fylgja tries to hook into that principle by adding CSS variables, making it really easy that you can add a page and then add specific CSS variables to tweak a component and make it a little bit different than its base default. So one of the things that I'm going to skip a little bit quicker to this because a lot of people already dove into this, but Tailwind discourages this use case, but it is an option to apply CSS components by using the apply tag. And it's pretty much the same as writing CSS, but with a different syntax. And I personally disapprove of this approach. I think you should just use the CSS that's offered to you. And if you really need to hook into that Tailwind architecture, then use the theme variable they offer to hook in the values to your CSS. But yes, that's an opinion, so we can all agree or not agree on this part. But the second bullet point, well, we can actually go to is using utility classes and CSS variables to handle the styles. Tailwind isn't something that really embraces the variable part. It has a few components that do, but it's purely for changing the brightness or using the transform component. And besides that, it's pretty much CSS. Nothing wrong with it, but adding a little bit more flexibility is nice, and it limits you less on how to style stuff, and still having a flexibility on the nesting and depths of CSS and scoping and all that nice stuff. So I already mentioned it before. It's trying to move to a more dry approach. As you will see in a few slides later, I personally disapprove of a very chunky HTML. I feel that that's one of the few things that Tailwind does really bad. It makes your HTML big. And if you look at LiDAR scores, Google will actually complain about it. It will not penalize you in the score, but it will actually tell you, well, your HTML DOM is pretty big. And it will actually also hinder the rendering of your page. And you might say, well, yeah, it's not a big impact, but it is still an impact. So not trying to put everything in your HTML DOM is also a good thing. It's a mix of good mixing of both things. Yeah, so I already mentioned the smaller DOM size, but yeah, it's more dry and a smaller DOM size, both things we need. Now, I also put faster developing in here, but we can actually take this one off. It's a little bit debatable. Yes, Tailwind makes it really easy. You just write your classes in your HTML and you're done. But I did find in my personal experience with Hyvä at the moment, shipping all that CSS that Tailwind by default and unpurged does have an impact on the development, because your browser needs to refresh every time all those styles and reapply them and read that stuff. And the JIT compiler is going to solve a lot of that issue I had with the developing using Tailwind. So let's cross that one away. So Tailwind is also very fast to develop it, but Fylgja is as well. So how did we do this, you might ask? Well, we could start on a fresh reset team and build the team entirely anew and build something straight from a blank environment. Well, we could also start from the default team and clean it up. And we actually decided to go for the latter one, giving us a little bit more of a default to work with. But I would recommend, if you have done this multiple times, start from the reset team. But we do started from the default team, and that's an option. So let's go to that option. So the first things first, let's go really quickly to the points, and then I'll explain them a little bit more in depth. So step one, we added Fylgja and Sass. You could use post CSS with Fylgja. That is not something we limit on. If you want to use post CSS or Sass, it's your choice. We want to give you a little bit of the freedom of what you use to compile the CSS or Sass. So we also did a really big search and replace to get all the utility classes replaced with our own utility classes and replace the separator for the media queries or any states. And then we move to cleanup. And then at the end, when we feel comfortable removing Tailwind, we removed it from the code. And that's actually how we worked from that point. So let's first start with the first part, adding Fylgja and Sass to the team. It's really simple. Go into the team, npm init, install Fylgja, install Sass, and you're there. The only things you actually need to add then is a script that runs Sass or runs Sass globally. It depends on your preference. npx, it's your way you can do it. My recommended way was just adding an npm script and running it that way. Super duper easy. So the second part, we did a search and replace. Now you can see that Fylgja and Tailwind share similarities between utility classes. Fylgja also ships with a utility component-based package that you can install separately. I showed you Fylgja as an install, as a single install, but you can also install Fylgja packages separately per package you actually need. This is just for us and for our initial demo to quickly get into Fylgja. But if you just wanted to install the Fylgja util pack, you just typed npm e add Fylgja / util pack, and you're done. And then include it that way. So that's the replace. So the cleanup. Now, this is the interesting part. This is the pagination component currently in Hyvä. It's a big chunky beast. And this is only the first page button, as you can see. And this is actually quite unreadable. And especially if you read the remaining of the pagination below it, it's large. And editing it is difficult. So yeah, we could solve this in Tailwind. We could split all the buttons into a separate component, use that to load each button, and then handle all the styling there. We could do all sorts of things, but for our use case, we did the most simple thing, just replaced it with Fylgja. And that results you this HTML, much more readable. And you might be asking, well, what's left? Well, the only thing that's left is our pagination component that does all the heavy lifting. And besides that, it's just HTML that does the hard lifting there in adding Magewire rules or other stuff. For our use case, in the first anchor, we just have a first button. So in our case, it's just a button with a hidden span using the area only, also named SR only or visually hidden class, depends on your taste or framework. We went for this naming convention. And the text. So it's pretty much the same PHP, but it's a much lighter HTML. So then we came to the last step after replacing all that bunker logic and CSS in many templates. We just disabled Tailwind. And that's pretty much the end of our journey. So you probably might be asking, how much time did this take me together with Root? Well, we actually spent it a few nights, 2 hours max, and we did it in, well, like around 8 hours. And that's 80% of the work. We still have 20%, and that's always the most difficult part. But we got really close, and I'm going to show you soon in a nice demo of a working example. So what's next? Let's ask those questions. Well, we're hoping to complete this template, see where we can improve more. Also hoping to take some of the work we did in our team and put it back into the Hyvä default team, improving some HTML, not necessarily the CSS. but much more the markup, trying to put a better HTML back into the Hyvä team. And who knows, maybe they accept it. So this is the result. We don't have a demo URL yet, so since it's still work in progress. We made a demo e-bike shop because, well, that's the trend at the moment. We all want our electrical bicycles. Well, let's dive into it. So first off, as you might see, it's just a fully normal Hyvä frontend, only now using Fylgja. And that's pretty much it. We still have the slider, we still have the logic all inside. And it's still a very blazing fast page, even with a 404 page, it's still work in progress. And it has a menu, it has empty categories, but we also have a full category with bikes, and I can add that bike to my cart, just like that. Oh, it requires some options, so let's add that, and we all got the nice notification. So we put it much more in an app-like position, but you can position it anywhere you want. It's just a sample we did for this use case. And that's adding us our bike to carts, and it's in our carts, and we have a nice dialogue with a very bad contrast of text. As I said, work in progress, but it was all working quite nicely. And we even have a nice mobile view with a hamburger menu and a drill down menu and all sorts of things. So it's really quick, and it's just similar in that fact. Now the burning question some of you might be asking, well, I'm improving my HTML, but how much bigger is my CSS? Fylgja is not striving to be the smallest CSS framework, but you can be smaller than Tailwind. It's possible. At the current time of this presentation, actually our CSS is similar to the Hyvä default Tailwind CSS. So that's nice, that's great. We get a better HTML and we have a similar CSS size. So that's it. Well, besides that, we also did a small thing that is pretty much not Hyvä related. We added a nice PHP site. So let's dive in a little bit of code and close all that stuff that we don't want to be showing. Don't save that. It was a little bit of a last minute slide. So pretty much this is what you expect from a Hyvä template. It looks the same, it works the same, it's the same. Besides the CSS. So we have a package.json in the root of the project instead of the web folder. It's a matter of choice. You could put in the web folder with your CSS, but if you want to go for a much more different approach for the JavaScript approach, I would actually recommend it to put it in the root of your template. So you can also add feet or something else in there. It's just whatever you want. This is just a package.json. As I mentioned, a few scripts to handle some stuff. And besides that, it's pretty much it. It's really clean. And you don't even need more. You can add more and optimize it more. But as I said, this is a work in progress, and we didn't even go for optimization yet. We just wanted to create a better HTML, which is much more accessible to also non-mouse users and all sorts of stuff. As I mentioned, we showed off a nice Hyvä module in the footer. That's called the citation store info, and it's a really simple module that simply picks up some data from the admin backend and puts it out in the front end. So we can get the address data from the backend and just put it in the front end. This is just adding some stuff, and it's just trying to show you, well, you can actually add extra logic, which isn't related to Fylgja at all, but experiment, try something new, use Bootstrap in my part, or Bulma. it doesn't matter. You can go which way you want. Use a hybrid solution. Use Tailwind with a combination of Bulba or Fylgja, or go wild. And that's pretty much it. The only thing that we also did really quickly, and then I'm going to give it back to Jisse and to the questions. We added our own icon set, and this is also very easy in Hyvä. We played around with it. It sadly did require us to also copy the SVG icons.php. I'm not going to delve into the code. Check it out in the Hyvä module, but pretty much it's copy. It's only using a different path. And then we just added the interface and the icons, and we're done. So that's pretty much easy there. And then applied it simply to the header in the theme. And probably someone is screaming, could you increase the screen size? I will. And then we just simply, I lost the header, there it is. And then just simply add it. And now we have feather icons using the shopping bag or hero icons, doesn't matter, just go with it. And that's pretty much it. So I'm going to stop the share from here out and give the ball back to Jisse.
So yeah, thank you, Sean. I think it was really insightful, first of all, what you've been working upon, but also kind of like promoting an alternative. And that alternative makes some people laugh. So actually, I just told people that if they would be posting questions, I'm also going to shame them. So for instance, Jeroen, no, I'm just kidding. But Jeroen made a point. So this is just yet another CSS framework because you dislike Tailwind. Well, my response already was exactly that's the whole point. And maybe to comment upon that, first of all, what I've been seeing for years, even though I'm not a CSS person, is basically that all kinds of CSS frameworks always popped up. And I'm not a front-end developer per se. I'm more kind of like a full stack trainer, if that's a possibility. And I teach about all of those different CSS frameworks simply because they are there. But I do know that the more experienced you are in CSS and HTML and front-end development in general, you're going to be forming your own opinion. And that's basically what you did. So along the way of working with all of those CSS frameworks and JavaScript frameworks, you formed an opinion like, hey, this version is better than that version. I dislike Bootstrap. I like Balma maybe better or not. And that's where you came up with your own alternative, Fylgja. And that's basically where we're at that moment. And then actually Hyvä came along, and then you were wondering, hey, should I rewrite Luma myself, or could I base it upon something else? And that was basically the Hyvä reset theme, showing kind of like the possibility, right?
Yeah, pretty much. To comment on that comment as well, I've been using Fylgja already in Luma-based teams using the Snowdock stack. So it's not like I have not been using it already. It has been in the wild since my previous company where I worked at in many iterations before I dare to release it. So yeah, it's pretty much what you said. It's something I felt was the right direction for CSS components. And I would like to say, check the website out. Fylgja is not just built for being another CSS framework. It's trying to build something different using the power of CSS variables and using writing direction. So a little fun fact, if you go to the website and you check out the RTL page, you can actually swap the page and it's just CSS that does the magic for you. We're trying to focus much more on accessible and much cleaner HTML using CSS.
Yeah. So one question from Klaas, is Fylgja written with Magento in mind, or?
No.
No.
As I mentioned, it has been used in the wild a lot. I originally came from the Joomla community to give some people an insight. A framework Jisse has no knowledge of. So I've already been using it there. In the first version, we actually built in person less, and later on moved to SaaS when that popularity struck. And followed along pretty much with Bootstrap in that time. as an add-on package. We actually used Bootstrap combined with Fylgja add-on components that added Flexbox or other features that Bootstrap at that time didn't have. Moving slowly to something from its own. And I would recommend every person that does something really serious with CSS to actually build their own stuff at first and then try it out. It doesn't need to succeed or fail, or it doesn't matter. Just learn from it, build it.
Yeah, so theoretically, amongst backend developers, we have a saying that if you get started with PHP, you get into functional programming or object-oriented programming, and sooner or later you're going to build your own CMS. And once you've reached that point, you're an experienced backend developer. So theoretically, that also applies to front-end developers. That sooner or later you're going to write your own CSS framework as well. But I think that's not necessarily the point. But before I make my own point, maybe in there as well, Willem, a certain Willem, he actually also is posting a couple of comments in the Slack. There are some arguments in favor of Tailwind within the Hyvä ecosystem. For instance, preventing dead code, but definitely Fylgja is a more conventional way of working with CSS. But one counter argument, Sean, you said Google gives feedback about the DOM size, but it only looks at the amount of DOM nodes, and the length of CSS classes has 0 or less effect. Is that something in particular you can also react to?
Not sure if it's only looking at the DOM nodes, but if that's the case, then the DOM is really large already. But we actually stripped out redundant DOM nodes already in Hyvä, like a div with a class v-full. And this is not trying to say that Hyvä is wrong or it's a great platform. Don't get me wrong, Willem. I'm not that. I'm happy. But we did remove redundant HTML to get rid of it. And to comment on the classes, I do think it did impact the HTML DOM because your browser still has to parse it.
Yeah, and that's kind of like also one point that I always found about Tailwind is that as soon as you look at the HTML and the more complex the component actually becomes that you're trying to build with all of those utility classes, the more messier actually the HTML becomes. And well, whatever we read as programmers, that must have an effect on the browser as well. And that's why your approach basically brings back the traditional approach of CSS and HTML, where the HTML actually has a semantical purpose. And that makes me wonder, like, hey, but how did HTML actually come up with in the first place? And I'm not, again, also saying that Tailwind is a wrong or a bad idea, but it's simply that showing that there's a discussion to be having, and that discussion is hopefully something that we can just open up because you and Fylgja are the living proof now that you can just adopt the Hyvä tactics and use Alpine because you're also using Alpine still, but not use Tailwind if you disagree upon there. And I also wanted to comment upon the time frame that you actually mentioned. So one of the key questions always with all of these new technologies that are popping up is how much time did you take to do something or to get to a certain result? And then you were calculating and coming up with about 8 hours. Which is kind of like silly to my opinion, because assuming that the CSS framework is already there and you have the knowledge to work with it, and well, definitely that's the case because you're the creator of Fylgja. But assuming that knowledge is there, and assuming that the existing HTML was already there in the form of all of the PHTML templates with the Tailwind default theme, I think it's kind of funny to see that with a minimum amount of time, you still can get towards a replacement of Tailwind altogether. And why not use Bootstrap, as you mentioned? Like, why not move into other CSS frameworks if you prefer that more than Tailwind? And that's kind of like the exciting stuff that I see here to be growing.
And why not use both? To give a nice point, we have shown the PageBuilder and also have shown the JIT compiler in the backend. I'm actually really happy with the JIT compiler, and I would actually use it in combination with Fylgja just because I don't need to care about it, that CSS popping on that specific page because it's scoped to that page. And it gives you a lot of freedom to go which side you want. To give an extra comment on that, I did recently do a project together with my colleagues and build in Hyvä using Tailwind. And we actually used Tailwind to build some CSS components. Combination, as I mentioned in the beginning, with using the theme variable, but actually trying to mix it with utilities and CSS components. This is also an option. You don't have to step away from Tailwind. You can combine it.
Yeah.
That's also one of the points that Fylgja is trying to do. It's trying to be a component framework that you can hook into any framework. As I mentioned, it is an add-on for, it was only for Bootstrap, but it's now an add-on for everything. So if you need a card, you don't have to write it per se yourself.
Yeah, and that's again the great opportunity. The work is not done yet, and hopefully this energy, this opportunity of creating something new instead of just copying things from the default theme of Hyvä is just really exciting. Kind of like the devil is in the details. So I can imagine that people want to know more and more about Fylgja itself. So Fab or Fabian is asking, could you show us a couple of handy features in Fylgja, things that other frameworks don't have? So if you could just... I'm not sure if you can do that in just a couple of minutes time, because I don't want to run too late.
Let's really quickly pop in, and I need to get rid of that noise bar of Zoom. So now it's gone. This is the website very quickly. If you want to see all the features, I would really recommend just checking out the website. We have a components page that's full with components. We also have a utility component, as mentioned, but you don't have to use this. You could use Tailwind, whatever. Similar frameworks like Bootstrap and Bulma also ship with their own utility classes. So don't get it wrong. Utility classes are here to stay. As I mentioned already in my slides, the power for Fylgja actually comes from the combination of those three stacks, combining it into one framework. That's what Fylgja is trying to solve. And so, as I mentioned, this is a CSS framework built with RTL out of the box. It has CSS variables. So if you want to swap to dark mode, it's not a problem. If you want to change the color of the page, it's not a problem at all. I just go to my heads, go to my class, change the color theme, and now we're purple. It's that. And yes, other frameworks offer this. I'm not saying I'm unique. I'm just borrowing their expertise and putting it all together into one really nice package. And that's what I'm trying to achieve with Fylgja. So to give you an insight on some packages that really do some really cool stuff, my components I already highlight on top are the outer grid. This is just a grid component that offers you a CSS class, and it automatically creates grid components for you. And you can read more about it here. But in reality, it's really simple. It takes the container query approach, something very modern. We don't have it yet, but I'm trying to recreate it using CSS Grid and offering you a really nice approach to create that grid. Another component we quickly mentioned, and I'm then going to stop because I don't want to pressure the time, is the form component. This is one of my personal favorites. I always replace everything what another framework does with this component. Because it styles the form styles by default. You don't have to write a CSS class. The input field is styled by default. And then if you want to tweak it, use CSS variables to tweak it. This is an input. I have tweaked it. This is not the default anymore. And you can go as simple as you want. So, and as I mentioned, again, it is also supports post CSS. So if you're just using the Tailwind version, you can just hook it in using post CSS import, and you're done. So that's easy. Back to you, Jisse.
Yeah, so the funny thing is, I know Sean, and he could go endlessly for hours about the particular differences between Tailwind and Fylgja and other CSS frameworks, and what is Bootstrap doing wrong regarding grids and etc. And I think actually the exciting stuff is then that instead of actually this discussion becoming a Magento front-end discussion, it becomes much more a CSS framework discussion between actually CSS developers that know their stuff. That's also at the moment where I need to step out because I'm not seeing myself as a CSS developer at all, and I look up to Sean with all of his knowledge there. Therefore, I also see another guy stepping up in the Q&A in Slack, asking a question. Can you show how the styles part looks like? And that question is asked by Bartek Igielski. And then I know that basically the discussion will get out of hand. So I think actually I want to stop the Q&A right here because we were running out of time anyway a little bit, but also because actually that's not the point. The point I think of having you here, Sean, is not really about showing off the CSS framework that you've built, even though it's an awesome CSS framework and you're inviting others to just join and use it. No, the basic idea here is just to show that you could remove Tailwind and actually remove it with just a little bit of amount of time, making it actually an opinionated choice. To go back to the words of Jeroen, just saying like, "Hey, it's another CSS framework." Yeah, indeed, it's just another CSS framework, and we should have all opinions about it. And that's kind of like the novelty that I've seen growing actually with Hyvä from the ground up. Willem introduced us actually to something that we found to be mind-blowing, which is actually that, hey, but the system that Magento has been building for years and actually not really maintaining afterwards anymore, that system of less code and well, Luma altogether, we don't need to use it. And what you're proving is actually that with a minimum amount of work, with just a lot of how to say that, endurance, you can go in and basically say like, okay, I'm just going to focus upon making sure that my CSS framework is compatible with Hyvä. And if you do that with a certain amount of time, even if it's 8 hours or 2 days, or I don't know, like 2 weeks, it's doable. And that's the main point.
Exactly.
And that's actually also a nice start to kind of like introduce the next speaker, who's Willem, I don't know, like Willem 2, Willem, the better Willem, the second Willem, announcing basically also slowly the Willem show, imagine basically all kinds of Willems just popping up on stage. He's going to demo something that he's been working upon. That's actually also the title of his talk, an exciting new technology that Willem has been working upon. But the big question is also why and how does that relate to Hyvä? Well, I think we already know a little bit how that's going to fit in, but it's kind of like safe to say that it's an external technology, and that technology is brought into the Hyvä sphere, the ecosystem. So it's no longer just sticking to what we already know about Hyvä being based upon Tailwind and Alpine, but it's introducing something new, just like Fylgja is introducing something new. The JIT compiler was introducing something new. And that's kind of like the exciting stuff that we have here today. Well, hopefully by saying nothing, I've got you excited about the next talk with Willem Poortman. But before we do that, let's go into a little break of 5 minutes so that we can all grab some coffee, some tea, some beer, I don't know what, but something for the entertainment. And I hope to see you back in 5 minutes with the talk of Willem. And we're back again, day number 4, and we're slowly reaching the finale. It has been a blast for the past 4 days, kind of already different topics, different areas to focus upon, different front ends, and now we're actually in the middle of the Hyvä day. But somehow I personally feel that things are about to get weird. Well, and I know what your presentation is about, Willem. So hi, Willem.
Hello.
So yeah, it has been something that Willem Wigman also has been promoting silently, or well, not that silently, as in but there's something going to happen at Reacticon, the day number 4, and I think actually that's not paying respect too much to all of the other topics. So we've seen a lot of exciting topics anyway, and introductions of tools and whatever. However, it could very well be that your tool is going to change the direction that Hyvä is heading into, and that's kind of like why definitely Willem and Vinai, I guess, as well, and a couple of others in the Hyvä community were kind of like really psyched to hear what you were doing. Are you ready?
I'm totally ready.
Awesome.
Let's get this hype train going.
Exactly, yeah. So the Hyvä train, hyper train, is getting going. I would say share your screen and take it all the way.
Yeah, so I already shared it, right? Is it visible now?
No, not yet.
It isn't. Okay.
But here we go. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, first of all, Jisse, thanks for the introduction. We're on the hype train here. My name is Willem. I'm a senior solution engineer for Hyvä Themes since start of September. I was born in '88. Wrote my first pieces of code back in 2005. I first wanted to become an architect, but I ended up as a carpenter. So something went wrong there. So I decided to move back to a hobby of mine that was programming. So I took a deep dive into programming and got my first paid development job back in 2009. After that, I joined a first company, and in 2015, I joined my first agency, where I got introduced with Magento 1. So I wrote my first pieces of Magento 1, and this was already for me like, what the F is this? But I got pretty good at it. Became CTO of that agency a couple of years later. Went to Imagine in 2017 and 2018, and that also was quite an experience. Flying to Las Vegas and meeting all those awesome community members, really cool stuff. And after a couple of years, I joined Hyvä Themes. So here we are at Reacticon. It's been already a blast. All these days, I've seen so many awesome things. So also thanks for that. Moving on. So enough about me. What's about this hype train thing Jisse started? So back in August, my motivation for Magento honestly was below zero. I didn't like it as much as I did in the past, and I had some free time, and I thought maybe I just need to go somewhere different. So I picked up my my Laravel projects again, played around with some new techniques I didn't even know yet. I knew Tailwind from Hyvä. I knew already Alpine, but from the tall stack, I didn't know Livewire. So Livewire was kind of new to me. And I thought, well, what is this new technique? So I did some research on Livewire, what it is, what it does, how it works, who built it. And luckily, it's the same guy that built Alpine JS. So Caleb, if you watch this back on YouTube or something, you're doing an awesome job. So I took a deep dive into Livewire. And this concept of Livewire, and we're going to talk about it a bit more, but the concept of Livewire really blew my mind. Also, the simplicity of it blew my mind. It feels like Alpine JS, but in a whole different concept. So Livewire builds dynamic interfaces without any JavaScript. So you don't have to write any JavaScript if you don't want to. It combines PHP, HTML, and some Livewire magic in the background, thanks to this lightweight JavaScript layer that Caleb wrote. So I took a deep dive into this concept. Really wanted to understand how this worked. Like it seemed like stuff happening in the background, and there were like AJAX requests going all around, and I thought, like, how is this working? So I dove into the code, and after that I thought, okay, this is pretty awesome. Just like Alpine JS, this is really a cool technique to use, and I really enjoyed building stuff with it. So I thought, what if, just something popped up in my mind. I thought, what if Magento and Livewire combine and create something like a little baby? And yeah, from that point on, I pulled Magento out of the sewer. I put it away, but there it is again. And I just started prototyping with this thing. So I set aside Laravel again. I dove into Magento again. Started prototyping like 10 times. And after a couple of days, I came up with like a working concept. And yeah, this concept took me to a certain point. So what I did at that point in that concept is I wrote a whole new Magento 2 backend logic completely from scratch. The only thing I used from Livewire itself was the JavaScript side. I'm not the best JavaScript developer in the world. I know my PHP stuff. So I thought, okay, I write the PHP side of it, and I copy and paste the core JavaScript from Laravel. So I put it in Magento, wrote some bootstrapping, and luckily got things going. So I built these two buttons on a Hyvä theme, and all I wanted to do was like calculate a quantity. So an increment and a decrement, and a quantity had to go up or down. And with that little concept I wrote, it worked. It was like mind-blowing. Something I wrote worked with a combination of something written for a different framework. So from that point on, I just continue writing examples, just to try out all these little features within, well, Livewire. So I wrote this second example where I went a bit further, where I created a little configuration. And yeah, you have this interval input where you put in the interval you want for the quantity, and it dynamically updates the button. And when you click the buttons, it will calculate with the new interval. So the fun thing is, as I mentioned in the previous slide, these examples are without any JavaScript written. So I built this just with some plain HTML, a bit of Tailwind, some PHP, and the fun thing is no page reloads. So it's just a simple component working on its own. And the same with this component. No page reloads, no JavaScript, just a tiny bit of Alpine.js, and that's it. So from that point on, I wrote a third example. And it's almost identical to the previous two. But this time I added two checkboxes, an increment and a decrement. And still everything is working, still no JavaScript involved. If I uncheck or check the checkboxes, they respond to the button being disabled or enabled. So everything, all the little pieces were falling together. And this became like this little jigsaw becoming one nice picture. So I thought, this is pretty cool. This is just some PHP for my backend logic, some HTML for the front end, a bit of Tailwind for styling, a little bit of Alpine when I need it. I want to use this for all my projects. Of course, in these three examples, by far, I didn't show all the features because there are like a lot of features within Livewire. But it worked and I wanted to use it for all my projects. It's such a clean and elegant way of like building these little small reusable components. And of course, this can have like a potential for other developers. I mean, if you're not really into React or you're not into Vue, but you still want to create dynamic or reactive components and you're a good PHP developer, well, maybe this is something for you. So I thought I need to show this at Reacticon, and here we are. But how am I going to show all these features Livewire has in under 40 minutes? It's not doable. It's impossible. So you need to do a little research yourself. But nevertheless, I thought this needs to become a plug and play extension for everyone to have fun with Magento building these small components. So yeah, without further ado, here we go. Magewire, a Laravel Livewire port for Magento 2. And all being said with that, it's exactly what it's pronouncing, Laravel Livewire for Magento 2. So a quote I came up with is that Magewire, you can compare it with that, Magewire is a Laravel Livewire port. The goal is to make it fun and easy to build modern, reactive and dynamic interfaces without leaving the comfort of Magento course layout and template system. So Magento can be the missing piece when you intend to build dynamic and reactive features, but don't require or feel comfortable working with a full JavaScript framework like Vue or React. A little bit of a background on Laravel Livewire itself. So it's made by Caleb Porcho. It's a piece of the puzzle in the tall stack. So this tall stack is like a popular thing within the Laravel community, and Livewire is one of them. So, well, it must be a good thing, right? You can't compare Livewire with Vue or React, so please don't. It's not. And it's, like I said, it feels like Alpine.js. It's damn simple to use. So what is it? Well, it's both a front end and a back end framework. So it involves a little bit of front end, where you get all these features in the front end to use, but it also gives you a lot of features in the back end. So the back end stuff is mine. So I wrote the back end stuff, and the front end stuff is all credits to Caleb, because it's just a Laravel library I used from him. And I even spoke with him, and he told me, you can use whatever you want, it's no problem. So that's pretty cool. It's a wireable stateless AJAX-based communication mechanism between the front end and the back end. Like I said, it's a kind of Alpine.js-like experience for both front and back end developers who want to build dynamic components in a secure, because it's pretty secure, and easy way. And it's way too much to explain in like all these sheets. It's impossible. So I'm not going to explain all the features. Just you need to dive into the GitHub repository and look in there. So what is the life cycle of a Magewire component? Because it's AJAX based, so all the updates are based on AJAX requests. First of all, you have the initial rendering of the layout. That's basically just the normal rendering of Magento. When you, for instance, have an input field and you do a change to that input field, then it will trigger an update request to the logic in the backend. It will hydrate the component, and this hydration means it will do a lot of logic based on the input value you gave in the input field, and it will set it onto the component. Then it will return a response with optionally HTML. So this is a fun thing. When the HTML changed in the new render, then it will give back HTML, and it will morph, and that's like a Laravel Livewire thing. It will morph the DOM, like it will replace only the parts that's changed in the HTML. So a full-blown HTML will get back to the component, and only those little elements within that HTML will be replaced. So it's not a complete swap of HTML. So that's a really cool and elegant thing. After that, it has like features to trigger browser events or emits, and it's pretty hard to explain what all these features are. Again, you really need to dive into that in a later stage. But I can tell you, it's really awesome. What were my goals? So first of all, keep the JavaScript part identical. So I didn't write any JavaScript. Well, for the bootstrapping, but I didn't change the Caleb side, if you know what I mean. Keep it quick and easy to implement and to use. Make it enjoyable, because I want to enjoy Magento again. And don't try to make a Vue or React competitor, and I didn't. And the awesome thing is, this is going to be open source for everyone to use in all their commercial projects or hobby projects or whatever. So that's pretty cool. So a little bit of code. So we have this, this example I already shown to you. We have an increment button and a decrement button and a quantity field. And in this case, it's just a random div, but it can also be like an input field or whatever you want. And the goal is we want to make this dynamic. So when you hit the button to increment or decrement, the quantity needs to change. So how do we do this? Well, first of all, we need to wire up the block. So if you have like an existing block or a new block, the only thing you have to do is like view components, attach a argument onto the block with the name Magewire, and this Magewire thing is important because it will look for the Magewire namespace there. It needs to be a type of object, and you can place in whatever component you want. So from that point on, it will wire this block into a component. So then you need to write the business logic. So this is completely done in PHP. So for me, that's a really fun thing to do because I know PHP. I can write it pretty fast, and I can extract like all these awesome features already built in within Magento. So if I need some logic from, for example, an order, I can pull in the order and get the data and return it within like a method. So in this case, we extend from components. So component is like the abstraction layer for it. We have this public property called quantity, and by default it's set to 0, and you can set it like to whatever number you want. And this is like a key thing, you need to make it public. And the fun thing is when it's public, you can use it on the front end and it can be updated. So if it's protected or private, the component won't see it, and it's not usable in the front end. So when you make it public, you can use it in the front end. Then you just write some increment and decrement methods, and these methods are usable in the front end. So how do we do that? Well, this is it. So we just echo the quantity by calling this magic method getQuantity. And we have this attribute called wireClick. And we just call the increment and the decrement methods on both buttons. So when I press on increment, it will do a request to the backend. It will call the increment method. It will do its magic on the quantity. It will give me back new HTML and update the HTML in the front end. The same with decrement. So I'm gonna swap screens here, if that's possible. Here's, yeah, share. So I wrote a couple of examples just to show everybody, yeah, what it's all about. These examples don't really make sense, but the fun thing is it really covers a lot of features. So the first thing I built is like this little to-do list where you can just say Reacticon, and we press save, and then it loads. I need to refresh. There we go. It's pretty secure. Reacticon, save, and there we go. So at this stage, we triggered on the PHP side a flash message, and we updated an array with the value I just put in the input field. And there's this little wire click on the button. So we have the button here, and we just say wire click save task. And this can also be like save task like this with like values in there, like 1, 2, whatever the PHP method needs. So that's pretty awesome. Then after that, I built the task done list. So when you are done with a task, you can click it and it will go to the second component. And the fun thing is, so I really need to, do this away. The fun thing is these two components are separate from each other. They don't know anything about each other. They're not wired up in like any form. They're pretty stupid, so to speak. But the fun thing is that when I clicked on this button, it emitted an event. And you can compare it with like dispatching an event. And other components can listen to that event. So you can emit to a specific component based on the block name, or you can just say, hey, I have an event, and whatever component wants to listen for it, just listen for it. So in this case, this component listens for any tasks that are being completed. And when it's completed, it's pulled in and it's shown within the component. So what's going on in the background? Well, I'll show the network request. So first of all, we say hello world. So it does a subsequent request to the backend, to the component we just wrote. Then when I click this button, it will do another request for the same component, and it will trigger this emit event for the other component, which on his behalf does its own magic and pulls in whatever logic it needs to do. So in this case, we filled in the array with the other task. So we can do clear tasks, and that's also a button with a wire click on it. So clear tasks, and it goes back to the PHP and it clears the task and it returns HTML and so forth. So we clear it, everything's cool. We go on to the third example, and the fun thing about this example is that I literally copied it from a Laravel Livewire example. So this example comes from Laravel Livewire. I pasted it into Magento in my own blog, hit the refresh page, the refresh button, and it just worked. And that really blew my mind, because now even Laravel developers could join the community in Magento if they want to. So what's happening? We have a list, and we can press this shuffle button. I'm gonna put these away. And I press the shuffle button, and it will trigger in the backend a shuffle on the array. It will return the array, and there is a little bit of JavaScript. Where is it? Here it is. So I have a little bit of JavaScript written to make like the little animation. So I just copy and pasted that from Caleb as well. So all the credits for this JavaScript goes to him. I make this little configuration where I say, okay, mark shuffle, task is done. But also here, these two components don't know anything about each other. But still, when I hit shuffle, it will create a new task. And it's pretty damn fast. That's pretty cool. So moving on to the fourth example is dispatching an event. So this will trigger a PHP process method who on his turn fires a browser event. So I will show some code later on, but what it does, it just triggers a PHP method with an event, and we're listening for it in the HTML, and when it's dispatched, it will show this div. of course, you can also do this in JavaScript. These are not the best examples I can show, but later on in this day, and you should really watch those presentations as well, later on I will show a very awesome example where Magewire really fits in. So moving on, I built a built-in pagination component. And this is just an interface for the backend component, like the backend class you write. You need to implement a couple of methods, and it will give you like this little button, 2 little buttons, and it will do all the magic in the backend. So you can write your own table or whatever pagination form you like. It will give you the option to render the pagination buttons, and from that point on, Magewire takes over and it will paginate through all the pages. And in this example, when you hit the last page, it will dispatch from the backend a new flash message telling you hit the last page. So we're going to the last page, and there it is. You've reached the last page. So this is all dispatched from the backend. No JavaScript involved at all. This example you already know. So we have like the little increment and decrement buttons. We have the configuration. We can like switch this to 100. It updates the buttons. You click on it. It updates the quantity. You uncheck this. It will disable the button. You can enable it again, and it's all pretty fast. Again, no JavaScript involved. So that's pretty cool. Going back to the presentation, I think I shared it again. Yeah, I did. So a little recap to like stay in time because we have like 8 minutes left. A little recap, it's 100% functional, ready to be used within whatever project you want. The fun thing is it comes with a require ES compatibility extension. So you can even use it within your Luma teams where require ES is still needed. Use it where it makes sense. I think that's really important. This is not a replacement for like simple stuff you do with Alpine. It's not a replacement for simple things you do with JavaScript. So really think about it when you use it, and use it in a smart way. Again, it's not a Vue and it's not a React competitor. It's fully open source. I'm gonna work on this like in my free hours. And I really hope everyone is going to enjoy this, enjoy using it. It will be in beta release today. So that's pretty awesome. I'm gonna release it like within a couple of hours. I will make it public. And I'm really looking forward to any feedback, reactions, whatever. So what's up for the future? I'm building these components where you can like dispatch modals and dialogues. So when you make a component, like a Magewire component, you just tell a wire click to dispatch a modal, and you just say, I want to dispatch this block. And it will show that block in a modal without you having to do anything. I'm gonna build a form component where field validation is built in, and you can set the rules on the PHP side. I'm gonna build a file up and download feature to really easily implement like up and download buttons, so to speak. I'm going to work on unit tests and integration tests, improve the pagination because it's in a really early stage. And I'm planning to build in some throttling capabilities to avoid like funny guys trying to hit a button for 1,000 times and it will make like 1,000 requests to the backend, whatever. We don't want that. So I'm going to build in this throttling capability later on. Later this day, you can find Magewire under the name Magewire PHP. You can also find there the require ES module and the examples module. So just play around with those modules. And yeah, I really hope you have fun with this like new exciting technique. I really enjoy it, and I want to use it in every project I'm going to work on from now on. A big shout out to Caleb again. Thanks, Caleb. This is really awesome. Keep going with what you're doing. And yeah, within time, a big thank you to you guys for having me.
And we're back indeed. So I just turned off the lights, and I just wanted to be there, of course, in time for the Q&A, because I can imagine actually that a lot of people have questions.
Yeah.
First of all, I think actually a lot of people could be excited about this, but I think it's also worth it to maybe say that there might be critics, because the coding part is well, it's kind of like a different way of treating the front end, writing PHP to generate JavaScript and do all of that magic. But I think the popularity of Livewire shows in the Laravel community already that a lot of people simply love it. Yeah. And of course, it's opinionated. Of course, it's a different way of dealing with things, and there's other alternatives as well. But I think when it comes to Magento, it could simplify a lot of the different topics, different areas that still need to be worked upon. And actually, to have that brainstorm, sooner or later, we're going to be joined by Vinai and Willem. So let's get them into the call in a few moments. Before actually having them also with mic enabled, there's a couple of questions already as a direct reaction to your talk.
Yeah.
So let me actually get to a couple of them. So first of all, for instance, Conrad is asking, is it possible to use all of this in the admin panel?
Good question. Awesome question. Not yet, but we're gonna work on it to make it compatible in the backend as well. For now, it's just for the front end.
Yeah. So that's a direct answer, but indeed, it makes you wonder, like, hey, if the technology is already working to some extent in the front end, sooner or later we can just port it to the back end as well, and that's definitely exciting.
Yeah.
A question from Mark: have you looked at how WebSockets could be used in conjunction with Livewire/Magewire?
I didn't, but Caleb did, and Livewire was first built on WebSockets. But later on, he pulled out of that and just built it based on simple AJAX requests.
Yeah.
The exact reason behind it, I don't know. But the AJAX requests are really fast, like below 100 milliseconds. And Laravel Livewire, like the JavaScript part of it, is really using the browser in a very smart way. Like replacing the DOM is not just replacing the whole DOM with new HTML, but it's really looking at, okay, what's different, and I'm only gonna replace that. So all these little things make it really quick.
Yeah. So I can imagine that theoretically, once WebSockets would be an opportunity then actually, first of all, the complexity on the PHP side goes up. Theoretically, you need something like React PHP to implement WebSockets in the first place, and then still you need to adjust all of that in Magewire. But theoretically, it could loosen up the bootstrap of Magento, so that instead of actually running the same code over and over again every time that a single AJAX request comes in, that could be made more efficient. But yeah, that's like future music, and I think like the first step is already awesome enough that you simply ported Livewire to Magento. But yeah, maybe to go back to a couple of questions from people in the chat. Simon, for instance, or Simon, is asking. It may sound dumb, but yeah, of course we know no question is ever dumb. But what is the main advantage compared to an Alpine component? So it feels like a little bit like moving away from Alpine into PHP. Just to get into PHP, but do you see the benefits also? Is there kind of like a good comparison?
Yeah, to give you an example, if you want to like build an Ajax add to cart, then you need to update something in the backend, and like you need to add the product onto your order, onto the quote. So that's some PHP code you have to write to add it to the quote. So you can just wire up the add to cart button, wire up it with some PHP code, and like emit an event to like the little cart section in the right top corner, and that one will refresh on his behalf with like fresh data. So I think Alpine.js is a lot more for like doing stuff in the front end, and Magewire is like extending that with also having this awesomeness in the backend as well, and returning data in HTML. And of course, you can from that point on go further with Alpine.js. That's the whole cool thing. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah, so I think maybe it's what you say. Alpine is much more towards maybe customization by using JavaScript for really client-side effects. But then as soon as you do an Ajax call with Alpine, it's leading quickly to a lot of code. And then you need to make multiple Ajax calls and go forth and back between backend and front end. Then it's going to lead into a hell of a lot of code, and that's basically what Livewire / Magewire now is trying to solve.
Exactly.
So yeah, there needs to be a use case, and actually, you mentioned already a shopping cart because we're Magento developers, so it's kind of like cool to open up also for a kind of like a brainstorm, and let's do that together actually with Willem and Vinai. Last question though from Mark, but definitely not, I think, the least. So theoretically, there's more and more questions coming. But another question: do you see this coming into the Hyvä project itself, being part of its core? So actually, that's one of the surprises that we had for all of you, right?
Well, yeah, of course, Hyvä will have elements within itself built on Magewire, because as I said, when it makes sense, we're gonna use it.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And that's kind of like the whole point of having you also here in Reacticon, the Hyvä Day. It's not for without reason, and that's also why Vinai and Willem are also joining the discussion. Or I don't see it as a discussion, but more like a get together with sharp minds, so that. Okay, there's this new technology, and Willem, your presentation was, I think, really insightful of at least the work that you've done already so far. And as you say, it's an open source project. It's something that you're going to. That's what you said, right? Like to publish in a few hours, as in the GitHub repo is going to be public.
Yeah.
Yep. Exactly. So that's a little click, and then it's really live.
Yeah, it's a lot of work.
Yeah, and it's a lot of work, but I think as soon as actually that little action is there, it's basically opening up all of the hours that you've already invested, or should I say days or months, or I don't know, like how long, but all of the work,
late nights
is going to be opened up towards all of the other developers out there. And I think, first of all, it's kind of like a great gesture that you're opening it up as open source in the spirit that we all know about. But that also means that you're doing it free of charge. And it also means that there's a responsibility for all the others to not just use it, you play with it, complain about it, and then just leave it. But actually just to work and collaborate together with you to make this possible. Yeah. And that's where I actually also Vinai and Willem come in, because my question to you guys would be, well, to make what possible?
Let me first say how hyped I am. This is really like, Willem has been waiting for this day for quite some time, but this Willem as well. There's so many opportunities for this to be used, and it fits perhaps a different type of developer, but also different use cases, and it adds another great tool in your toolbox, and you can decide whether you want to write 100 lines of JavaScript or 50 lines of PHP and 0 JavaScript. And that's an awesome option. It doesn't mean that always you necessarily need to do that, but to have the opportunity to do that, and to have it's so nicely integrated into what we already have. The initial component is rendered with the page load. So it's not like it carries a JavaScript state that's synced with the backend, but it's rendered on the first page load. So for content layout shifts, it's fantastic. It's super fast. It's immediately rendered. And from there, as soon as you start interacting with it, then the magic happens with Livewire. So there's no overhead there.
Yeah.
It works with events, and Alpine also works with events. So everything we do is already event-based, so that it can just listen to Alpine components and trigger things in Livewire and vice versa. So that's super powerful.
Yeah. And that big question, I think, is still open, kind of like, so that's the question that Mark asked as well. Could this be part of the Hyvä future? But first, Vinai, you're looking a little bit depressed. And
I am? Why? Really? Looking at my Zoom picture. I'm not depressed at all. I'm just thinking of, oh man, all the stuff I want to build. No, I'm not.
Yeah, that's maybe. Sorry, I'm just joking. But maybe the way that you're phrasing it is basically also how I think a lot of developers should be looking at this technology. It's just that the foundations were maybe the harder part, and that's already the way that Willem paved. The technology is now opened up for Magento developers. So Willem Poortman, yeah. So the better Willem,
smarter one,
the smarter Willem. Yeah, let's call him that way. But anyway, like you phrase it, Vinai. It's now like that we can brainstorm, that we can just think about all of the exciting stuff that we can suddenly build. Because Willem, this is so confusing. So Willem
welcome
P.
to our weekly stand-up.
Exactly. Willem P. Actually, in Dutch, if you call somebody like Willem. In a smallest Willem, then you call him Willem P. So Willem P. But actually, I think like your demo, your playground is basically showing all of the opportunities, and all of those opportunities are basically like, okay, you can build this. But I think actually the next follow-up would be to focus upon the business cases, right? So what we've been struggling with for the past couple of years, or maybe theoretically all our lives with Magento, and now how we can fix this in a much easier way. So who comes up with the first?
I want to say something too. So yeah. Here we go. The one thing that first of all pops into my mind is what I find super attractive is that I only need to write validation code once in the backend, and it will be exactly immediate feedback to users on the front end. for example. So for some use cases, I think it'll just make implementing stuff faster. And that's this whole idea that the vibe of Laravel in a way, right? That everything is aimed towards efficiency and getting stuff done, power of small, and we can see all this creativity in the ecosystem. So this is just another aspect of it that we also saw with Alpine and Tailwind and so on. It fits in perfectly, like Willem said.
One question. So theoretically, if the PHP code in the backend system is strongly typed, as in with PHP 7+, but also in the future PHP 8, does that reflect then also on the front end?
Well,
a question. I don't know.
It depends on what gets sent. I am not that familiar with Livewire, but sure. I mean, simplest case that I actually ran into where I expected a integer and was receiving something else. I don't remember. Yeah. And I got the stack trace, so that wasn't great. But
okay, yeah.
So in a way, I guess, yeah. But I was thinking more about custom invariants. So things like, we have to remain within a certain value range, or certain fields have to be set, and this kind of stuff. That kind of logic, rather than just the plain old PHP typing. Yep. So more like real typing, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Where I see this Excel is everywhere where you have an interaction with where the customer has an interaction with the server, and there's so many things that I could come up with, like a form builder. Like you define what in the back end, you define what fields in the front end. Well, that all works dynamically. Support or a chat functionality, or complex or products configurators, where you add stuff to the cart. Everywhere, it's basically, if you think it, at first it felt a bit like, well, can we do all these Ajax requests, like performance-wise? But then isn't that exactly what we're doing with GraphQL nowadays? Well, it's a controller that you hit, and of course GraphQL has a bit more caching because it requests a lot of static data, but we're not loading that static data through Livewire. We're doing only the posting parts.
Yeah, to be fair. To be fair, like if you compare things with GraphQL, then I would like to bring in the story of Magento PW Studio, which is using Apollo as the client for GraphQL calls. And one of the real cool features, one of the benefits of using Apollo client instead of just a simple fetch or using Axios, is actually that they include a feature of request bundling. As in, they throttle all of the requests on the client side, so that you wait for about 10 or 20 milliseconds before actually sending that request to the server. And any kind of component that basically makes a request, sends it to Apollo client, then Apollo is just buffering all of those GraphQL calls so that the requests are decreased. And funnily enough, Willem P was just mentioning this in his presentation as well, that one of the things that is on the roadmap is throttling. But it's basically pointing out still that something that Willem V is pointing to, as in, I'm not sure if it's fair to say that we shouldn't care about those Ajax calls. So the more you are depending upon all of those Ajax calls, theoretically, the bigger this issue would become. And therefore, I would be eager to basically also have throttling or theoretically WebSockets or theoretically something else to decrease that
source. So you can
exactly
start helping building that feature.
Exactly. I just wrote it down on my to-do list, literally.
And what's also, I'm not even sure if you mentioned this, Willem B, but this does not only work with Hyvä. This works with Luma as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
So there's even a wider use case for this, and it can be applied to any third-party extension. So as an extension developer, if you were to build a form builder using Magewire, you can make that compatible to both Hyvä and Luma.
So maybe to comment upon that a little bit as well. So Willem P, you introduced yourself as being now part of Hyvä. And then actually the question popped up, is Magewire going to be something that Hyvä could use for, well, whatever tools and whatever solutions possible, which almost gives the impression maybe, or it could give the impression that Magewire is going to be part of Hyvä. However, that needs to be cleared up. I'm not sure if during your presentation you already addressed this while I was just out for a sec. But could you comment upon that, like the way that you envision Magewire to have a role compared to Hyvä as well?
Well, for instance, when you want to build like an add to cart button, I really tried it out the other day, just trying to build this in a really elegant and fast way, and I built like an add to cart Ajax thing in under 10 minutes. So that was just, I was removing all the JavaScript in the PHTML of Magento itself, or in the PHTML. I removed all the JavaScript, put this wired click in it with a add to cart, wired a component onto it, did the PHP logic in the backend. So everywhere where it interacts with the database, this is almost required to use. I put in the PHP logic and clicked the button, and it worked.
And could you imagine basically that there's going to be kind of like a Magewire community building all kinds of different components, and as Willem pointed out, that those components are going to be compatible with Hyvä, with Luma, with whatever technologies are out there, because it's basically simple. As soon as Magewire is in that story, then that component should just work fine.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so it's much broader than Hyvä as well. That's something really important to point out.
That was part of your question, I think, Jisse, that maybe didn't reach Willem P.
Well, he's just Willem P, right? So
no, he's in some ways greater than me. This is Willem's brainchild. And this is something he envisioned, and he got inspired, if I may tell the story on your behalf, but he got inspired last year at Reacticon when he saw Hyvä. And while playing with Livewire and Laravel tools, he thought, I also want to have ownership over such a product, and I want to build stuff like this. And he fully deserves to be the person behind Livewire. So we spoke about this, and we feel we shouldn't restrict this to Hyvä. We shouldn't make this purely a Hyvä thing. I want to enable Willem as good as I can to make this an established technology in the Magento world. And I think it should be wider than just Hyvä. But when he pitched it to me and showed the first demo, I hired him on the spot because I wanted him to build all this stuff for Hyvä. So as you know, he's with Hyvä. We're just getting started, thinking of all the things that we could build. So it might necessarily be immediately part of the core of Hyvä. We need to find out a bit more about what use cases it works well. It might be that performance-wise, it's not suitable for a shop that has 100 concurrent users. So maybe that's a limitation. So we offer it optional. So add to cart or add to wish list might be a separate component that you can put in your shop, but it's not the default add to cart that we ship in Hyvä.
Yeah,
there's so many things that we still have to explore, and in some way it's still experimental. But we want Willem to work 4 days a week, nonstop on stuff for Hyvä. And beside that, he had his dream to be the person behind Magewire, and I fully support that. Like I want him to be known for building this. And not having it be overshadowed by this Malfi person that comes with Hyvä.
Oh, we can do something about that. Like
to extend it, I really got inspired by Caleb. Building like this really simple stuff, and when I saw like Hyvä for the first time using Tailwind which is also like, it's super easy to use. You don't have like this huge learning curve. Just keep it simple. And I really like that. So that's why I jumped into Alpine.js. That's why I jumped into Laravel Livewire. I saw this first screencast of Caleb just showing what it did. And I was like, I'm inspired again. And when I got it working in Magento, yeah, this really blew my mind. And I was like the happiest person working in Magento, because it's really cool and fun to work with.
Yeah. Hey, and what about stability? Could you say something about like the percentage at what you see it to be fit for others to start working with it as well, theoretically already included in production sites?
Well, it's gone into beta today.
Mm-hmm.
I choose to release it as a beta because it's not yet ready. I'm still figuring out some stuff I need to work on, but in like the coming weeks, I will work on that, make it even more stable. It's already stable enough, so if you want to use it in a pre-production build, go ahead. I will assure you, I will keep working on this project for months. Or even years to come, and I'm gonna make it stable, and it's going to be awesome.
Well, and to comment upon that again, right? It's an open source project, so if more and more developers are simply just enthusiastic about this as well, then they can test for things as well. They can give feedback, and ideally, they also start contributing in the form of pull requests. So it's an open source project. So let's make it happen all together.
Yeah.
I think the difficulty is still there. If I think about kind of like a roadmap with a to-do list that still needs to be lined up, you come up with a couple of things that you really need to have working before you can call it stable. And I think that's really up to you, because you know the product best. But theoretically, the more others are going to embrace it as well, the quicker you can find out what is working, what is not working, or what kind of things are easy to overcome, and what kind of things are brain, or how do you say that, are showstoppers in the core code itself.
Yeah.
And then second, there's the nice to haves, and theoretically that whole throttling bit is a nice to have, because well, it's depending on a per use case how bad of an issue that Ajax call bit is that we discussed earlier. And then third, there's kind of like a group of features that Hyvä could be waiting for. And I can imagine actually that the Hyvä community is also just getting on board with you as well, just to make sure that whatever feature is needed for Hyvä specifically, to make sure that theoretically, I don't know, like the core functionality that is already part of Hyvä as of yet could be based upon Livewire, Magewire, to make things easier. Do you have, or the three of you, do you already have some kind of idea, like what would be the next Hyvä feature that really needs to be founded on top of Magewire?
Well, I just want to go back to what you just previously said regarding the stable release. I think the most important part that when it's ready to go stable is when the API is solid, right? As long as only then the implementation changes, it gets faster, or it gets throttling, that doesn't change the API, so that should be fine. But as soon as the API is stabilized, I wouldn't have a problem using it. So I've used it a bit so far, and it worked really well, and I really stressed it. So I built something that wasn't really a good use case, but I really wanted to stress it, right? To see how far does this go? Yeah. So many concurrent requests, and just exponentially increasing number of Ajax requests. And yeah, that's it's still Magento in the server side there.
Sure,
but, it still worked. That's the thing. So from what I could see, it's actually doing pretty well, even for such a use case where it's maybe not ideal. I mean, it's important to stress things to figure out where they break, right? And so that was very encouraging.
Yeah.
Willem is with us in his, is this your second month with us, Willem?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And everything, this whole technology is new and we're exploring, and we're looking at what the sensible spots are to use this. And we've been experimenting with some things. And for example, adding to the wish list is super, super simple to replace. But then the question remains, is that a sensible place to do that? Does that add extra value? Because then you put in a server request. I think actually that would be sensible, because the wish list icon is used pretty often. There's some JavaScript logic that comes with that, and you can fully replace that with one call, which as Sean said in his talk, he doesn't like too much non-semantic code in his HTML files. You get a lot slimmer HTML files if you remove JavaScript, I can tell you that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
So that's enjoyable. We're in the experimental phase. We're gonna build a few of these things. I imagine that as a first step, we'll offer a component like that, like for example, a wishlist component. We'll offer that to our customers, and we see how well that works. It will be optional, and if that works extremely well, we'll replace it. But yeah, we need to see how it develops. Yeah, especially for extensions and custom work, I think a smarter search box, like autocomplete box, you wouldn't, well, probably you know how big the JavaScript libraries that are that come with Socker, of I don't know, all these third-party search extensions. They ship a megabyte of JavaScript for the autocomplete function. You can remove that entirely and just bind on change events, and all the JavaScript goes away. You remove a megabyte of JavaScript.
Well, and a lot of complexity, and I think that's also kind of like the at least also the fun part about not only Hyvä but now also Magewire. And I think it was also something that I've been reading in one of your blogs, Vinai, or maybe it's just the general message that you bring across during presentations. It brings back the fun in Magento development, and it's not only about efficiency. It's not only about being more productive or whatever, but it's basically about accomplishing your goals in a quicker way, so that you are busier with actually building stuff instead of just troubleshooting things endlessly. And that's definitely also where this complexity of more JavaScript code kicks in. And if we can reduce all of that, that would be great and ideal, of course. Hey, so slowly we're actually topic-wise also moving into a certain direction, as in I think that we now know about the technology, that we now know what Willem has been building upon for years, no, for months, locked up in a cave somewhere with only his laptop and etc. But I think actually we have a follow-up story upon this as well, right, Willem?
Yeah.
Both.
Yeah, which Willem are you asking?
Both. So actually, the next topic in the agenda, if I'm still correct, is actually to go into the last official session of this Reacticon, which is kind of like Hyvä product updates, the roadmap. And I think actually now that we know more about what Magewire is, it's kind of like indicating maybe already a little bit of what that roadmap is going to look like. But I don't know.
Well,
we don't know.
You know nothing, John.
I don't know. No, exactly. Yeah.
You shall not be trusted with secrets anymore.
Yeah. So I'm not going to say anything. However, before we do that, you guys have been already online pretty much now on a row, especially Willem P. Is it maybe good to go into a 5-minute break?
Definitely.
Absolutely.
All right.
Definitely.
So let's do that. And everyone watching, you can go home or you can do something else. Turn on the television or something, but only for 5 minutes, because then we're going to be back. Yeah, we're going to be back with the sequel to the grand finale. I don't know how to call it, but there's going to be Christmas. So what do we get with Christmas presents?
Maybe.
Yeah. So that's what's going to happen. Well, we're going to pop open a beer. We're going to eat pizza on our side. We're going to get ready for that final bit. Hopefully you are as well. So stay tuned. Exactly. Yeah. Stay tuned. In 5 minutes, we're going to be back with much more wonderfulness about Hyvä. So stay tuned and see you back in a few minutes. back again with the final part. As in me, I'm just going to guess all kinds of features about what is on the roadmap. Willem is really going to be disappointed about me spoiling all of those different things.
Yeah, no, you just blah, 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 all of
blah,
them.
blah, blah. Yeah,
okay,
exactly.
and we're done.
This is everything I know. No, actually, the more we reach the end of Reacticon, the more I'm sure what's going to happen, in which direction things are going to be pushed. So yeah, I knew about a couple of changes, and I think at Reacticon we've seen already so much great things. Not only with Hyvä, but the previous days were excellent as well. And I think the nice thing is also that all of these developers with all of these different angles, they simply get inspired by others to do great stuff. And actually, Willem Poortman was definitely also one good example there. He got inspired by you, Willem, after Reacticon number 3, which you blew away at the end. And I needed to cut your microphone halfway because otherwise we would have gone endlessly. But now at least you've gotten a full day, right? So that's awesome.
Yeah, and I didn't do all of the talking, so I still have a voice.
Yeah. Exactly, yeah. You didn't have dinner, though?
Some grapes.
So I hope you're going to survive in the next upcoming 7 hours or so. No, joking. But yeah, the next thing on the agenda is
the future of Hyvä, at least for the next upcoming, well, let's say the next year.
Awesome. I'm really curious and excited about all that is coming up. So as soon as you can share your screen, then it's all yours.
Yeah, I am ready. Get ready for surprises.
And go.
Can you see my screen? You're already muted, but I guess we're technically okay. Otherwise, I would hear you. A look into the future of Hyvä. And the first thing you might notice is that this looks slightly different than the slides from earlier today. A bit more funky, maybe. We have a new branding. We got someone to do us some fine design work and make a proper logo out of what we already had. So we have a new brand style that we'll bring out over the next 2 weeks, gradually change everything on social media and the website. That's it. So that's the first order of business. We wanted a bit more mature design and get a bit rid of the nerd look that I came up with a day before Reacticon last year, and rush, kind of look nice, and let's go with it. So it took some time, but now we're ready for a proper design. So let's say a goodbye nerd look and hello appeal. I think it's important that we present ourselves a bit less technical and we get a better story on everything that happens around Hyvä, not just performance or developer experience. In the end, it's all about merchants. And in the end, my mission is about merchants. And I think I speak for the whole team. We want to make Magento a proper fit for a certain market that has been a bit lost for the past couple of years. And we get quite some questions from agencies, getting some material, how to convince agencies to use Hyvä. And honestly, we don't have that much geared towards merchants yet, because we felt we need to converse the technical people, and we address the agencies, and the agencies, they address the merchants. But we want to help you a bit more with doing that. So we have a new, more concise design, but we mainly want to tackle this with better content and explanatory videos. So that's something that we're working on, and I'm going to publish a lot more of that soon. Beside that, we want to make it easier to learn about Hyvä, because we're kind of a walled garden now, and we're safely protected within our walls. And you have to buy into the ecosystem to learn anything about Hyvä. So one step closer to getting a bit more open about that is to start opening up our documentation. So if you're looking to get started with Hyvä and you have no clue what it's about, we'll offer videos pretty soon that will show you about the dev experience and how you work with Hyvä. But a good first start is open up our documentation, which is quite extensive since that Vinai joined us. And public how to Hyvä videos. So that's practical videos, how to tackle or how to work with Hyvä. Next, we want to offer equal chances globally. And what that means, we're selling globally already. We have customers all over the world, but it's kind of an unfair competition if you're living in a country that doesn't have the same economic strength as Europe or the US has. So that's better known as purchase power. And there's a method for that, purchasing power parity, based on the Big Mac index. There is a graph that you can check, and it basically says for every currency around the world, how much does a Big Mac cost? And you can see, for example, if you're from India, a euro is worth 50 cents. So they have half of the purchasing power. And I think we should take that into account and apply a fair discount so that they pay half of the price, which equals the same cost for them because they have a lower currency. We do want to prevent that you get an unfair advantage if you're from India or the Philippines or China or any of those countries. We don't want you to trick the system and work for a Dutch merchant as an Indian company and then offer €1,000 license to the merchant and only paying €500 yourself. So if you get a discount for a Hyvä license, it's meant to be used in that country. So as an Indian company, you can still buy it with purchase parity discount, but as soon as you decide to use that license for example, a Dutch merchant, you have to upgrade the license to a full license. But at least you can get started with a fair price that it's the same investment as anyone else in the world has to make. So that makes it a bit more fair. Next up, I've talked about this last year already at the announcement of Hyvä. The end goal, my big dream, was the UI library. And that's inspired by Tailwind UI and the whole Tailwind ecosystem that is made up by or consists of all these libraries that offer different menu structures and content elements and all different UI components that are ready to use. So they contain all the Tailwind classes, and you just copy in the HTML and it works. So as I told this morning, we have Frank working with us, our front-end developer, and we have a designer working for us right now. And together, they will build out the UI library. So we got started with a set of menus. That's the only thing that we have so far. That's 2 mega menus. It also feels like with that, we tackled the most complex UI component that you can have, because it's kind of hard to build a really proper menu on desktop and mobile that doesn't shift weirdly if you change the width of your screen, or there's all these edge cases. And it was surprisingly hard to make a very versatile menu that works with different types of content. So if you have many menu items or just a few, if you have a big depth of many levels in your menu. So we spent quite a lot of time on 2 mega menus they're already available to our existing customers. So if you have a Hyvä license or are buying a Hyvä license today, you get access to a GitHub repo that contains these menus. And it's in a folder directory structure where under menus you can find different menu types, and you just copy the HTML file into your theme, and it works. It contains the JavaScript if there's any, the Tailwind classes, and sometimes you need to put a little bit of Tailwind configuration in your configuration file in a theme to tune some things. Otherwise, these components should just work, and they're a great starting point to build your custom menu. And the tool that we have uses 0 JavaScript, so they're also super performant, and they can still be enhanced with a little bit of JavaScript, but they work out of the box without. Right now, it's open to all current or existing customers. We're building out the UI library until it becomes a full-featured set with footers and content elements and swatches and gallery layouts and product listing and so on. I think we can reach 50 to 100 components in a matter of a few months. And it's going to be focused on nicely designed, opinionated design. So the Hyvä theme itself is it's a blank theme. It's a starter theme, and it's not opinionated in style. It's not a electronic theme or a fashion theme, or it doesn't really have a theming design-wise. It's natural, which is the best way to get started if you have a custom design to implement. The UI library, however, will be a bit more opinionated in design. So we'll have different swatch types, some circular ones with a feather border, and some square or with opacity, or different galleries, one that slides, the other that scrolls through full width images. We're gonna really make tasteful UI components that you can just use to build a whole theme. It's pick and select, you drop it in your theme, and basically you could build a whole theme without styling anything yourself. That's the goal. If you buy it today, you're sure you'll have it in the future, even if we keep upgrading it in the future. But as soon as we think it's complete enough that it deserves to be a separate package and a separate product, we're going to sell it as such. And from there on, it will be an additional fee. As I just said, the elements are versatile and copy-paste ready to use or customize. You can watch this demo later. It's about 40 minutes of me and Vinai showing those 2 mega menus that we built and how you use them and customize them. I think it's interesting to see also if you want to see how developing with Hyvä works in general. We'll have a lot more of those videos soon. Here's a quick screenshot of one of the mega menus. So you can see this is a 4-column dropout menu. It's accessible. I think that's really important as well. It fully works with your keyboard. You can add static blocks to it very easily. So you can put anything there on the side that you want. You can put it on the right or on the left hand. I don't care, put a slider in there. Or a static image or nothing at all. So that's a great starting point to build your own mega menu. And this is the second type. It first has a vertical dropout and then horizontal. So if you have more depth in your menu, this just shows 2 levels, but this one actually goes in 1 more level. So if you go 1, 2, 3, that's a 4 level deep menu. And this, you can watch the video and you can see how versatile this is. You could even put this anywhere on the page. It doesn't depend on the location in the header. We made it in such a way that it can also be just anywhere in the content. So you can reuse this to, for example, show your whole catalog on the homepage. instead of a hero banner, you can start with your catalog displayed like this. So I'm really excited about this. As I said, we put a lot of effort into making this a good, solid starting point for you to customize, or you use it as it is. So the next elements we're going to work on are swatches and galleries, footers, and content layouts. So content layouts can be image and text next to each other, or callouts with a newsletter subscription, or just use your imagination. We'll have our designer and Frank working on that. I think we can really wrap up speed there and generate a lot of these components. And that will put a lot of power in your hands to build teams quickly and beautifully. Then next thing that we're going to release soon, or I should say that Magewire is releasing soon, our newest partner from the USA, New York. They've been working for a few months actually on completing a whole set of widgets that work natively with Hyvä. And they're also extremely versatile to generate different layouts. And now you may wonder, if we have a page builder, why would you still use widgets? It's a very valid approach still. The page builder is a great tool, but it's not always the best tool for every project's need or every merchant needs. Sometimes you don't want that power in the hands of the merchant because it doesn't always look as nice on the front end. Now, if you're working with a set template or widgets that have a set template on the front end with certain rules to define what you can customize in a widget, these widgets still have a lot of options like fading transitions and padding and all kind of styling rules that are defined in the widget options. So you as a developer can define how that looks on the front end, and the merchant can play around with it. They can build rich content layouts without using the page builder. And that also creates a bit cleaner code and put more control in the hands of your designer and a bit less in the hands of the merchant. And I think in many cases for a merchant that can also be a preferable way to write your content, because the page builder has a lot of options that, well, don't always necessarily look as good in the front end. So this might be actually a simpler approach. So this is just another thing in your toolbox that comes with Hyvä. Magewire created this solely for Hyvä. They started with some category listings and banners and sliders and content blocks. We'll have more visual details about this soon. It's almost ready to be released. So keep an eye on our Twitter or LinkedIn, or subscribe to the newsletter, or if you're already a customer, you will see the notifications on our Slack. There are plenty of ways to stay informed, and we'll make sure that you learn about when it's released. Now, I want to show a little bit more of the rebranding because I'm really a big fan. I mean, it comes down to taste, but it really speaks a lot more to me than what we had before. I like a bit of funkiness. Credits where credits are due. Danny Uranka, freelance designer, designed the whole new branding and worked on a lot of things I'll show now. It was a bit of a tryout. I told him, like, just take full control of the rebranding, surprise me, make something that I like, and if that's the right fit, you can design the whole UI library for me. So and I'm super excited. So he's definitely staying to build out the UI library. Yeah, so this is one of the more conceptual logo displays. We have a few different types to show the brand icon. We're mainly going to go with the one on the left, the bigger one, but I can totally see myself in the sports sweater and the funky green one. Yeah, so that's the main one I'm going to use. You'll see this image a lot more. That's also in the background of this presentation. He designed this presentation, by the way, which looks a lot better than the one I used this morning. Some of the colors that we're going to use, some components that are going to go in our own website. Yeah, you really went in depth to design all the elements that we need. And that's going to be translated into this redesign for our website. We actually have a preview because Frank has been working on this for quite a while, the past few weeks. So the reason I wanted to already show this, even though it's not done yet and we still have to release it, or finish it. A lot of the copywriting I still need to put in the proper text, but you can also already see there will be a lot more storytelling. So the reduced complexity, better performance, and happy developers, less time to market, and a whole lot of other USPs. We'll have showcases that we'll put up in our blog, so we'll probably write some articles about implementations. So what's next? Buy it or try the demo. Quick shout out to Hypernote, the Dutch host, Magento specialized host that are now hosting our, going to host our new site, but also starting today are hosting our demo site, which is blazingly fast. Now finally, we're also fully up to date on the demo site. So, and it contains the React checkout. So that's, since today, that's live. Back to our new website. Yeah, overall, just a bit more funky design. Yeah, I feel it really suits what I feel Hyvä is about. You can disagree on taste, but I think it's a lot more rich than what we had before. Our story, this is where the graphic was born from the t-shirt that I'm wearing. And as soon as I saw this graphic, I thought that needs to become a t-shirt. About the team, our partner page, also looking really nice. Finding an agency, partners and contributors are listed. Let's look at the product page. By the way, we haven't shown the menu yet, also really funky. And this is all Tailwind CSS. So sometimes people approach me and they say, well, the demo is kind of a bare bone, or it doesn't really have a design. How flexible are we in designing websites? Well, this is all Tailwind, and it uses the newer JIT Tailwind. You can see all of this is powered by 200 kilobytes in total. This page is 200 kilobytes. The homepage is 180 kilobytes, everything that you just saw. And that's really one of the strengths of building teams with Hyvä, a really small payload that goes through a page, and 0 content layout shifts. Largest content of full paint, it's a bit bigger here, of course. Input delay, super low. So this A+ on all fronts. Same goes for the product page. So let's close this up. Also looking a lot nicer here. We still are going to get the FAQs here next to it. Well, the gallery, it's nice to see the old logo and the new one next to each other. I think it's a real improvement. Adding to the cards. And there's a set index that we can approve. View cart or checkout. Check it out, the checkout page. And here's where we get into the territory of surprises. Because what is happening here? What is this request? It is Magewire to the party. So Willem Poortman came to work with us, and hopefully you just saw his presentation about Magewire, bringing Livewire to Magento. And he came to us and was still building Livewire, and we started brainstorming, what shall we do with it? And we basically said, well, the most difficult part about Magento is the checkout. That's always like, if you can tackle the checkout, you can tackle anything. And we've never built the checkout with Alpine because that would require too much JavaScript in the front end. And we have a React checkout that's JavaScript heavy, of course, because it uses React and it does all the state handling in the front end. It's detached from the back end because it uses GraphQL, and it fits a certain market. It fits a certain developer. It allows you to create custom checkouts very easily. But still, we felt there's one thing still missing there. Wouldn't it be great if we also have an option for a checkout that fits in the ideology of Hyvä to reduce the amount of JavaScript that you're shipping and reducing the complexity there? And that doesn't make the React checkout less valid. That doesn't make one-step checkout less valid, to be honest, because they have a really solid solution. They have integrations with all of the third-party extensions out there, all the payment methods and everything. That's something we're going to have to rebuild. But this was an experiment to see what we can achieve with Magewire. We asked Willem to get started with this, I think, 2 weeks ago. And this is just a proof of concept. But this works really nicely. Let me just show, well, let's keep up the network tab and show what happens. Let's say, well, let's go with dummy content for now. Let's do the Netherlands, the state, and we have a phone number, submit. That's the address being set. And this request took 250 milliseconds. I don't think GraphQL does it any faster than that. And then if I want to modify it, let's say if I empty this, that's the event being triggered. Save it again. Let's add a discount, PPP India. That's not something that's live on the current website yet. Coupon applied, discount applied, and finalize the order, and the order was placed. Placing the order took 600 milliseconds. We don't know anything yet about concurrent users or the amount of throughput that you can put through this checkout, but this is really promising, and this is just a proof of concept. So I think this is a nice point for you to step in, Willem. I think you're already there in the background.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
So there's one more announcement. This is going to be a new product. We're really confident that this deserves to be a separate product. The Hyvä Magewire checkout. It fits perfectly besides the existing checkouts, as I just explained. There's valid use cases to use one-step checkout or the React checkout or any other solution, the Bolt checkout. But this is just one more tool for a certain use case. And it's perfect for the agencies that employ PHP developers very experienced with Magento, because most of this stuff happens on the back end in the Magento code that you know, and it's a little bit different because it's Livewire, but from what I've seen, it's super easy to adapt to. If you're a PHP developer that knows Magento backend, you're going to get on your way with this. Within a day, you'll be building components. And this is really for those that do not want to touch a UI component ever again. If you want to get rid of require.js, if you loathe the knockout checkout, and if you're using a Luma store and you need customizations to your Luma checkout, you might want to switch to the Magewire checkout as soon as we have it ready. It will work on Luma shops. Could even work as a payment page for headless stores, because now a lot of PWA stores are falling back to a Luma checkout because it's kind of hard to do a proper checkout in those solutions. I think that's getting better these days, but over the past years, we've seen a lot of fallback checkouts based on Luma. This is all very new, so we're still building this out, but we're super enthusiastic and already wanted to share this today. We don't have a price point yet, but it will come with first-class support and extensibility. And if you're already a customer, it will be for a discounted price for existing licensees as well. But you can also just buy this if you're not using Hyvä yet and only use the Magewire checkout. That's where I would like Willem to show a little bit more about how his demo works, because this was just the implementation, a starting point for what we're going to use on our own website. Mm-hmm. But Willem, you have a local demo that has some integrations built in as well.
Yeah, so if you unshare your screen.
Yes, let me see if this time I can find, yeah, there we go.
Okay, then I'll share my local demo. So here we go. This is just work in progress, like Willem said. It's a Hyvä team. And currently it's just for guests, so we didn't pay attention on customers yet, but features are built in on a daily basis. So for example, we're gonna add this shoulder bag into the checkout, into the cart. We go to the checkout and bam, there you are. So the fun thing,
that was fast.
The fun thing, yeah, it's blazing fast, but also all these components you see are separate from each other. So like I mentioned in my previous presentation, they're pretty dumb components. They don't know anything about each other, but they can tell each other what to do. So if you like have the form and you fill it in and you press submit, then that component can tell the delivery component, you need to refresh because I have a new address, and you need to pull in new delivery options. So if we do that, like hello, first name, this is my name, and we need an existing street. So I searched up a Dutch street. I'm not living here.
If you want to have fan mail, you should put in your real address.
Yeah, but
I didn't. But
that's my address.
People are going to sleep in front of my door. I don't want that. So we're going to the Netherlands. This should be like North Holland, and we submit it. So now it already refreshed the delivery options. So as you can see, we have like 2 default Magento delivery options, and we also have PostNL. So as an example, we took PostNL, and just to play around with the easiness of implementing new delivery options, we picked PostNL, and I built this in like 4 hours, 5 hours.
I asked you in the morning, and at the end of the day, you were, oh yeah, I have a demo ready, by the way. And I told you to use dummy data, like you just use mock data. So we have something to show next week. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. And then you had it ready with the full API built in and everything.
Yeah.
There you
So we click PostNL, and I just build in some tabs with a bit of Alpine and some Tailwind. And I looked into the original PostNL Magento extension and looked at how they did stuff. Copy and pasted like 4 functions, put them in a Magewire component, and boom, there we are. You can like click them. They're all checked, so this is all going by request. So every time you click something here, or you fill in something, it will be saved immediately. Even like if you click this checkbox, it will show the form, and when you click cancel, it will do a request. And still, you can easily do this by just putting in some Alpine or just some vanilla JavaScript. Fine by me. But this form you're seeing isn't there in the DOM at first. So it's only rendered when you need it. So that makes your DOM
slimmer,
more compact. Yeah. So I built in this PostNL. Currently, it doesn't do anything, but it works. And yeah, you can toy around with this. I will show some code later on. I'll show some more stuff about what I built in. So like Willem mentioned, I built in the coupon code functionality. This was like maybe an hour of coding, and it's there. So I think for free should work. There you go. So this flash message is applied inside PHP, and just with the response, it came back and it dispatched in the browser. If you cancel it, it's all PHP related. What more to say? We have order comments. So if you say like hello world and we stop typing, so that's a fun thing. When we stop typing, it's getting saved. So when we refresh the page, there you go. It's still on PostNL. It's still on the same address. The order comment is still there. And I don't even know if you mentioned the page refresh, but we actually did a page refresh there.
Mm-hmm.
Going to the payment methods, same story as the delivery methods. You can just create a delivery method, bind it onto a payment code, and the checkout will do all the magic in the background. So what I did is, first of all, we render out all the available payment methods. And then we create like this child component, which is a separate component. It doesn't know anything of the payment component. It's a whole thing in itself. But it can still react with the session, right? So everything that's put in, for example, if we have the purchase order and we put this in like 1 to 3, then this gets saved onto the quote thanks to PHP. So you just get
an extension attribute, right?
Yeah, as an extension attribute. So you just write out everything, all the business logic in PHP, and it does its magic on the front end. So
can you show the terms and agreements?
Sure. So this is just coming. This is not HTML written. This is just coming from the backend from Magento. And the fun thing is, I built like this dialog popping in, and because it's wired up, so we can even show that. So we have a wire click, and we have this magic setter where we say terms acceptance.1, and that's like an array in this case. Set it to true. And when we click it, this checkbox will recognize that terms acceptance.1 just got changed to true, so it needs to be checked. So when we click it, there you go. It's checked without any JavaScript. So it's just Livewire, Magewire magic.
Shall we show just one quick example of either the payment method or the PostNL method, how that component looks in PHP, and then maybe save the rest for later? Not do too much technical dive. I don't know how much time we still have scheduled.
Sure. So
I think it's nice just to show the simplicity of how you extend a delivery or payment method.
Yeah, so we have like everything in separate. So you see my PHP store right now?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, cool. So we have everything separated into extensions, and the core is just, well, it's the core. It wraps everything together. To build in the PostNL, we have this little playground extension. And what I did there is, first of all, we have a view with a layout. And the only thing I did was I put in checkout.delivery.method and the method name. And this is just plain Magento. We put in a template and it has a child component. And because this child block is wired up with Magewire, it's dynamic. So first of all, we can look into the method PostNL delivery.phml. So here we go. So this is just a bunch of HTML with some PHP, and it's just for rendering. The only thing we do is this radio button, this radio input, and we wire model it with delivery option.
Awesome.
And delivery option is related to, and then we go into a bit of Magewire magic, is binded to this public property. So the value of this public property is corresponding with this wire model. So because this is in a for each, whatever value is in it will be set on the delivery option. Right? Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
So what we're having here is updated delivery option. This is like a Livewire, Magewire magic thing where you can listen to a property getting updated. So you just have updating. So this is before it's getting updated, but you already also have updated, and then the value already changed on the component itself. And then you can do something with the value inside of it. So
the cool thing here is that there's so many examples already from the Livewire world where this is also all implemented.
Yes.
So getting started with this is really easy, and it's all just PHP.
It's all PHP. So I just copy and pasted this from the original PostNL extension, modified some code to like make it a bit more clean and useful within this example. And what it does, it just saves the data onto a PostNL order model. And after that, you get a response back from the Magewire request. And if the value is the same as the input radio button that you clicked, it will render out with that radio checked. Simple as that.
I think to get the gist of it and to see how simple it is, I mean, we can talk about this for 2 more hours, and we should make a recording to show how awesome this is.
Mm-hmm.
But I think we're over time, and I don't know, the more technical people will find this super interesting, and we should get back to them and show them more of this.
Definitely.
But maybe Jisse also agrees that this is a good time to wrap the demo up. I think this is enough to get enthusiastic about the technology. This is all just, it's already so feature rich, and we're just getting started. And this is just a proof of concept, but this was developed in like 2 weeks. This whole proof of concept for the checkout was built in just 2 weeks. And extensibility is great. And just the fact that I think so much logic belongs in the backend, and it's just really hard to keep that state in sync with the front end. And where this shines is that the state stays in the backend, and that just makes a lot of things so much easier. So that's something that I find really, really exciting. Before we go into the Q&A and after, I have 2 more slides, I think. We have a meetup November 2nd, and it's going to be all about Hyvä showcases, hosted by Internet again. Still our primary partner and best friends. And we have this idea of a whole Hyvä conference next year. So basically, it's a bit like you experienced today. And let's hope that we can do it in person. So we'll have a physical event again. I want to thank everybody for joining us today, watching it live or watching it back afterwards. I hope everyone got the same excitement as we did. I think it goes for all 4 days of Reacticon. There's such a diversity, so much going on in the Magento world. So many new things that are happening. And it's in all directions. I mean, it's in the direction that Adobe is going with headless PWA and what Vue Storefront is doing, which had great seed funding just yesterday, the day before announced. So they're doing fantastic. And honestly, we're doing fantastic as well. We're on a rocket ship, and this is definitely not over. We're just getting started, and I think this presentation was all about what's left in store. There's so much still going to happen, and I think next year we're going to have a great review on a lot of developments again. So I'm super excited about everything that we saw today. And let's bring back all this innovation to the Magento platform, because in the end, that's what I'm here for, to keep the Magento monolith alive. And even better, no, not just keeping it alive. I keep saying that, I'm being corrected by Vinai. Let's make it the most fantastical monolith that we can possibly have.
Awesome saying. Hey, and so Willem, you announced a couple of announcements.
Willem Poortman, I didn't mean for you to go away. Come back, because there will be questions about the checkout, I think.
I hope so. But I have to say that the number of questions in Slack is more about like how awesome it is, instead of actually somebody coming up with real questions. But maybe also to go back to like the original show that you guys put down. So we have the new branding.
Yeah.
We have the UI library. We've got Hyvä widgets.
Yeah.
The React checkout basically is also reaching a certain stability.
Yeah.
So that's number 4. Magewire.
Yeah.
Hyvä checkout based on Magewire.
Yeah.
Hyvä meetup and Hyvä conference.
Purchasing parity.
Definitely the PPP.
Open documentation. I think that's a big thing. We're gonna.
It's too much.
Are we past 7 already?
No,
How
just
many
joking.
did you count?
I think it was already 8 or so. Yeah.
Already 8, and the Hyvä meetup and Hyvä Day next year, a new conference.
Exactly.
So full packed with surprises and merchandise soon, I hope.
Exactly. Yeah. So I think actually a lot of the questions that Willem Poortman already received earlier in his talk when announcing Magewire to the very least. I think actually all of those questions simply apply to the checkout as well. And it would be just interesting to see what kind of how soon actually that checkout will be finished off and put there into the hands of others, and how they will receive it.
I mean, it's one thing to build a proof of concept, to make it ready for market. That's a whole different thing. So that's going to take a while, but we're just so enthusiastic that we wanted to share this.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
And well, it shows how magical this thing is that Willem built. Magewire has great use case, and we still have to see if this checkout is going to handle a lot of concurrent checkouts, or that it's maybe only suitable for smaller shops or a certain type of merchant. I think the good thing about moving things to the backend means that you can infinitely scale a PHP application. So concurrency can be handled by simply adding more hardware. So we'll see how that scales.
Well, and
it's still a question mark.
And still the scalability. So in between, I was also looking up whether that throttling was already a part of Livewire itself. And it is. Somebody came up with an extension to allow for throttling. So it's now just connecting the wires in the right way to make it possible. And that's again kind of like the whole thing that Hyvä was about, but now Magewire is about as well. Again, bringing the joy back, but also the playfulness in coding, and that you're not being limited by the platform that you're building on top of, but you're simply just limited by, whatever you want to build and the IDs and etc. So I definitely think things were inspiring. Let me double check whether there's specific questions out there. No, there aren't. And that's maybe simply also due to the fact that everyone is having grapes for dinner and stuff like that. So maybe let's slowly dive into the closing of Reacticon number 4. And as you said, Willem, a lot of things happened already. So day 1 was really focused upon the leftover topics of Magento, but also Vue Storefront. They announced also a big thing, and that was announced, I believe, then on Tuesday late afternoon, or at least the European afternoon, where they basically received the funding. Now the funny thing is actually that they are translating that funding towards a marketing message that they're going to be the leading headless e-commerce solution out there. Well, I'm not sure what Adobe thinks of that, so let's wait for the follow-up response of Magento PW Studio. But I think actually we don't want any kind of solution to be leading. We simply want all developers to choose whatever solution they want to choose.
So that monopoly, but
sorry,
it shouldn't become a monopoly.
No, it should be developers inspiring each other.
Yeah. And the pie gets bigger. It's been said this event as well, and more recently in other contexts. The e-commerce pie keeps growing. Yeah, and we can all eat from it.
So I spot a downside there as well, and that downside is basically 2 ways. So whenever Vue Storefront came up in the Magento community, it really felt like they were not only offering a different front end, but they were also offering a different ecosystem. And at that moment, when they just started to develop their own solution, they didn't really want to break up the Magento community, but because they were doing so many things on their own without actually adhering to the Magento ecosystem necessarily, through that they created their own ecosystem instead. Likewise Deity, but they also moved into a totally different direction. And I see kind of like the same thing happening with Hyvä as well. So we often talk about the Magento community as a whole, but you pointed out earlier, Willem, that basically the Hyvä ecosystem is also growing. And again, that feels kind of like a downside maybe at first, that there, instead of having one single Magento ecosystem, we're actually seeing multiple, but that's a reality as well. There's ecosystems of React, of Vue, of Hyvä, of Laravel, but instead of actually just ignoring the fact that all of that technology is reusable, we shouldn't talk about necessarily spread ecosystems or whatever. It's basically there to take advantage of if you're a developer. And I simply like the diversity, and I think that's where we are all still on the same page. That being said, because of that movement of being spread around, I have to admit, I'm not sure if Reacticon 5 would be a wise decision. So I see basically things are moving into totally different directions, not only with Hyvä coming up, but the Shopware Day felt a little bit awkward from the start as well. Not necessarily because I found it to be so weird to mix Shopware in there, but also because our friends across the big pond in the US are actually much more favoring Shopify and BigCommerce and whatever other alternatives. So as mentioned, we could turn Reacticon into a 10-day conference or a 20-day conference, and I'm not sure if we all want to have that many days off. That
name
requires
is also not that fitting anymore.
No, exactly. Yeah. So I'm actually also really excited about what you mentioned, that there's going to be a Hyvä conference next year. And not because I don't want to do a Hyvä Day anymore. So maybe we should work together. But maybe because the name of Reacticon simply doesn't fit such a description of a Hyvä conference. Now that's kind of like it for the changed ecosystems, and I'm kind of like hinting carefully that maybe there's not going to be a Reacticon 5, and I'm now saying it out loud. There's another side to that story as well, and that's what I found both interesting and also important to note. So Reacticon always has been a front-end conference, and instead of just being dealing with the front end, we also deal with a back-end as well. And back-end and front-end and stuff around it is forming that monolith. And Hyvä itself is just really in favor of that monolith because it's simplifying things, and you don't need to go headless to build a straightforward shop. However, Adobe has different plans. Adobe is heading into the direction of serving their own customers with a more React-oriented policy. That's how Magento PWA Studio is fitting in. And therefore, I simply wanted to say it out loud. Some guys, they wrote a letter, and that letter was phrasing a certain concern about the direction that Adobe was going. And I think it's not a bad thing that Adobe is going into that direction that they see fit.
Sense for them.
Because it makes perfect sense for them. However,
from the beginning,
yeah,
when they acquired Magento, it's like, okay, that's where it's going to go.
Exactly, and therefore there's different developers, but there's also different merchants, and therefore different ecosystems. And the only worrying thing, of course, is that if Magento or Adobe is giving up that monolith, then the big question is still how do we deal, like with Hyvä or with Magewire? How do we deal with the XML layout on the blocks, the kind of like the foundation that we're based upon? But yeah, there's light on the horizon there as well, because after the letter has been sent, the official news came also out with the Magento Association that they were urging themselves kind of like to form a task force. The task force actually has a first meeting tomorrow. So I hope to see Willem and Vinai in that task force as well, and a couple of other friends actually that became part of this Reacticon. For instance, Bartek Igielski, for instance, Eric Irway. So actually, a lot of the people that were part of this conference are also going to be influencing that way that Magento has its open source version in a certain direction for all of that. Yeah, and that being said, I always felt kind of like Reacticon being part of that bigger movement. I'm saying kind of like these words after having said that Reacticon 5 is not really going to happen because it's no longer a fit. And I'm not really crying, but I feel kind of like it's nice to actually see that after doing all of those conferences, now actually Hyvä is also there, mature enough to just stand up and work towards a better Magento altogether as well. And I'm just really eager to see the future being bright with all of these different front ends, with Magewire, with the open source task force, with Adobe and Hyvä, trying to work into different directions but with a common goal. So yeah, I'm really excited about the future, not the future only of Hyvä, but the future of Magento as well.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a really long period where there's an overlap between what Adobe needs from the monolith and what we need from the monolith. And we're finding a common alignment there. And that conversation is now going, and the MA is going to establish some of those conversations. So that's great. It has all the appearance that Adobe is willing to help us and empower us to keep doing that into the future. And of course, the whole plan isn't out yet. I'm not even sure if they have planned that far ahead. I think they haven't. But the only thing that felt important to us is that doesn't become an afterthought, because we want to do innovative stuff on the monolith. And for Adobe, that's not a priority anymore, because their innovation is in a different field. And I can say this all day long, it's in their right. It makes sense for them. And I think they should absolutely do that. The only thing that we needed was for them to be aware that we still need that monolith and we want to keep working with that monolith. And there's a lot of ways we can establish that. If it needs to be in a couple of years, we'll do it entirely on our own. The association, Magento Association, might be the party that's doing that. Perhaps Adobe is still going to be that entity in 5 years' time. Maybe it's a bit shorter, maybe it's even longer. We don't know. So we need to plan for all the
years ahead, basically. Yeah, and it's basically also that we shouldn't look into the direction of Adobe just to take care of our future. Instead, we need to be more proactive. We need to be more standing up for each other and for ourselves. And that's actually the healthy thing that we see with all of those different front ends, and also the healthy thing with Hyvä. So yeah, that's awesome. Well, I asked a couple of guys to join, and they're staring at the webcam. I simply also wanted to thank Ruud and Sean for making this Reacticon possible. So they were both behind stage at all of the different conferences I've organized in the past. But now this Reacticon, they were also on stage. So that's awesome. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
A couple of others, Ruben for the graphical design, and Jeanette for the social media spam. We're working hard to make Reacticon possible. And I get another thank you note from Bartek for pronouncing his name properly. So that's Bartek Igilski. Anyway, I think it's about time to just open up a real beer and just call it a day. Before doing that, a couple of final words. Let me actually just bring up a couple of slides for the last. Exactly. Yeah, I'm not sure what that means, but anyway, there's Reacticon. We've bent the reality. I'm really proud of it. There were 4 different days, 31 speakers, and I think there was a lot of interaction and a lot of inspiration. And I would almost say like, let's do this again, but I don't. A big thank you note for the speakers, for the sponsors, Hyvä, Shopware, Akuva, and Shipper HQ. And last but not least, there's also GoMage, Maxer, Splendid, the Magento Association, and Adobe and XDN making all of this possible as well. So yeah, big thank you note for all of the speakers again. Big thank you note to all of the everyone listening in and everyone sponsoring. Big thank you note to the team as well. Again, Ruud and Sean. And yeah, I would say if you have any questions for the speakers, the Slack space is going to be open up. Likewise, there's different Slack spaces, so we can talk about all of the stories that we heard in the last couple of 4 days. So let's do that. And let's work towards a brighter future with zoos and animals and stuff like that. Hope you enjoyed it, and hope to see you soon again somewhere online. Thank you.
Thank you, Jisse.
Thank you, Willem. And don't worry about Reacticon. We'll be back in some form.